Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I'm getting ready to finish my second year living in Morse Hall. It's also going to be my last year here, which feels strange, because this building has been the background noise of my whole college routine. At this point I know every shortcut, every door that sticks, every stairwell that smells like old paint, and which vending machine eats your money. I know where the light flickers in the hallway, and where the floor creaks the loudest when you're trying to sneak back in late. I know the building so well that it's almost easy to forget it ever felt unfamiliar. When I first picked Morse Hall, I didn't pick it because I wanted a creepy place or a classic dorm experience. I picked it because it was available, it was close to my classes, and it was a normal dorm. That's it. Before I moved in, I honestly hadn't heard a single ghost story about it. Nobody warned me. Nobody said, "Don't live there," or "That place is haunted," or even joked about it in a way that stuck in my head. I showed up with my boxes and my mini fridge, thinking the biggest problem I'd have would be noisy neighbors or bad Wi-Fi. It didn't take long after moving in for the stories to start. They didn't come all at once, like some big announcement. They came the way rumors always do in dorms: a comment made in a hallway, a quick story told during a late-night snack run, someone casually mentioning it while waiting for laundry. At first it sounded like the usual college talk. Every campus has places people call haunted. Every old building has. Something that happened years ago. I didn't take it seriously. But Morse Hall has a reputation, and once you live in a place long enough, even stories you don't believe start to sit in the back of your mind. People told me that over the years students had died in Morse Hall. Some of the deaths were described as natural, some accidental, and some by suicide. I never knew what parts were true and what parts were just repeated so many times that they turned into facts. But the tone people used when they talked about Morse wasn't totally joking. It was more like, "Yeah, it's a good dorm, but it's also kind of, you know." Like there was an unspoken, "be careful," attached to it. To explain what happened to me, I should explain the building itself, because the layout matters. Morse Hall isn't one simple rectangle with one straight hallway. It's divided into 5 sections: Northeast, Abigail, most people just call it Abby, Central, South, and Southeast. I live in Central. Northeast, Abby, and Central connect to each other through hallways, so you can walk between those 3 sections without going outside, which is great when it's cold or raining. South and Southeast are different. They're more separated from the others, like they're part of the same building but they don't fully feel like it. The only real connection is through the ground level hallway. If you're on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors, you can't just walk straight over from Central to South without going down first, which makes South and Southeast feel quieter and more cut off. There are elevators in Northeast, Central, and Southeast. Abby used to have an elevator too, but not anymore. The elevator shaft is still there, but it's boarded up now, like the building is trying to pretend it never existed. If you didn't know what it was, you might not even pay attention to it. You might just see it as one more odd spot in an old dorm. But if you do know, you can't really unknow it. You start to look at it differently, even if you tell yourself you're being silly. Once I understood the layout and started hearing the stories, I began to notice how Morse feels at different times of day. During the afternoon it's normal. Doors opening, people laughing, someone yelling down the hall, music playing, the smell of microwaved food. At night it changes. The same hallways that feel busy in daylight can feel long and empty at 2 a.m. The lights seem a little dimmer, the air feels cooler, and sounds travel in weird ways. It becomes the kind of building where you can hear a door close somewhere far away, and it sounds like it's right behind you. It's not necessarily scary, but it's the kind of place that makes you more aware of every little noise. The first story I heard that really stuck was about Abby's old elevator shaft. Apparently, one night years ago, a football player was drunk and threw himself down the shaft. That's the way people usually tell it, in one sentence, quick and blunt. No details about who he was, what his name was, what year it happened, or what exactly led up to it. Just that it happened, and then the elevator in Abbey was shut down for good. The shaft got boarded up, and now it's part of the building's history. The creepy part of the story is what people claim happens now. Some students say that late at night you can hear banging coming from inside the boarded-up shaft, like something hitting the wood from behind it, or like someone is trying to get out. Some people describe it as a steady, heavy thump. Others say it's irregular, like someone pounding in panic. The way it was described made it sound dramatic, like a horror movie, which is probably why I didn't believe it at first. I've walked by that spot in Abbey more times than I can count. I've passed it during the day when the hallway is full of people and the building feels safe. I've passed it late at night when I'm half awake, just trying to get back to my room. I've even slowed down a few times, without admitting it to anyone, just to see if I would hear something. Every time I did, I heard what I usually hear in dorms: distant footsteps, a door latch clicking, a pipe making a settling noise, a faint conversation from somewhere behind a wall. I never heard any clear banging from inside the shaft. If there is a sound sometimes, I didn't catch it. Or maybe there's a simple reason for it, like the building expanding and contracting, or something loose behind the boards. I don't know. All I know is that I personally never had that "oh wow, that's definitely not normal" moment while standing near the shaft. The second story I heard a lot was about a basketball player. Depending on who tells it, she either died in a car accident, or she died by suicide. People never seemed to agree on which. But almost everyone agreed on two details: that she used to live in Northeast on the 4th floor, and that now, late at night, you can hear the sound of a basketball being dribbled down the hallway. The weird part is the way people describe how the sound works. They say that if you're on the 4th floor, in Northeast, Abbey, or Central, you can't hear it at all. But if you're on the 3rd or 2nd floor under that hallway, you can hear it clearly, like the ball is hitting the floor above your head. It's not just a random thump. People say it has that specific rhythm and echo that only a basketball makes, like a controlled bounce. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Then silence. Then again. Last year, I lived on the 4th floor in Central. So when people told me that story, it was easy for me to test it without even trying. If that sound happened, I should have either heard it or not heard it, right? But I never heard anything that made me think, "That's a basketball." Not once. There were plenty of normal dorm sounds. People walk heavy. Someone drops a water bottle. Someone knocks on a door. Music vibrates through walls. But the specific sound people described? I never heard it on the 4th floor. This year, things changed. I moved to the 2nd floor. My schedule changed, my habits changed, and the building around me changed too, at least in the way I experienced it. Late at night, when everything quiets down, I started hearing something that sounded a lot like a basketball bouncing. The first time I heard it, I didn't even connect it to the story. I thought it was just someone being annoying. Then I remembered, people say you hear it more on the lower floors. The sound wasn't constant. It would happen for a short time, then stop. Sometimes it would come back later, sometimes it wouldn't. It usually happened at night, when most people were sleeping. It didn't sound like someone in the hallway outside my door, because I didn't hear footsteps with it. It sounded like it was above me or somewhere farther away, traveling through the building. It had that hollow bounce sound that makes you think of a gym, even though it wasn't loud like a ball in a gym. It was more muted, like it was filtered through floors and walls. Each time I heard it, I tried to be reasonable. Morse Hall is old. Sounds echo and travel. Someone could be moving something. Someone could be bouncing a ball in their room like a bored kid. There are lots of explanations. Still, when you're laying in bed at 1 a.m., staring at the dark ceiling, and you hear a bounce rhythm that doesn't match any normal dorm noise, it's hard not to think about the story people have been repeating for years. Another set of stories I heard was about Abby's closets. People say students have committed suicide inside some of them. I don't know if that's true, and I never wanted to dig into it too much, because it feels disrespectful to treat something like that as entertainment. But the fact that people keep saying it tells you something about the kind of reputation Abby has. Also, Abby's closets are noticeably bigger than closets in other parts of the building. That's a real detail, not a rumor. They're the biggest closets in Morse, which makes them feel like small rooms inside the room. If you open one, it's deeper than you expect. It has that boxed-in, shut-away feeling. One night, a couple of my friends decided to hang out in one of those closets while watching a movie. It sounds ridiculous, but in college people do random things when they're bored. It wasn't like they were doing it as some serious ghost hunting moment. It was more like, let's see how it feels. They brought a laptop, maybe some snacks, and sat in there with the door partly closed to block the dorm light and make it feel like a little private space. Afterward, they told me something that made them sound more shaken than they expected to be. They said that while they were watching the movie, they saw a face in the wall. Not like a clear, solid face like a person standing there. More like a shape that looked like a face, eyes and a mouth, showing in the wall surface for a moment. They tried to laugh about it while telling me, but they kept repeating details, like they were trying to convince themselves they didn't imagine it. One of them said it looked like it was in the wall, not on it. Another said it was like a shadow that made the wall look wrong. I wasn't there, so I can't say what they actually saw. It could have been lighting from the laptop, it could have been patterning in the paint, it could have been a trick of the eyes when you're sitting in a cramped space too long. But the fact that they both described it, and the fact that they didn't seem like they were trying to scare me for fun, made me pay attention. Then there's the ground-level bathroom in Abbey. That bathroom has its own set of reports. People say they hear strange noises coming from under the sink, like someone is unscrewing pipes or twisting metal pieces. Not just a drip or a water rush, but the kind of sound you'd expect if a person was working on plumbing. Some people take that as a sign of something weird. To me, it always sounded like exactly what old plumbing sounds like: pipes shifting, water pressure changing, metal reacting to temperature. Morse Hall is old enough that it makes its own noises, and bathrooms are the place where you're most likely to hear them. I've actually heard those noises under the sink myself. I remember standing there washing my hands, the fluorescent light buzzing above me, and hearing a sort of scrape and turn sound from under the counter. It made me freeze for a second, because it really did sound like someone was messing with something. But then I told myself, it's pipes. I finished up, left the bathroom, and didn't think about it much after that. If you live in a building like Morse and you react to every strange sound, you'd never relax. Even with all those stories, my own experiences last year were the ones that really made Morse feel different to me. When I lived on 4th Central, things happened in my room that didn't fit into the normal category of dorm life. And the annoying part is that nothing happened in a clean, obvious way where I could say, okay, that was definitely paranormal. It was always just strange enough to make me pause, and frequent enough that I couldn't ignore it. My room on 4th Central was on the top floor. There was no one living above me. That matters because one of the first things I noticed in that room was the sound of things dropping above my ceiling. I don't mean the sound of someone upstairs dropping a phone on their floor. I mean I would be sitting at my desk, or laying in bed, and I would hear a clear thunk, or tap, from above, like something small fell and hit a hard surface. At first, I thought it was the building. Maybe something in the ceiling. Maybe a vent. Maybe a pipe. But it happened enough that it started to feel like more than random settling noises. Sometimes it sounded like more than one thing. Like a couple small items had been tossed or had fallen across the space above the ceiling tiles. And every time, my brain did the same thing. It tried to map out what could be above me. Roof? Insulation? Ducts? There shouldn't have been space for things to drop, the way it sounded. I started paying attention to when it happened. It wasn't always at the same time. Sometimes it was in the evening. Sometimes it was late at night when I was trying to sleep. Sometimes it happened in the middle of the day when I was the only one in the room and the hallway was quiet. It wasn't like it happened every 5 minutes, but it happened enough that it became part of my memory of that room, like an ongoing pattern that never really explained itself. Then there were the posters. I had posters on my wall like most college students do. Nothing special. They were up with tape or sticky putty, the same stuff everyone uses. Normally, if a poster falls, it starts peeling off slowly. One corner droops, then another corner, and you see it coming. You glance at it and think, I need to fix that. That's not how it happened in my room. In that room, posters would suddenly fall as if someone yanked them down. I'd be sitting there and then, sharp sound, quick movement, one would come down fast. It didn't drift. It didn't slide. It just dropped hard, like it was ripped off. And it wasn't because of the wind, because my window would be shut. I'm the kind of person who keeps the window closed a lot, especially when it's cold. Even when the window was open, there wasn't a strong breeze in a dorm room that would tear a poster off the wall like that. And it wasn't like the tape was failing slowly over time. Sometimes a poster would fall when it had been up just fine for days. After it happened a few times, I tried different ways of hanging them. More tape, different spots. I cleaned the wall surface. I pressed them down hard and made sure everything was secure. It didn't matter. Every once in a while, I'd hear that sudden rip and drop sound again. It got to the point where I'd flinch when I heard it, because it was so abrupt. And every time, I'd just stare at the wall for a second, annoyed and confused, then pick it up and put it back. The door also acted strangely. My dorm room door would move more than it should have. It wasn't like it was fully swinging open and shut on its own, but it would shift and rattle like wind was pushing it back and forth. You know that sound, when a door isn't fully latched and air pressure makes it tap the frame? It sounded like that. But the problem was that it didn't make sense in my situation. The window would be shut, so there wasn't a draft from outside. Also, there weren't windows directly across from my room that would create a wind tunnel effect in the hallway. On my floor, the hallway lighting and layout didn't support the kind of airflow that would make a door move like that. Sometimes it would happen when the hallway was quiet, like there was no one walking by. Sometimes it would happen late at night when almost everybody was asleep. I'd be in my room, everything still, and I'd hear that gentle but persistent movement like the door was being nudged. Once, I got up and checked it because it was bothering me. I pulled it open, stepped into the hallway, looked both ways. Nothing. Nobody. I went back in, closed it, made sure it latched, and sat back down. 10 minutes later, it started again. Not every night, not always, but enough that it felt like my room had its own habits. There were other small things too, the kind of things you normally wouldn't even mention, except they kept stacking up. I'd hear odd noises inside the room, little clicks, faint knocks, something like a light tap against furniture, when nothing was moving. I'd place something carefully on a shelf and later find it on the floor. Not in a way that looked like it slid off slowly, but as if it had been pushed. I'd hear something fall inside the closet when the closet door was closed, and nobody had touched it. I'd open the closet and find a hanger or some small item on the bottom that I knew I hadn't knocked down. The rational part of me kept trying to explain everything. Dorm shelves aren't always stable. Closets are cramped. Things can fall. Maybe I was careless without realizing it. Maybe the building vibrated when people walked by. Maybe the heating system kicked on and changed air pressure in the room. Old buildings do strange things. I told myself that over and over. But what got me was the feeling that it wasn't just one kind of thing. If it had only been the posters, I would have said, bad tape. If it had only been the ceiling sounds, I would have said, old building. If it had only been the door, I would have said, air pressure. But when you have ceiling drops, posters yanking down, doors shifting, and items falling in different places, it starts to feel less like one simple problem and more like the room itself is unpredictable. Around that time, I started noticing orbs in pictures. I'm not someone who automatically believes orb photos. I know what dust looks like in camera flash. I know how a small particle close to the lens can look like a glowing circle. So I don't want to pretend like every orb is a spirit, because that's not how cameras work. Still, I would take pictures in my room sometimes. Nothing serious, just photos with friends, or my desk setup, or something I wanted to post. And in a surprising number of them, there would be these light circles. Sometimes one. Sometimes a few. Sometimes they looked like they had a soft edge, like they were floating. And yes, it could have been dust. It probably was dust. But it was one more thing that made me think of the stories people told. It's like the building gave you just enough weirdness for your imagination to grab onto. I remember once looking through photos and feeling a little annoyed with myself, because I could feel my brain trying to connect dots. I'd think, okay, the posters fell again today, and last night I heard something hit the ceiling, and now there are orbs in my pictures. That's the exact kind of thinking that makes people believe in stuff too easily. At the same time, it's hard not to connect things when they happen in the same space again and again. I didn't go around telling everyone I was living in a haunted room. I didn't want that kind of attention, and I didn't want to be the person who turns everything into a ghost story. Most of the time, I kept it to myself, or I'd mention it casually to a friend like, "My posters fell again. I don't get it." Some people would laugh and say, "It's Morse Hall," like that explained everything. Others would tell me I was overthinking it. A couple of people would get serious and ask exactly where my room was, as if they were trying to compare it to something they had heard before. Living there day after day, the strangest part was how normal it still felt. Even with the weird moments, I still did homework in that room. I still ate snacks at midnight. I still watched shows and played music and complained about exams. The room wasn't some constant horror scene. It was just a normal dorm room that occasionally did things I couldn't explain quickly. Sometimes the weirdness would disappear for a while, and I'd almost forget about it, and then it would happen again and remind me. Now it's my second year, and I'm on the second floor in Central. This room has a different feel, like the building is calmer here. Or maybe I'm calmer because I'm used to Morse Hall now. Either way, I haven't had as many strange experiences as I did in the fourth floor room. I still hear normal dorm stuff, people running down the hall, laughter, doors slamming, someone's alarm going off too early. Nothing about that stands out. But I have heard the basketball sound at night. Enough times that I can't pretend I imagined it once. It's not every night, and it doesn't go on for hours. It's more like it visits the quiet moments. I'll be half asleep, the room dark, and I'll hear that bounce rhythm somewhere above or somewhere down the hall, hard to place. It's one of those sounds that makes you open your eyes and listen carefully, trying to figure out if it's real or if you're dreaming it. And every time, it fades before I can do anything about it. My posters have also fallen down in this room too, which is frustrating, but it hasn't been as dramatic as the fourth floor. Here, it's more like I'll wake up and see one on the floor, or I'll be sitting there, and it will drop without that ripping feeling. Still, it's weird when it happens on nights when there's no wind and the room feels completely still. Sometimes I think Morse Hall is the kind of place where stories grow because the building is old and full of strange sounds. People hear something once, and it becomes part of the legend. And once you know the legend, you listen differently. A pipe unscrewing sound under a sink becomes something mysterious. A random thump becomes the basketball. A quiet hallway becomes that hallway. It's possible the building feeds the stories just by being what it is. But sometimes, late at night, when the bouncing starts and stops in the silence, or when I hear an unexpected sound and I know it isn't coming from my room, I understand why the stories keep going. Morse doesn't give you one big moment you can prove. It gives you little moments. It gives you enough to make you wonder. And that's really the best way I can describe living here. I came in knowing nothing about ghosts or strange events. I learned the stories after I moved in. I tried to ignore them. I tried to explain things logically. And most of the time I still do. But after 2 years, with the boarded-up elevator shaft in Abbey, the rumors about the basketball player on the 4th floor of Northeast, the dark jokes about Abby's closets, the odd sounds under the bathroom sink, and my own experiences with ceiling drops, falling posters, moving doors, and strange nighttime dribbling, I can't say Morse Hall is just a normal dorm to me anymore. It's still my dorm. It still has laundry rooms and study stress and late-night food. But it also has a strange atmosphere that follows you if you let it. And now that I'm close to finishing my last year here, I find myself paying attention more than I used to. Not because I'm trying to prove anything, but because I know these hallways. And I know the difference between normal noise and the kind of sound that makes your mind go quiet for a second. This year hasn't been as intense as the last. Maybe the fourth floor room was the main reason. Maybe something about that space made everything feel louder and sharper. Or maybe it's just that after a while, you get used to the weirdness and you stop reacting as strongly. Either way, the strange moments are still here, just smaller, like a reminder that Morse Hall has its own personality. And when people ask me now, "Is Morse really haunted?" I don't know what to tell them. I don't have proof. I don't have a perfect story with a clear ending. I just have 2 years of living in a building that has a reputation, and enough little experiences that I can't laugh it off the way I did when I first moved in. Last night I had a dream that felt so real it didn't even feel like a dream while I was inside it. It started in a way that seemed calm, almost quiet, like my mind was building up to something. I remember standing in a place that didn't look like anywhere I know. There weren't any clear buildings or signs, just open space with a strange, dim light, like early evening, when the sun is already gone but the sky still has a little color left in it. That's when I saw them, a young boy and a young girl. I'm sure I have never seen either of them before. They didn't look like people from my life, and nothing about them felt familiar. Still, the moment I saw them, I felt like I was supposed to be there with them, like I had walked into the middle of something that had already started. The boy stood a little ahead of me. He looked upset in a way that's hard to explain. It wasn't just sadness. It was like worry mixed with fear, like he was carrying a heavy secret and didn't know how to say it out loud. His face had that tense look, like he was trying to hold himself together. He didn't cry, but his eyes looked tired, and his body language made it seem like he wanted to run but couldn't. The girl was there too, but she didn't stay. I saw her clearly for a moment, small, quiet, and pale in the strange light. I tried to focus on her, because something about her made me feel like she mattered more than anything else in the dream. I wanted to ask her who she was, or at least say something simple like, "Are you okay?" But before I could speak, she was gone. Not like she walked away. It was more like the scene blinked, and she wasn't there anymore. That left me with the boy. I started walking toward him, careful and slow, because the air felt tense, as if one wrong move might make everything fall apart. The closer I got, the more I could feel that he wanted to tell me something, but he was stuck. He lifted his arm and pointed, not at me, but past me, towards something that wasn't there a second ago. When I turned my head to look, a lake appeared, as if it had been waiting right outside my sight and then slid into place. It wasn't a normal lake either. The surface was too dark, almost like black glass, and it didn't reflect the sky the way water usually does. Even the air around it looked colder. I started to turn back to the boy to ask what was wrong, but before I could get the words out, the whole dream shifted. The light drained away like someone dimmed a switch. It became nighttime in an instant. Not a soft night, not a peaceful night. This was a heavy, freezing darkness. The kind of dark that feels thick, like it presses down on you. The cold hit me so hard I actually felt my body shaking. I could feel my teeth trying to chatter. My arms felt stiff, and my breathing felt tight, like the cold was squeezing my chest. I remember thinking, even in the dream, "Why is it so cold?" It wasn't just a normal chill. It felt wrong, like the cold had a purpose. I looked back toward the lake, and even though every part of me felt like I should step away from it, my feet started moving toward it. I didn't decide to walk into the water. I just did. It felt like the dream was pulling me, like the lake had a hold on me before I even touched it. The shoreline came up fast. The water was perfectly still. No waves, no sound, just that dark surface waiting. I stepped into it, expecting the shock of freezing water to make me jump back, but my body didn't react the way it should have. Instead, I kept going. The water climbed up my legs, then my waist, then my chest. It was cold, but it was also numbing, like it was taking away my ability to fight. I tried to prepare myself to hold my breath, but I didn't even get the chance. Something pulled me down. It wasn't like I slipped. It was like a strong force grabbed me and yanked me under the surface. The water rushed over my face and into my ears, and the sound of the world changed instantly. Everything became muffled and heavy. I went down fast, deeper than I should have, like I was being dragged. The strangest part is that I didn't fight it at first. I know that sounds crazy, because in real life I would panic immediately. But in the dream, for a few seconds I accepted it. It felt like I was supposed to go down, like this was the path the dream had chosen for me and I didn't have a choice anyway. My body felt loose and helpless in the water. Then I felt something touch me, something that wasn't the water. It wasn't a hand exactly, but it had the clear intention of a hand. It made my head tilt upward, forcing me to look toward the surface. I couldn't stop it. My neck moved as if someone was guiding me. Above me, the water looked like a dark ceiling, but there was moonlight cutting through it in a pale, cold beam. That's when I saw her. The little girl was floating in the water, just under the surface, caught in the moonlight like it was shining only for her. Her hair floated around her head in a soft cloud, and her face was turned slightly to the side. For a split second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brain tried to treat it like a normal scene, like she was just swimming or playing. But she wasn't moving. Her body was too still. Too quiet. The water around her didn't ripple the way it should have if she were alive. She looked like a doll someone had dropped into the lake. That's when panic finally hit me. I pushed my arms forward, trying to swim up toward her, trying to grab her and pull her toward the surface. My chest burned with that drowning pressure, and the fear in my stomach felt sharp and sick. I reached for her, stretching my fingers as far as I could, desperate to touch her, to save her, to do anything. But then I heard a voice. It wasn't the boy's voice. It didn't sound like a child. It sounded older, flat and cold, like it was coming from all directions at once. It didn't shout. It didn't need to. It spoke like it was stating a fact that could not be changed. It said that she was dead, and there was nothing I could do to help her. The moment those words hit me, the dream became even worse. It's like the voice had permission to change what I was seeing. The girl's body started to decay right in front of me. It wasn't slow. It was quick and unnatural, like time was being forced to move too fast. Her skin changed, her face seemed to shift, and the image became horrifying in a way I don't even like remembering. It wasn't just scary, it felt cruel, like something wanted me to see it and wanted it to hurt. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. It felt like the same force that tilted my head before was now holding my eyes on her, making sure I watched. Then, out of nowhere, something grabbed my arm. This time it was not gentle at all. It clamped down hard, and the pain was immediate, sharp, and real. It burned like my skin was being scraped open. I felt nails, or something like nails, digging into me. The grip tightened and then dragged, scratching across my arm. I could feel it tearing me, and the pain made me jerk and twist in the water. That's when I truly started to fight. I thrashed and struggled, trying to pull my arm free. The water felt thicker, like it was holding me back. My body felt heavy and slow, but the pain pushed me into panic. I tried to kick upward. I tried to twist away. I tried to yank my arm back, but whatever had me would not let go. The scratching kept coming, short, violent movements that left hot trails across my skin. I wanted to scream, but underwater it came out as nothing. Just bubbles and pressure, and that horrible choking feeling. Everything around me began to darken. The moonlight faded. The girl's shape disappeared into the black water. The boy was nowhere. The lake became a place with no edges, no surface, no direction, just cold, and darkness, and pain. Then it all went completely black. In that blackness, the pain stopped. The cold remained, but it felt far away now, like my body was floating in nothing. I could hear one last sound, very faint, like someone whispering from a great distance. A voice said, "Find me." It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It sounded weak, like someone using their last bit of strength to speak. And for some reason, that was the most frightening part of the whole dream, because it sounded like a real person asking for help. Right after that, I woke up. I sat up fast, like my body was trying to escape the dream. My heart was racing. My throat felt dry. My skin felt cold, and for a few seconds I had that confused feeling where you don't fully know where you are. I looked around my room, trying to ground myself, trying to tell myself it was only a nightmare. But I still felt something on my arm. At first I thought it was just the leftover feeling of pain from the dream, like when you wake up and you can still feel what happened. Then I looked down. There were scratches on my arm. Not just one little red mark. There were multiple scratches, like thin lines, as if something had actually dug into my skin. My stomach dropped. I ran my fingers near them carefully, and the area felt sore. The marks weren't deep enough to be serious, but they were real enough to make my hands shake. As the day went on, most of the scratches started to fade, like normal small marks do. But 3 of them, 3 clear nail-like marks, stayed dark and visible. They looked sharper than the others, like they had been made with more force. Even now, those 3 marks are still easy to see. I've had bad dreams before. I've had nightmares that made me wake up sweating, or leave me feeling unsettled all day. But I have never had a dream that seemed to leave physical marks on me when I woke up. That's what has me stuck in my head about it. I keep replaying the dream and asking myself how it could happen. I don't know what to do with it. Part of me wants to be logical. I know people can scratch themselves in their sleep. Maybe my nails caught my skin without me realizing. Maybe I rolled onto something sharp or rough. Maybe there's a simple reason and my mind is connecting it to a nightmare because the nightmare felt so intense. But another part of me can't shake the feeling that the dream was trying to tell me something. The boy's troubled face. The girl vanishing before I could speak. The lake appearing out of nowhere. The voice saying she was dead. The whisper saying, "Find me." It felt like a message, like I was being pushed towards something I'm supposed to understand. The problem is I don't have much to go on. The dream didn't give me a name, a location, a clear clue, nothing obvious besides the lake and the boy and the girl. If I'm supposed to find her, I don't even know where I would start. And I don't know if trying to look deeper into it would help, or if it would just pull me into something I don't understand. All I know is that I woke up with marks on my arm, and I can't stop hearing that faint voice in my head telling me to find her. At my current job, things have started to feel strange in a way I didn't expect. I work at an ale house. Most nights are the same, people talking loudly, glasses clinking, music in the background, food orders coming in fast, and everyone trying to keep up. It's busy, stressful, and kind of chaotic in the normal way a bar or restaurant can be. Down in the basement is where we keep a lot of the extra stock for the bar, cases of bottles, cans, kegs, and other supplies. So part of the job is going downstairs, grabbing what we need, and bringing it back up. It's not anyone's favorite task, but it's just part of the routine. The basement has its own atmosphere. It's cooler down there, and the air smells different, like damp concrete mixed with old wood and alcohol that has soaked into the place over time. The lighting isn't great. It's functional, but it makes hard shadows in the corners. The stairs creak, and the sound of the building above you becomes muffled, like you're stepping away from the world everyone else is in. The first time something happened, I was down there alone doing a restock. I was focused on my task, moving bottles and checking what we were low on. I remember being slightly rushed because upstairs gets busy fast and people start asking where things are. I had my hands full, and my mind was on work. Then I felt it. A heavy hand pressed against my back. It wasn't a light touch like someone brushing past you. It felt solid and firm, like a palm pushing down between my shoulder blades. For a second my whole body tensed up. My first thought was that someone had come down behind me without me noticing and was trying to get my attention. I turned quickly, expecting to see a coworker standing close. No one was there. The basement was empty. No footsteps, no voice, nothing. The stairs were clear. The door at the top hadn't opened. It was just me. Almost at the same moment, the light above me started to flicker. It wasn't a gentle flicker like a bulb dying slowly. It was more sudden, bright, dim, bright again, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay on. My stomach tightened, but I forced myself to act normal. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe I bumped into something. Maybe the strap of a case brushed my back. Maybe the light had always been unstable and I just never noticed. I grabbed what I needed and went back upstairs, trying not to show that it had bothered me. For a while after that, nothing happened. Or at least nothing I noticed. I went down there plenty of times and told myself it was a one-time thing. I even started to feel a little embarrassed about how quickly it had made my heart race. Then, a few weeks later, I went down again to restock. It was one of those shifts where time moves weird, too fast when you need it slow, too slow when you're tired. I was back in the basement, doing the same routine, and I kept thinking about the first incident even though I didn't want to. The basement was quiet, and the quiet made it easier to think about. I finished collecting what I needed and turned toward the stairs to go back up. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the basement there's a separate room, more like a storage area, and the doorway to that room was darker than the rest of the basement. In that doorway, I saw a black shadow, like a figure standing there. It wasn't shaped like a coat on a hook. It didn't look like stacked boxes. It looked tall and human, but too dark to make out any details. It was the kind of darkness that doesn't match the room, like it absorbs the light instead of reflecting it. I froze. My brain tried to make it into something normal. I told myself it was a trick of the light, or my eyes adjusting. I blinked and stared again. It was still there. And I knew no one else was in the basement with me. I hadn't heard the door open. I hadn't heard footsteps on the stairs. There was no reason anyone would be standing in that doorway, especially without saying anything. Fear hit me so hard it felt like my body moved before my mind did. I turned and ran for the stairs as fast as I could. I didn't even think about dropping anything. I just wanted out. But as I ran, I felt something like resistance, like the air behind me got heavy, like something was holding me back. It wasn't a clear hand on my shirt that I could grab and pull away. It was more like that horrible feeling of trying to run in a nightmare where your legs don't move fast enough, except I was awake. I forced myself up the stairs anyway, gripping the rail, taking the steps two at a time. My chest burned, and my hands were shaking. I pushed through the door and rushed back into the normal noise of the kitchen area, like sound and people could protect me. My manager saw me right away. He looked at my face and immediately asked what was wrong. I told him I saw something down there. I expected him to laugh it off or tell me it was nothing, but instead he acted almost casual. He said the basement was haunted. The way he said it made me think he was just messing with me. Like he saw I was scared and decided to make a joke. So I brushed it off, tried to calm down, and kept working, even though my mind kept pulling back toward that dark doorway and the shape standing in it. Later, I told another coworker what happened. I expected the same reaction, either laughter or a simple explanation. But she got serious. She didn't act like it was a funny story. She told me that about 6 years ago, one of the kitchen guys had a heart attack and died downstairs. She said his body wasn't found right away. It took a little time before someone discovered him. When she said that, the whole thing felt different. Suddenly the heavy hand on my back didn't feel like a random sensation anymore. The flickering light didn't feel like a normal electrical problem. The dark figure in the doorway didn't feel like my eyes playing tricks on me. And she also told me something else that bothered me. I'm not the first person to experience things down there. Other people have seen shadows. Other people have felt strange presences. People talk about the basement the way people talk about a place they don't want to be alone in, even if they pretend it's a joke. After that conversation, I started paying closer attention every time I had to go downstairs. I'd listen harder. I'd move faster. I'd find myself looking into corners without meaning to, like my eyes were checking for that shape again. Sometimes I'd feel normal down there, and I'd tell myself, "See? It's fine." Other times, the air would feel heavier, and I'd get that uncomfortable feeling in my stomach like I was being watched. The strangest part came when my manager said something later that I can't stop thinking about. He told me that not many people had experienced much down there until I started working there. He didn't say it like he was trying to scare me. He said it like it was an odd fact, like, "It's weird, but it's true." That made me wonder if it's just bad luck that I'm the one noticing these things, or if something about me is making it happen more. I don't know if that's even possible, but I can't ignore how the timing lines up. The basement has always been the basement, the same cold space with the same storage room and the same dim light. Yet the more I work here, the more it feels like there's something down there that notices when I'm alone. Now every time someone asks me to do a restock, I still go, because it's my job. But I don't go down the stairs the same way anymore. I move quicker. I don't linger. And when I pass that separate room, I try not to look too long into the doorway, because I'm scared that one night I'll see that black shadow again, and this time it won't just stand there and watch. That house always felt a little off, even when nothing big was happening. It wasn't the kind of place where you constantly heard footsteps or loud bangs in the night. Most of the time it was quiet, normal quiet, the kind of quiet you get in any family home once everyone settles down. But it had a strange weight to it, like the air held onto things. It's hard to explain unless you've lived somewhere that makes you feel watched even when you're not seeing anything. One of the first things that made us start using the word haunted out loud was the piano. It wasn't some brand new piano someone bought for lessons. It was older, heavy, the kind that looks like it's already lived a long life before it ever ended up in your living room. The wood had that dark, aged look to it, and even when it was clean it still had that feeling of being old. What bothered me most about it wasn't the piano itself, but the cover over the keys. The key cover was strangely hard to lift. I know that sounds small and easy to ignore, but it wasn't normal, stiff wood, hard. Sometimes you had to pull with both hands, like something was holding it down. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was stuck or swollen from humidity, but it felt more like resistance than swelling. Like it didn't want to open. None of us were real piano players. Nobody in our family could sit down and play actual songs properly. We could do the typical stuff kids do, press random keys, make up little patterns, play a few notes we remembered from somewhere, things like that. If you heard us on the piano, you'd know right away we weren't trained. We couldn't play anything complicated, and we definitely couldn't play music that sounded like it came from a different time. But around 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., that piano would start playing. It didn't happen every single night, which somehow made it worse, because there was never a rhythm you could get used to. When it did happen, it didn't sound like someone pounding keys randomly. It sounded like actual music. Old music. The kind of tune you could picture being played in the late 1800s, like a slow waltz or something from a dusty music box, except louder and more real. The notes would float through the house in a way that didn't match our normal home sounds. It wasn't like when a TV is left on. It had a clean, clear tone, and it felt intentional, like someone was sitting there playing with purpose. The first time it happened, I woke up confused. At first I thought it was part of a dream. Then I realized the sound was coming from the living room. I lay there in my bed, listening, trying to decide if I should get up. My heart was beating too fast, not because I was sure it was a ghost, but because it was so obviously wrong. My brain kept cycling through normal explanations. Maybe someone left a recording on. Maybe a neighbor's music is carrying through the walls. Maybe I'm hearing something else and my half-asleep mind is turning it into piano. But the more I listened, the more it sounded like it was inside our house. After a minute or two I got up and stepped into the hallway. The house was dark. The only light came from outside, streetlight glow coming through windows and thin shapes on the floor. The music was still going, gentle but steady. I walked slowly, like any sudden movement might make it worse, or like I might turn a corner and see something I didn't want to see. When I got close to the living room, the music stopped. Not in a normal way, like someone finished the song. It cut off, like someone lifted their hands off the keys and just froze. That sudden silence hit me hard. Silence after music like that feels louder than silence should be. I stood there near the doorway, staring into the dark living room. The piano was just a shape in the shadows. I didn't go all the way in. I didn't touch it. I didn't open the key cover. I just backed away and went back to my room, trying to act like I didn't care, even though my hands felt cold and shaky. After that, it happened again on different nights. Sometimes I heard it from my room. Sometimes my brothers heard it. Sometimes my mom heard it. More than once, we all ended up talking about it in the morning, each of us trying to sound calm while secretly checking if everyone else was as creeped out as we were. We'd ask questions like, "Did you hear that last night?" And, "What time was it?" And, "Are you sure it wasn't a dream?" One thing that bothered us was the key cover. If the piano was playing, how was it playing when that cover was so hard to lift? It wasn't like the cover was locked, but it felt heavy enough that a child would struggle with it. It made the whole thing feel more impossible. Even if someone had been messing with us, it didn't make sense that they'd come out at exactly those hours, fight with the cover, play an old-style song, then vanish the moment someone got near. We started thinking the house itself was haunted, not just the piano. But it wasn't a dramatic haunting where you could point to one huge event and say, "That's proof." It was more like a steady collection of weird things that added up over time. We didn't hear constant voices. We didn't have doors slamming all day long. Instead, things would go missing constantly. You'd set something down, and then it wouldn't be where you left it. You'd swear you put your keys on the counter, then you'd find them on a table in another room. A remote would disappear for days and then show up in a place nobody would have put it. Small objects would end up in strange spots, like someone moved them just enough to mess with you. At first we blamed each other, because that's what families do. We assumed someone was being careless, or one of us was playing a prank. But it kept happening even when nobody had a reason to mess around. And there was always this uneasy feeling when we argued about it, like we weren't just mad, we were nervous. We didn't like admitting how much it got to us. Then there were the shadows. That's the part that still bothers me the most, because it's harder to explain away. We would be in the living room together, me, my twin, my older brother, maybe my mom, and we would see a shadow move in the hallway, or we'd see a dark shape pass a doorway for a second. The first reaction was always the same. Someone would turn their head quickly and say, "What was that?" And then we'd all look at each other, because we were all accounted for. Sometimes it would happen in the basement. The basement was the kind of basement that already feels uncomfortable even in a normal house. Cooler air, dim light, corners that stay dark no matter how bright the bulb is. In our house, nobody really liked going down there unless they had to. It wasn't a hangout space. It was a place you went to grab something and then leave. More than once, someone would mention seeing a shadow down there when nobody was down there. It wasn't like a shadow from a car passing outside. It looked like something moving in a way that didn't match the light sources. If you stood still and stared, you'd never see it again. It was always quick, just enough to make your stomach drop. My twin and my older brother shared a room. Their room had a big closet directly across from their beds, and for some reason the closet doors had been removed. I don't know why. Maybe they broke at some point. Maybe someone took them off to fix something and never put them back. Whatever the reason, it left this open, dark closet space staring right at them every night. That closet became a major part of what scared us. My older brother is not the kind of person who lies for attention. He's not the type who tells stories just to freak people out. That's why it hit differently when he told me what he'd been noticing. He said my twin would sometimes sit up in bed at night and just stare into the closet, like he was watching something. My twin has always been different in the way he processes things. He's dealt with attention problems like ADD and ADHD, and he's also had other mental health struggles. I'm saying that carefully because I'm not trying to insult him. It's just part of who he is, and it affects how he reacts to stress and fear. Sometimes he'd get stuck on an idea and it would feel completely real to him. Sometimes his imagination would go into overdrive. That's why, at first, we tried to tell ourselves that maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. But then my older brother said something that made the hair on my arms stand up. He told me my twin had claimed he was talking to a demon in the closet. Not just a scary thing. Not just a shadow. He said a demon, with glowing eyes. According to my older brother, my twin described the eyes as being deep in the closet, like 2 points of light in a dark space. He said my twin would talk quietly, like he was answering someone. Sometimes my older brother would wake up and see my twin sitting upright, stiff and still, looking straight into the closet like he couldn't look away. When my older brother asked him what he was doing, my twin would either ignore him or answer in a strange calm voice, like he was distracted. My older brother told me that one night my twin was staring into the closet and whispering like he was in a conversation. My brother said he couldn't hear the other side, obviously, but my twin's responses didn't sound like random talking. They sounded like replies. Like someone was speaking to him, and he was reacting. My older brother said he tried to joke once, like, "Who are you talking to?" And my twin slowly turned his head and said something like, "He's right there," and then went back to staring into the closet. We were scared hearing about it. Not fun scared. Not campfire story scared. It was the kind of fear that makes you avoid certain parts of the house without admitting why. The closet felt like a mouth in the wall. Just open, waiting. And the fact that it was across from their beds meant they couldn't avoid looking at it at night. After those stories started, we all became more tense in the house. We'd keep lights on longer than we needed. We'd try not to walk down certain hallways alone. We'd rush past the basement door. And whenever the piano played in the early hours, it felt like the house was reminding us that we weren't fully in control of our own space. My room was across the hall from theirs, and the layout around my room was weird. There were 2 doors involved, which made it feel like I had an extra layer of separation from the rest of the house. There was a first door before you got into a hallway area that led to my room, and then there was a second door that cut the space in half. It's hard to picture unless you stand there, but basically, you could close one door and still have another door that separated you from the hallway. Some nights, I would forget to close that second door. It sounds like a small mistake, like leaving a closet open. But in that house, small things felt big. If the second door was left open, my room felt exposed, like the darkness from the hallway could spill in more easily. On those nights, I would see movement. It wasn't always clear. It was often in the corner of my eye, the way shadows shift when you're tired. But sometimes it looked like something actually moved through the open doorway, like a figure passing by even though nobody was walking there. I would sit up in bed and stare, waiting to see if it happened again, and sometimes I'd see another slight shift, like someone leaning away from the doorframe. The worst experiences were the ones that didn't look like shadows. Sometimes I would see people I loved standing at my doorway. Not strangers. Not blurry shapes. People who felt familiar and close to me. I would see them holding a bowl of food, eating, and staring at me. They wouldn't talk. They wouldn't smile. They would just stand there and watch, slowly chewing, like they were waiting for me to do something. The first time it happened, I thought I was dreaming with my eyes open. I blinked hard. I rubbed my eyes. The figure was still there for a moment, and then it was gone. The fear didn't hit me right away. What hit me first was confusion, and then this heavy sadness. Because the people I thought I was seeing weren't supposed to be there. Sometimes they were people I missed. People who were close to me emotionally. Seeing them in that silent, unnatural way felt wrong. It felt like the house was wearing their faces, like it was borrowing something personal from my mind and using it to get a reaction out of me. It made me cry more than once. Not just because it scared me, but because it felt cruel. If it had been a typical ghost figure, I might have been able to laugh it off later. But seeing someone you love standing in your doorway, eating in silence and staring at you like they don't recognize you, messes with your head. It makes you question your own memory and your own feelings. Sometimes, it got even stranger. A few times, I thought I saw a form of myself. It wasn't like I was looking in a mirror. It was like I saw a version of me standing there still, watching. The idea of it makes my skin crawl even now. Because if you see yourself outside of yourself, your brain doesn't know where to put that. It doesn't feel like a spirit or a shadow. It feels like something is copying you. Like something is mocking you. When those things happened, I didn't run into the hallway. I didn't scream. I would freeze, because part of me didn't want to make it real by reacting. I would pull the blanket closer, stare at the doorway, and wait for it to disappear. When it did, I would get up and shut the second door carefully, like closing it could lock the weirdness out. But no matter how careful I was, the feeling never fully left. Over time, my mom started to change too. I don't want to blame everything on a house, because life is complicated and people carry pain for all kinds of reasons. But the truth is, the longer we stayed there, the more it felt like the house made everything heavier. It felt like it took stress and pushed it deeper. Like it pushed on your weak spots. Last week, we were back there because my mother had a breakdown, and it was one of the most intense and terrifying nights I can remember. She wasn't just sad. She was collapsing under something. She was crying and screaming, saying she hated herself. She said she wanted to kill herself. She kept repeating that she was a bad mom, that she was worth nothing, that she didn't deserve us. Hearing your mom say those words changes something inside you. It doesn't matter how old you are. It makes you feel helpless and angry and terrified all at the same time. My mind kept trying to fix it, to find the right thing to say, but there is no perfect sentence that can pull someone out of that kind of moment. It felt like we were trying to hold on to her while she was being pulled away by something we couldn't see. In the middle of all that chaos, I couldn't stop thinking about the house. The dark corners. The piano. The shadows. The closet. The way the air always felt heavy at night. I can't prove the house caused her breakdown, but in my gut, it felt connected. It felt like the house was feeding off stress and fear, like it liked when people fell apart. We called our grandma, because we didn't know what else to do. We needed help, and we needed someone older to step in, someone who could make decisions while we were panicking. When my grandma came, everything moved fast after that. There wasn't a long debate. We just knew we had to get out. We moved out. Leaving felt strange, because it wasn't a normal move where you're excited and planning. It felt like escaping. We took what we could quickly, what mattered most, and we left. The first night away from that house, the air felt different. The silence didn't feel threatening. Darkness didn't feel like a thing that could stare back. Even the simple feeling of closing a door and knowing it would stay closed without weird noises made me feel calmer. But we still had to go back. The day we returned was just to collect the rest of our belongings. We told ourselves it would be quick. In and out. No drama. Get the boxes, load the car, leave. We tried to keep our emotions flat, like if we didn't react to the house, it wouldn't react to us. Walking back in was awful. The smell hit me first, that familiar mix of old air and whatever the basement smell was. The light inside looked wrong, like it was too dim even when it was bright. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting to see what we'd do. We moved through the rooms carefully. We didn't wander. We didn't hang around. We grabbed clothes, small furniture, personal items, things that had been left behind. Every sound made me look up. A floor creak made me turn my head. A shifting shadow from a window made me tense. I tried not to look at the piano, but I did. It was sitting there like it always had, quiet and innocent looking in the daylight, like it had never played on its own in the middle of the night. The key cover was down. The whole thing looked normal, and that somehow made it worse, like it was pretending. At one point I had to walk past my brother's room. I glanced in without meaning to, and my eyes went straight to the closet. Still open. Still dark. Still facing where the beds had been. The room felt emptier without them, and the closet looked even more like a black space that didn't belong in a normal home. I don't know what the hell it was in that house. I don't know if it was one thing or many things. I don't know if it was something that attached to the piano, or something tied to the building, or something that fed on our fear and got stronger the longer we stayed. I don't know if the figures I saw were real, or if the house was messing with my mind. I don't know if my twin truly saw what he said he saw, or if something took advantage of his struggles and used them like an open door. What I do know is that the longer we lived there, the more scared we became, and the more unstable everything felt. And I know that when we finally got our stuff and stepped out for the last time, I felt relief so strong it almost made me dizzy. I didn't feel sad leaving that place behind. I didn't feel nostalgic. I felt grateful. Whatever was in that house, I'm just glad we're out of there. This is something that happened to me personally, and it goes back to the late 1970s, when I was about 19 years old. I'm older now, and I've had time to replay it in my head 1,000 times, trying to sort out what was real, what was fear, what was suggestion, and what might have had a normal explanation. But even after all these years, there are still moments from that house that feel just as sharp as the day they happened. Back then, I had just moved into what was considered a newer home with 4 other roommates. It wasn't some old Victorian place with creaky stairs and secret rooms. That's one of the reasons the whole thing stood out. When people tell haunted house stories, it's usually about an old building with history. Our place looked clean, modern, and normal. The neighborhood was normal too. Nothing about the outside of the house warned you that anything strange was going to happen inside. We were 5 young adults sharing rent and trying to build our own lives. Like most roommate situations, it was a mix of friendship, small conflicts, and busy schedules. Someone was always cooking, someone was always running late, someone was always leaving notes on the counter about who used the last of something. There were shoes by the door, coats thrown over chairs, and half-finished conversations happening in the hallway. It was a loud, lived-in kind of home. One of my roommates had lost her mother a few years earlier. She didn't talk about it every day, but you could feel how deep it ran. Certain holidays hit her hard. Certain songs would change her mood in an instant. Sometimes she'd go quiet and stare off like she was listening to something in her memory. She missed her mother in a way that wasn't dramatic or attention-seeking. It was just a constant ache that came and went. As for me, I was in a phase where I was very interested in the paranormal and psychic topics. I read whatever I could get my hands on. Books, magazine articles, anything that talked about spirits, energy, telepathy, precognition, or life after death. I was curious, but it wasn't just curiosity. I genuinely believed there was more to the world than what we could easily measure or explain. At that age, I also believed I was developing some skill in that area. I'm careful how I say that now, because I know how it sounds. But at the time, it felt real to me. I felt like I could sometimes sense when something was there, even if I couldn't see it clearly. Every now and then I would catch movement in the corner of my eye, like a shadow shifting when nothing else moved. Sometimes I would hear something faint, like a whisper or a soft sound that didn't match the room, only for it to vanish the moment I focused on it. I wasn't walking around having full conversations with ghosts or anything like that, but I had enough strange moments that I started trusting my gut when it told me a space felt different. We also had a friend who, in my opinion, had real psychic ability. She wasn't living in our house, but she was close to all of us, so she was there often. Her name was Robin, but we called her Bird. It fit her. She had this light, sharp energy, like she picked up on things quickly and moved through the world with her eyes open. Bird's mother was deeply into tarot cards and astrology. She followed charts and planned parts of her life around them. She wasn't casual about it either. It wasn't just a hobby. It was a system she trusted. Bird grew up around that kind of thinking, so for her, the idea of energy and spirits wasn't strange at all. It was normal. When Bird walked into a room, she'd often pause like she was reading it. Not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet way. Like she was checking the emotional temperature of the air. If someone was lying, she seemed to know. If someone was hiding something, she'd bring it up without trying. And sometimes she would say little things that made you wonder how she could possibly know what she knew. So the mix in our circle was perfect for a haunting story, even though we didn't think of it that way at first. We had a grieving roommate who wanted contact. We had me, curious and sensitive and probably too open to suggestion. And we had Bird, the one everyone believed had a gift. The strange things in the house started as little glitches. At first, they were the kind of things you could laugh off. Lights would turn on by themselves. Not every day, but enough that we noticed. You'd walk past the room, see the light is off, keep going, then come back 10 minutes later and the light is on. You'd ask, "Who left the light on?" And everyone would swear they didn't. The bathroom sink faucet did something even stranger. Sometimes it would turn on full blast for a few seconds, then shut off again. It wasn't a drip. It wasn't a slow leak. It would click on like someone turned the handle hard, water roaring into the sink, then it would stop. The first time it happened, one of us blamed the pipes. Maybe air pressure. Maybe the plumbing system was acting up. But it didn't happen in a way that felt like pipes. It felt like a choice. You'd be in the living room talking and then hear the sudden rush of water from the bathroom. Somebody would get up, go check, and by the time they reached the sink it would be off again. Then everyone would stand there in the bathroom, staring at a silent faucet, trying not to look scared. There were also other small things, objects that didn't end up where we left them, little items going missing and later appearing in obvious places, and that constant feeling that sometimes the house felt completely normal, and sometimes it felt like it had eyes. Most days were fine. We'd come home, cook, watch TV, do what people do. The house could feel warm and safe, full of noise and life. Then, other times, it would feel like the air got heavier for no reason, like the silence in a hallway lasted too long, like something was listening from a dark room. I remember one friend of ours, someone who wasn't usually nervous, telling us he came by one day and rang the doorbell. He said the moment his finger hit the bell, he got hit with a rush of dread so strong it felt like his whole body went cold. He stood there for a second, then panicked and ran back to his car. He didn't even wait for us to answer the door. He just left. When he told us, we laughed at first, because it sounded so extreme. But his face wasn't joking. He looked embarrassed, like he didn't want to admit it. He said he had no reason to feel that way. Nothing happened. No sound. No voice. No shadow in the window. Just an overwhelming, get out, feeling that made him bolt. I didn't want to admit it, but I understood it. I had felt that same kind of dread in certain spots in the house, usually when I was alone. Not every night. Not every room. Just sometimes. Like the house had moods. The event that really shook me happened one night when I was home alone. That night felt normal at first. My roommates were all out. Their schedules didn't match, so people came and went at different times. Sometimes the house was crowded, sometimes it was empty. That night, I knew nobody was supposed to come home for hours. I was in my room reading a book. I still remember the feeling of it, quiet, steady, comfortable. I wasn't scared. I wasn't thinking about ghosts. I was just reading. The house sounds were normal, distant traffic outside, the occasional creak, nothing special. Then I heard the front door open. It was the unmistakable sound of the lock and the door. Right away, I assumed one of my roommates came home early. I heard footsteps. Then I heard a shout, loud and sudden, full of shock and anger. "What the hell? Oh my God! Who did this?" That tone hit me like a slap. I jumped up, heart pounding, because it sounded like something was wrong. I opened my bedroom door to see what was happening. Smoke poured into my room. Not a little haze. Not a faint smell. Thick smoke, rolling in like fog, making my eyes sting instantly. It caught me so off guard that for a second I just stood there, trying to process it. My first thought was fire. Real fire. The kind that burns down houses. I rushed out into the hallway and toward the kitchen. Smoke was coming from there, heavier and darker. My roommate was standing near the stove, yelling and coughing, waving his hand in front of his face. On the electric stove burner was our coffee pot. Not sitting on the counter. Not near the sink. On the burner. And the burner was on high. The coffee pot wasn't designed to sit directly on a hot stove burner like that. The handle had melted and warped. The plastic had softened and sagged. The smell was awful, burnt plastic and overheated metal. Smoke filled the kitchen and pushed out into the hall. My roommate grabbed the pot, turned off the burner, and we got the windows open. We were both coughing, eyes watering, trying to get air moving. It took a while before the smoke thinned enough that we could breathe normally again. The whole time, my roommate kept looking at me like I'd done it. And from his point of view, that made sense. I was the only one in the house. Nobody else was supposed to be home. If something like that happened, it had to be me. He demanded to know why I'd put the coffee pot on the stove. I told him I didn't. I swore I had been in my room reading the entire time. I hadn't even gone into the kitchen. I hadn't made coffee. I hadn't touched the stove. He didn't believe me at first. I don't blame him. If you walk into a house full of smoke and see a coffee pot melting on a burner, you assume someone did something stupid. It looks like an accident. Like someone set it there and forgot. But the more we argued, the more confused he got, because I wasn't acting guilty. I wasn't laughing. I wasn't trying to dodge blame. I was genuinely freaked out. And here's the part that made it worse. Nobody else could have entered the house during those hours without me noticing. The front door was loud. The layout was such that I would have heard movement. And I was awake, reading, not asleep. If someone came in, went to the kitchen, moved the coffee pot onto the stove, turned the burner to high, and left, it would have taken time. I would have heard at least something. But I didn't hear anything until my roommate came home and shouted. After that night, even the skeptics in our group started choosing their words more carefully. People still joked, because that's what you do when you're scared and you don't want to admit it. But the joke didn't land the same way anymore. The coffee pot incident didn't feel like a harmless, spooky thing. It could have burned our house down. It felt aggressive, or at least dangerous. It crossed the line from weird into unsafe. Not long after that, my grieving roommate started talking more seriously about wanting to communicate with her mother. She missed her constantly, and the house's strange activity made her wonder if it was possible that her mom was near, or at least reachable. She wasn't trying to do it as a party trick. It was emotional for her. She wanted comfort and answers. Bird agreed to help lead a seance. We didn't invite everyone. We didn't want noise or jokes. That night it was just 3 of us in the house, my roommate who wanted to reach her mother, Bird, and me. Bird took it seriously. She brought candles. A lot of them. She placed them carefully around the room to create a kind of circle of light. The living room looked totally different with just candlelight. Shadows moved softly on the walls. The corners seemed deeper. The air felt still, like the house was listening. Bird told us to stay calm, to focus on positive energy, and not to challenge anything. She said that when you open a door, you don't always control what comes through. She spoke in a steady voice, like she'd done it before, or at least like she had learned from someone who had. I did my best to be open, in the way people talk about during seances. I tried to keep my mind clear. I tried to hold a feeling of peace. I wasn't mocking it. I wasn't trying to force anything. If anything, I was trying to act as a steady presence, like an anchor. My roommate spoke softly, asking for her mother. She said her name. She asked for a sign. She asked if she was there. For a while, nothing happened. The candles burned quietly. The house made normal settling noises. Bird kept her eyes half-focused, like she was watching more than the room. Then the energy shifted. That's the best way I can describe it. It wasn't a sound or a movement at first. It was like the air changed density. Like a pressure dropped. My skin prickled. I felt that sense of being watched, but stronger. It felt like someone stepped into the house and stood just out of sight. My roommate started to cry a little, whispering that she could feel her mother. Bird nodded slightly, like she agreed. The atmosphere felt emotional, almost tender for a moment. I could believe, in that moment, that her mother might be near. Then I felt something else. From the hallway, I sensed something dark approaching us. I didn't see a person. I didn't see a shape with arms and legs. It was more like the hallway itself filled with darkness in a way that didn't match the candlelight. Like the shadows there became thicker and more intentional. It didn't feel curious. It didn't feel sad. It felt angry. It felt like whatever it was didn't like what we were doing. I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to scare my roommate, and I didn't want to break the focus. But I watched the hallway. And I could tell Bird noticed too, because she kept glancing in the same direction. Her eyes would flick toward the hall, then back to us, then back again, like she was tracking something. My roommate kept speaking softly to her mother, unaware of what was coming closer. Then it happened. A sudden, violent bang came from one of the back rooms. It was so loud it felt like it punched the air. The best comparison I can give is this. It sounded like someone took a 6-foot-long 2x4 and slammed it hard against a wall. Not a small knock. Not a creak. A massive impact. All three of us jumped. And at the exact same moment as that bang, every candle went out. Not one. Not two. All of them. Together. The room snapped into darkness so fast it made my stomach drop. For a second, nobody moved. We just sat there, stunned, listening. The silence after the bang felt wrong. The air felt colder. Bird said something like, "That's enough." And my roommate was shaking, crying now, saying she was scared and asking what that was. We ended the seance immediately. We got up, found a flashlight, and went to investigate the noise. We checked the back rooms, closets, corners, under furniture. We even went outside, because the bang was so loud it almost seemed like something could have hit the house from outside. We looked for broken branches, fallen trees, anything that would explain it. There was nothing. No damage. No objects out of place. No broken glass. No sign of anything falling. That somehow made it worse. If something had fallen, we could point to it and say, "That's what we heard." But there was no source at all, like the sound was created out of nothing. After a while, once our nerves calmed down a little, Bird suggested we relight the candles and try again. My roommate still wanted to reach her mother, and Bird seemed determined not to end the night in fear. So we relit the candles and started again. It progressed the same way as before. The early part was quiet. The room felt emotional. My roommate spoke her mother's name. Bird guided her. I focused on staying calm and positive. And then, like before, that dark presence returned from the hallway. The shadows deepened. The feeling of anger built. I kept watching the hallway, and Bird kept looking too. Then another loud bang. Again, it was sudden and powerful. Again, all the candles went out at once. Like something blew them out with one giant breath. That was it. We stopped. Bird didn't argue. My roommate didn't beg to continue. The message was clear. Something did not want us doing that. After that night, we didn't do another seance in that house in a serious way. Not like that. But life with roommates doesn't stop because you got scared. People still come over. People still drink and laugh and throw parties. And one weekend, we decided to have a big party. Everyone was invited. Friends of friends showed up. The house was full of music and voices and the smell of beer and food. At least 30 people were there, maybe more. It was the kind of party where the normal rules get loose. People wander into rooms they shouldn't. People tell stories louder than they need to. People try dumb things because they feel brave with an audience. The friend who had once rung our doorbell and then ran away from that feeling of dread was there that night. He had been acting casual about it since then, like he wanted to prove to himself he wasn't scared. He drank, joked, and tried to be the loud one, like loudness could erase fear. At one point, 4 of us ended up in my bedroom. It was quieter than the rest of the house, because the party noise stayed mostly in the living room and kitchen. My friend, the one who had run away, came into my room holding a candle. I was surprised he even had one. I don't know where he got it, but he carried it like it was a prop. He said he wanted to do a séance. I immediately didn't like that idea. I told him no. I told him that we had tried it before and it had gone badly. I didn't want to play games with something we didn't understand. But he treated it like a joke, like a party activity. He lit the candle and started saying things out loud, challenging the house like it was a prank. "Any spirits in this house, show yourself now." He said it with that half-laughing tone people use when they want to sound fearless. The other people in my room were smiling at first, like they expected nothing to happen. The candle flame flickered. Maybe that means nothing. Candles flicker all the time. But in that moment, it caught my attention because the air in my room felt still. There wasn't a breeze. Then I felt it. A negative presence, strong and malevolent, seemed to form in the top corner of my room. Not near the floor. Not in the hallway. High up, where the wall meets the ceiling. It felt like a mass of anger. Like a dirty, heavy pressure. It wasn't subtle. It hit me like a wave. My stomach tightened and my skin went cold. It was fear, but it was more than fear. It felt like being targeted. And what scared me most was the sense that it fed on the fear. The first wave of dread hit, and I could feel myself reacting, my heart racing, my breath catching. The moment I reacted, it felt like the presence grew stronger. Like it pulled energy from the fear itself. Then it hit again, stronger than before, and the fear grew, and that seemed to make it stronger again. It was like a loop. Fear feeding it. It feeding fear. I looked at the other people in the room and realized it wasn't just me. Their expressions changed one by one. Someone's smile disappeared. Someone swallowed hard and looked toward the corner without being told to. Another person went pale and shifted away like they wanted distance. It felt like the presence was moving through us, hitting each person in turn. Like it was testing us, pushing on our nerves, looking for the weakest point. My friend with the candle stopped laughing. His voice got quieter. The room went tense. The party noise outside my door suddenly felt far away, like we were in a bubble of cold air and fear. That's when I snapped. I didn't want to be polite. I didn't want to wait and see. I got angry, because I felt like my room, my space, was being invaded. I raised my voice and told it to leave. I didn't ask. I demanded. I don't remember my exact words, but I remember the feeling, firm, furious, protective. Like I was drawing a line. Get out. Leave now. You're not welcome here. I kept going, telling it had no right to be there, telling it to go. I was shaking, but I didn't stop. Part of me was scared that if I hesitated, it would grow again. And then, just like that, it stopped. The air lightened. The pressure lifted. The fear in my chest faded like someone released a grip. Everyone in the room exhaled in a way that made it clear they had been holding their breath without realizing it. My friend looked at me like he didn't know what to say. The candle still burned, but it didn't feel like a challenge anymore. The whole mood changed. Nobody was joking now. Even though the feeling was gone, I didn't feel safe. I asked one of my good friends to stay in my room all night. I didn't want to be alone after that. He agreed, and he stayed. We didn't sleep much. We mostly talked in low voices, and whenever the house creaked we both went quiet and listened. Other things happened in that house during the time we lived there. Objects moved in ways that didn't make sense. Small things fell when they shouldn't have. Items broke without clear cause. Sometimes it was as simple as a glass cracking when nobody touched it, or a picture frame ending up face down when it had been stable. Nothing huge on its own, but again, it added up. There were nights when you could walk through the house and feel nothing strange at all. Those nights almost made you feel silly, like you had imagined everything. And then there were nights when you could feel that watchful pressure again, like something was just behind the normal world, pushing against it. We tried to find a logical explanation. We weren't completely irrational. We weren't trying to turn it into a movie. We just wanted to understand what was happening. The only explanation that ever made sense in a real-world way was EMF, electromagnetic fields. Our house was located right next to a big AM radio station with tall towers, 9 towers, if I remember right. Those towers were impossible to ignore. They stood there like metal fingers reaching up, and even if you weren't thinking about the radio station, it was part of the landscape. The signal was strong enough that it bled into everything. You could hear the radio station in the phone. You could hear it through the TV sometimes. You could even hear traces of it across bands where it didn't belong, like the signal was so powerful it couldn't stay contained. So we wondered, could that kind of constant EMF exposure affect the mind? Could it influence sleep, stress, perception, mood? Could it make people more anxious, more likely to see shadows, more likely to feel watched? I could accept that possibility for some things. If EMF can mess with electronics, maybe it could also mess with our nervous systems in subtle ways. Maybe it could make a house feel wrong, without any spirit involved. Maybe it could push people toward paranoia, or make dreams more intense, or make a person interpret normal noises as threats. But even if EMF could affect thoughts and perception, there were parts of our experience that didn't fit that explanation. EMF doesn't easily explain a coffee pot ending up on a stove burner turned to high when I was alone in my room. EMF doesn't explain 2 massive bangs during a seance that sounded like a heavy board slamming against a wall, with no source found afterward. And EMF really doesn't explain all candles going out at the exact same time, twice, right at the moment of the bang. I could imagine EMF causing interference. I could imagine it causing lights to behave strangely if wiring was sensitive. I could even imagine it doing something odd with an appliance under very specific conditions. But the 1970s weren't like today. We didn't have smart devices. We didn't have voice assistants or wireless remote controls for everything. Most things were simple. Switches were switches. Knobs were knobs. Appliances didn't have signals coming in and out of them the way they do now. That's why I've never been able to fully settle on an explanation. Those years in that house became the first and strongest paranormal experiences of my life. I had been curious before, but after living there, curiosity turned into something heavier. It wasn't just, I wonder if ghosts exist. It became, I've felt something I can't easily explain, and it didn't feel friendly. Some of what happened in that house has stayed with me in a way that still affects me today. Not as constant fear, but as a kind of awareness. Even now, decades later, I still pay attention when a room suddenly feels cold for no reason, or when the atmosphere shifts in a way that doesn't match what's happening. I still remember the way that dark presence felt in the hallway during the seance, and the way that corner of my room felt during the party, like something was feeding on the emotion in the air. I'm not claiming I have all the answers. I'm not even claiming every detail has only one interpretation. I know time can distort memory. I know fear can make moments feel bigger. I know people influence each other without realizing it. But I also know what I lived through. That house wasn't just a place where we got spooked by creaking pipes. It was a place where multiple people, at different times, felt and experienced things that lined up too well to dismiss. And to this day, I still don't know whether it was a spirit, an energy, some environmental factor like EMF, or a mix of things we didn't understand. All I know is this: those few years in that house were the beginning of something for me, and they remain the most intense and unforgettable paranormal events I've ever experienced. I bumped into a few strange, hard-to-explain things in the past, but I never made a big deal out of them. If I heard a weird noise, I'd blame the building settling. If I caught movement in the corner of my eye, I'd tell myself it was just my imagination. I've always been the kind of person who can live with questions as long as nothing is clearly dangerous. So for years, whenever something felt off, I'd just look the other way and move on. That completely changed after I moved into my current house. When me and two of my friends first moved in, the place was rough. It wasn't the kind of home you walk into and immediately feel proud of. It was the kind of place that clearly hadn't been loved for a while. The paint was tired. The floors had spots that looked like they'd been patched a long time ago, and then forgotten. A few doors didn't close smoothly, like the frames had shifted. Even the air inside had that old, stale smell, like a mix of dust, old wood, and whatever cleaning products the last people used to cover up problems instead of fixing them. Still, the house had potential. It had space, it was in a decent location for all three of us, and the rent was low enough that we could actually afford it without living on instant noodles every day. We decided we'd fix it up ourselves. We weren't professional remodelers, but we were young, motivated, and confident enough to think we could handle it if we watched enough videos and asked enough questions at the hardware store. So right away, remodeling became our routine. After work or school, we'd come home, change into old clothes, and start tearing into something. One night it would be scraping trim. Another night it would be patching holes and sanding walls until our arms felt like rubber. Weekends became long work sessions with paint rollers, drop cloths, open windows, and the constant smell of primer. For the first few months, nothing happened that felt paranormal. If anything, the house just felt like a normal, slightly creepy old place. The kind where pipes knock sometimes and the stairs creak because the wood is old. We were busy enough that we weren't paying attention to small noises anyway. When you're remodeling, you expect the house to make weird sounds. You're literally changing it, banging on it, pulling things off the walls. Everything feels unsettled, and it's easy to assume any strange noise has a normal cause. We lived there for about 3 months like that. Then we decided to tackle the living room wallpaper. The living room had this old wallpaper that didn't match anything. It was faded and slightly peeling in places, like it was ready to come off if you looked at it the wrong way. We figured we'd strip it and paint, because that seemed simple enough compared to everything else we were doing. We set aside a full day for it, bought the tools, and started working. Peeling wallpaper is one of those jobs that looks easy until you do it. Some sections come off in big satisfying sheets, and then other sections come off in tiny frustrating strips that leave glue behind. It's messy. Your hands get sticky, your shoulders start aching, and the room starts looking worse before it looks better. We worked through it anyway, and eventually we got to the older paint underneath. The wall looked uneven and aged, like it had been painted and repainted over many years. There were spots where the color had changed slightly, and places where you could tell something had once been there. That's when we saw it. On the old paint, under where the wallpaper had been, there was a single handprint. It was small, clearly the size of a child's hand. And it wasn't a clean print like someone stamped it on for fun. It looked old and stained into the paint itself. The color was a brownish red, dark and rusty, the kind of color that instantly makes your brain jump to the worst possibility. It didn't look like fresh paint. It looked like something that had been there a long time, something that had been covered up instead of cleaned properly. We all stared at it for a few seconds. I remember the room going quiet, the three of us standing there with scrapers and wallpaper scraps around our feet, just looking at that handprint like it was looking back. Then one of us made a joke. That's what people do when they get uncomfortable. Someone said something like, "Well, that's not creepy at all." And we laughed in that forced way where you're trying to break the tension. Another one of us said maybe it was old paint or a kid's prank from years ago. We told ourselves it didn't mean anything. At the time, we genuinely didn't think much of it beyond the initial shock. We were in remodeling mode. We were tired. We wanted the job done. So we did what anyone would do, we painted over it. We primed the wall, and then we painted it white. We did 2 coats of white, because white usually needs at least that. When it dried, the wall looked clean, bright, normal. The handprint was gone. We moved on and didn't bring it up much after that. A few days later, though, one of my roommates pointed at the wall and said, "Is it just me, or do you still see it?" I walked over and looked. The handprint was visible again. Not fully dark like before, but there, like a stain bleeding through. You could see the shape of the fingers and the palm, faint but clear enough that once you noticed it, you couldn't unsee it. It wasn't in our heads. All three of us saw it. We told ourselves maybe it was just a stain in the wall. Maybe the old paint had something in it that was seeping through. Maybe it needed a better primer. So we painted again. We did another coat. Then another. It didn't matter. No matter how many times we painted, that handprint kept showing through. It would fade right after painting, and then a day or two later there it was again, like it was slowly returning. At some point, it stopped being funny. It stopped being weird. It became unsettling. Because if it was just a normal stain, why was it so stubborn? And why was it shaped perfectly like a child's hand? We tried different approaches. Different primer. Different paint. We made sure the wall was dry. We even talked about cutting out that section and replacing it, but that was more work than we were ready for right then. We were still telling ourselves it was probably just some kind of stain and nothing more. Eventually, we made a simple decision. Instead of fighting it, we'd hide it. We painted the living room a dark brown. Not because we loved dark brown, but because we knew it would cover anything better than white. And it did. Once we went dark, the handprint disappeared completely. But after we covered it up, that's when the house started acting strange. At first, the changes were small. Not dramatic. Just enough that we noticed them and then tried to talk ourselves out of it. One of the first things we all started noticing was a book on our coffee table. It was a World War II book, one of those heavy books with photos and maps and a thick cover. We didn't treat it like a daily read. It was more like something that lived on the table as a conversation piece. Sometimes one of us would flip through it out of boredom, but most of the time it stayed closed. Except it didn't stay closed. We started coming home and finding the book open. And not open to random pages. Open to the same page over and over, a map of Europe. The first time it happened, I assumed one of my roommates had been looking at it and left it open. I closed it without thinking and went on with my day. Then it happened again. And again. I would close it before leaving the house, and when I returned, it would be open on that map. The weird part was that it didn't matter which one of us was last to leave. It didn't matter what time we came home. It didn't matter if the house was empty for hours. That book would be open, as if someone had walked into the living room, placed their hands on the cover, and opened it to that exact spot. After enough times, we started testing it in stupid little ways. We'd close the book and slide it slightly on the table to see if it moved. We'd close it and place something light on top of it. We'd close it and make a point of saying out loud, "Okay, it's closed," like we were keeping score. Every time, we'd come back and it would be open to that map. We joked about it at first, but the joke turned into a habit, and then the habit turned into something we didn't want to think about. After a while, we just left it open on that page to stop the constant "Who opened it?" conversations. It sounds ridiculous, but it was easier on our nerves to stop fighting it. Then the light started. Not flickering. Not dimming. Actually turning on. At first it was one light. A light in a room nobody was in. Someone would say, "Did you leave that on?" And the person would swear they didn't. It was easy to blame it on forgetfulness. But it got worse. One night my girlfriend stayed at the house alone. I was away at a conference, and the plan was that I'd be back the next day. She wasn't the kind of person who panics over little things. She's practical. If anything, she's usually the one telling me not to overthink stuff. That night, she called me and her voice was tight, fast, scared. She said the lights in the basement and on the first floor kept turning on by themselves. At first I tried to calm her down. I said maybe the switches were old, maybe the power was acting up, maybe it was a wiring issue. I asked if she checked the breaker. I asked if she was sure she turned them off all the way. She told me she was sure. She said she went downstairs and turned off the lights. Then she went upstairs, and when she looked back, they were on again. She went back down and turned them off again, and again they came back on. Over and over, like someone was behind her flipping switches the second she walked away. The way she described it wasn't, "The house is glitchy." It was personal. like something was messing with her. She was so scared that I ended up leaving the conference early and coming home. I still remember that drive, how tense I felt, how my mind kept trying to stay logical while another part of me kept thinking about the handprint and the book and the way the house had changed after we covered that wall. When I got home, she was pale and exhausted, like she hadn't sat down the whole night. The house looked normal, of course. The lights were off at that moment. Everything was quiet. But I believed her, because the fear in her voice had been real. After that, the house started giving us more of the same, objects falling off tables, loud thumps at night, bangs that sounded like someone dropped something heavy in another room. We'd hear a sound and all look up at the same time. Sometimes we'd get up and check, and nothing would be out of place. Other times we'd find something on the floor that hadn't been there before, like a book that had been sitting safely on a shelf or a small item that didn't have any reason to fall. It started to feel like someone wanted attention. Not in a vague, "the house is old" way, but in a deliberate way. Like something was saying, "Notice me. I'm here." The moment that really made it feel direct happened one night while I was doing dishes. It was a normal evening. Not especially creepy. The house was quiet. The sink water was running. I was scrubbing plates, thinking about nothing important. In the kitchen, above me, there was a light fixture on the ceiling. Nothing fancy, just a typical fixture. Without warning, it fell. It dropped straight down and slammed onto the floor with a hard, sharp sound that made me jump so badly I almost dropped a plate. My heart kicked into my throat. For a second, I just stared at it on the floor, shocked, trying to understand what I had just seen. I turned off the water and looked up at the ceiling, expecting to see broken screws or something obvious. It didn't look destroyed. It looked like it had simply come loose. That was strange, but not impossible. Old houses have weird fixtures. Maybe we had bumped it during remodeling. Maybe it hadn't been installed properly. I grabbed a step ladder, climbed up, and put it back into place. I made sure it was secure. I twisted and tightened what needed tightening. I wasn't gentle. I made sure it was seated correctly because I didn't want it to fall again and hurt someone. When I was satisfied, I climbed down and walked back toward the sink. As soon as I stepped back into the kitchen area, it fell again. The timing was so perfect it felt like a response. I stared at it on the floor and felt my stomach twist. Now it didn't feel like a loose fixture. It felt like a message. The first fall could have been an accident. The second fall, right after I fixed it, felt like something saying, "No. Not like that." I went back up the ladder, this time more irritated than scared. I secured it again, even more carefully. I checked everything twice, then a third time. I tugged it gently to see if it would move. It didn't. I climbed down and stood there, staring at it, almost daring it to fall. Right then, without thinking, I spoke out loud. It wasn't planned. It just came out. "You'll have to do better than that to scare me." As soon as the words left my mouth, something happened that shut down my confidence instantly. A spice rack that was mounted on the wall tore loose and flew off. It didn't just drop straight down. It came off with force and landed about 6 feet away, crashing onto the floor with a loud, violent bang. Spices scattered. Glass clinked. The sound filled the room like a slap. For a second, I couldn't move. My brain went blank. I just stood there staring at the mess, the way you stare after an accident when you don't know what to do first. Then I whispered, because my voice suddenly felt small in that kitchen. That worked. I didn't challenge it again after that. Up to that point, all the strange stuff felt like it came from something unseen. Lights turning on. Books opening. Objects falling. Sounds in the night. You could always pretend it was wiring, gravity, coincidence. Even the spice rack, as crazy as it was, could be blamed on a bad mount if you really wanted to force the explanation. But then we started seeing it. That's the part that changed everything for me, because it was no longer just things happening. It became something moving. One night I woke up in the middle of the night thirsty, and decided to get a drink from the kitchen. The house was dark, quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your own footsteps sound too loud. I didn't turn on lights because I didn't want to fully wake myself up, and I knew the layout well enough to walk it in the dark. As I passed the basement door, I noticed something immediately. The pull-string light down there was on. You know that kind of basement light. One bulb hanging from the ceiling with a string you pull to turn it on and off. It's not a fancy switch. It's a simple, old setup. And I knew it was on because the light leaked through the edges and under the door, making a thin, pale line on the floor. I stopped and stared at it for a moment. I didn't feel brave. I know that sounds embarrassing, but it's true. In that moment, I didn't want to open that door. The basement had already become one of the places that felt the most uncomfortable in the house. Nothing had attacked me down there, nothing like that, but it felt heavy. Like the air was thicker. Like the darkness had depth. So instead of turning it off, I told myself I'd deal with it later. I went to the kitchen, got a drink, and tried not to think about it. When I walked back toward my bedroom, I glanced again at the basement door. The light was off. That stopped me in my tracks. I hadn't turned it off. I hadn't gone downstairs. I hadn't even opened the door. But the light, that had been clearly on a minute earlier, was now off. And something else was different too. Across from the basement door was our spare bedroom. We didn't use it much. It was mostly empty, with a few boxes and some random stored items, the kind of room you plan to set up later. The door to that room was cracked open. I was sure it had been closed earlier. I stood in the hallway holding my cup, staring at the crack in the door, trying to decide if I was being paranoid. I told myself maybe one of my roommates left it open. Maybe the airflow in the house moved it. Maybe I didn't remember correctly. But I couldn't ignore the way my skin felt. That prickly, watchful feeling. I stepped closer and looked into the spare bedroom. The room was empty. No one was standing there. No one was crouched behind the door. Nothing was out of place. It was just a dim room with shadows shaped like boxes. I closed the door. I didn't slam it, but I closed it firmly enough that it latched. Then I turned and started walking back toward my bedroom, trying to keep my breathing normal. I made it about halfway down the hall when I heard it. A slow creak. The spare bedroom door opening again. I turned around instantly. In the dim light, I saw the spare bedroom door moving, slowly pulling away from the frame like it was being opened from the inside. The crack widened. The darkness inside seemed to stretch into the hallway. Then something moved. What I saw looked like the shadow of a small girl. It wasn't a clear face or a detailed body. It was more like a child-sized shadow with the shape and movement of a person. It ran out of the spare bedroom and moved fast toward the basement door. And then it looked like it ran into the basement. I didn't see the basement door open. I didn't see it physically touch the knob. But the movement went in that direction so clearly that my brain interpreted it as a child running from one space into the other. Like the basement was where it belonged. Like it knew where to go. I freaked out. I didn't stand there and analyze it. I didn't follow it. I did the most basic human response. I turned and ran back to my room and shut the door behind me. I barely slept after that. I sat up in bed with the lights on, replaying it. Part of me tried to argue with myself. Maybe it was a trick of the darkness. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe my brain saw movement and filled in a shape. But I knew what I saw. And the fear I felt wasn't the fear of a noise. It was the fear of something moving with purpose inside my home. After that night, I finally told my roommates what happened, in full detail. I didn't try to make it sound dramatic. I just told them the truth. The basement light, the door opening, the shadow of a small girl running from the spare bedroom toward the basement. They didn't laugh. They got quiet and exchanged looks, the kind of look people share when they've experienced something but haven't wanted to say it out loud. Not long after, both of my roommates saw it too. One of them mentioned seeing the same small shadow near the spare bedroom, like it slipped past the doorway when he was walking by. The other said he saw movement near the basement stairs. Again, not a detailed person, but a child-sized shadow shape that disappeared the second he tried to focus on it. Once all three of us had seen it, it stopped being something I could blame on being tired. It became a pattern. The strange thing is, even with all of this, I don't actually feel threatened by whatever is in the house. That might sound crazy, considering everything that's happened, but it's the truth. The feeling I get isn't, this thing wants to hurt us. It feels more like, this thing wants to be noticed. The book opening to that map page over and over feels like a habit, like a preference. The lights turning on feels like a way to say, I'm here. The spice rack incident felt like a response, like it didn't like being challenged. But even that didn't feel like a direct attack as much as it felt like a warning, don't treat this like a joke. And the shadow of the little girl, that feels like the closest thing we've gotten to something personal. Like there's an actual presence tied to the spare bedroom and the basement, and it's finally showing itself instead of just moving objects. I'm sharing all of this because I know how it sounds, and I know how I would have reacted before I lived here. I would have rolled my eyes. I would have said it's the wiring, the house settling, someone forgetting things. I would have said there's always an explanation. But when you live inside it, when you paint over a handprint that won't stay gone, when you keep finding the same book open to the same page, when lights turn on again right after you turn them off, when something throws a spice rack across a kitchen right after you speak out loud, and when you see a child-sized shadow run from a room into your basement, eventually you run out of easy explanations. I honestly don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. If anything, it feels like it's building, like whatever is here is getting more comfortable making itself known. I'll keep paying attention, and if anything new happens I'll share it, because at this point it feels like the house has its own story and we're living right in the middle of it. When I was little, back when my middle sister was still sleeping in a crib, my mom and dad moved us into a house with my grandparents. It was in Coleraine Township, a suburb just outside Cincinnati, Ohio. The house was big and beautiful, with a huge backyard and an enormous tree out front. I still remember the first time we pulled up and I saw it. I had never lived in a real house before. My family didn't have much money, and we had always lived in small apartments. So to me, this place felt like something out of a movie. It felt like we had finally made it to a better life. What makes all of this harder to explain is that, at the time, nothing else in my life was changing in a way that should have caused fear or stress. We didn't move to a new school district, so I wasn't dealing with the trauma of leaving friends or starting over somewhere unfamiliar. It should have been a good memory. A normal memory. But what happened in that house didn't stay normal for long. And what my family experienced there wasn't just one person having a nightmare or imagining things. It was something that hit us together, in different ways, until the whole house felt like it didn't belong to us anymore. Before I explain what happened, it helps to know exactly who was living there at the time. It was my mother and father, me, my younger sister Gabby, my grandmother and grandfather, and my uncle David. It was a full house, the kind where you could always hear someone talking or moving around. Looking back, that should have made it feel safer. If something odd happened, you'd think there would always be a simple explanation because there were so many people around. The first thing I clearly remember from that house is how suddenly my younger sister Gabby got sick. Like I said, she was still little, still in diapers. She was a baby. And within about a week of us moving in, she started getting really ill. It wasn't just a mild cold. It was the kind of sickness that hung on and got worse, the kind that makes adults start whispering in the kitchen when they think kids can't hear them. It became miserable in our room because I shared it with her. She cried constantly, day and night. It wasn't normal baby crying either. It was non-stop, desperate crying. The kind that wears you down because it feels like it never ends. She barely slept, and when she finally did fall asleep, it wasn't for long. She'd wake up again and start crying like she was in pain or terrified. Even as a child, I could tell something wasn't right. And I could tell it wasn't just hard on Gabby. It was hard on everyone. My family has always been very religious. We were raised going to church every Sunday. My parents taught us to love God and to live for Him. Faith wasn't a small part of our life, it was the center of it. In our home, there were pictures of Jesus, crosses, and other Christian symbols. So when Gabby got sick and the doctors couldn't figure it out, my parents did what they always did: they prayed. A lot. They prayed in the morning, they prayed at dinner, they prayed at night, and they prayed in moments of fear when nobody else was watching. And still, nothing got better. It's hard to explain how helpless that made my mom feel. You can see it on a person's face when they don't know how to protect their child. As the days passed, the sadness settled into our house like a heavy blanket. My mom wasn't just tired, she looked worn down. My dad tried to stay steady, but even he seemed tense. My grandparents watched everything closely, and my Uncle David became quieter, like he didn't want to say the wrong thing. The night that changed everything happened during one of those exhausting weeks. It was evening, and the house had finally quieted down a little. My dad had already fallen asleep in bed. My mom was still awake, sitting up beside him. She was reading her Bible, trying to find comfort the way she always had. I wasn't in their room, but I've heard her tell this story so many times that it's burned into my memory like I was standing there with her. She finished reading, closed the Bible, and glanced down toward the floor like her mind was far away. She was stressed, overwhelmed, and scared because Gabby wasn't improving. The doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong, and my mom felt like she was watching her baby suffer without being able to fix it. A mother can carry a lot, but that kind of helplessness breaks something inside you. So she started her nightly prayers. And I still remember the kind of words she used, because she repeated them so often during that time. She would say things like, "Dear God, please cast out the spirit of sickness from my child, and make her healthy again." I don't know if those were the exact words that night, but I know that was the heart of her prayer. It was the same prayer she had been saying again and again, night after night, begging God to heal Gabby. While she prayed, she heard a sound that made her lift her head. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to catch her attention. She didn't stop praying. She just looked down the hallway, toward the bedroom where me and Gabby slept. Around the same time, I woke up too. I woke up to the sound of our bedroom door creaking. At first, I didn't feel scared at all. I assumed it was my mom coming to check on us the way moms do, quietly, trying not to wake the kids. In my child mind, it was normal. I rolled over quickly, pretending to be asleep because I didn't want to get in trouble for being awake. And I remember feeling almost amused, like I had caught her sneaking in. Then I heard slow footsteps. I even remember giggling to myself silently, still thinking it was my mom trying to be quiet. The footsteps sounded careful, measured, like whoever it was didn't want to make noise. That matched what I expected from my mom. But what my mom was seeing in the hallway was not her checking on us. From my mom's point of view, as she stared down the hall and kept praying for Gabby, something big began to move out of our bedroom doorway. At first, she couldn't even process it. Her mind tried to turn it into something normal. A shadow. A trick of the light. A person bending down. Anything except what it actually looked like. Then it stepped farther into the hall, and she could see more of it. She tried to wake my dad. She smacked him, shook him, tried to pull him out of sleep because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But he didn't wake up. He didn't even roll over. It was like nothing could pull him up, even with her panicking right beside him. The thing in the hallway was not human. My mom said the first thing that hit her was the smell. A powerful, disgusting smell, like rotting meat. Not a mild bad odor. Something strong enough to make her feel sick, something that filled her nose and made her stomach turn. It wasn't the smell of an old house or spoiled food. It was the smell of decay, like death. And then she could fully see it. To this day, my mom believes what she saw was a demon. She described it as being huge, so tall that when it straightened up, its head nearly brushed the ceiling. This wasn't something child-sized or human-sized. It was massive, filling the hallway space in a way that made it look even more real. She said it stood there like it had weight, like it belonged in the physical world, not like a ghostly mist. Its eyes were what she talks about the most. Bright, flashing red eyes. Not eyes that looked like normal eyes with color, but eyes that looked wrong, like they had their own light. She said it stared at her directly. Not past her. Not around her. At her, like it knew she was watching it and wanted her to understand that. She also described its body in a way that still makes my skin crawl. She said it looked like pieces of flesh were hanging off it. Like its body wasn't whole. Like it was damaged, decayed, or torn. The details are hard to hear even now, because they sound impossible, like something you should only see in a nightmare. But my mom always described it the same way, with the same horror, like the image never left her. The thing moved slowly, almost calmly, as if it wasn't in a hurry. It came farther into the hall, then turned so it was facing her more directly. My mom said she kept praying, but her prayers became silent because she was terrified to make a sound. She said she couldn't even get words out of her mouth. Her lips might have moved, but no sound escaped. The demon, or whatever it was, began walking toward the front door. It didn't rush. It didn't run. It walked with this slow control, like it knew it had power. But while it moved toward the front, it kept its eyes locked on my mother, like it wanted her fear. Like it wanted her to feel helpless. Like it wanted her to remember exactly what she was seeing. My mother said it felt like it hated what she was doing. Like it didn't like her praying. Like her prayer about casting out sickness had drawn its attention, or threatened it somehow. As it neared the front door, it laughed. That part is the part that makes my stomach drop, even now. Because a laugh is personal. A laugh is not a random sound. It's a reaction. It's mockery. She said the voice was deep, heavy, and didn't sound like a normal human voice at all. It wasn't like a man standing in the hall playing a prank. It sounded unnatural, like something forcing sound through a throat that wasn't made for it. Then, as suddenly as it had come out of our bedroom, it opened the front door and left. Just like that. My mom sat there for a moment, frozen, trying to breathe, trying to understand what had just happened. She was terrified, but she also had that mother panic rising in her, because whatever it was had come from the doorway of the room where her children were sleeping. She ran down the hall and into our room. She woke me up fully, and she woke Gabby too. I remember the sudden rush of her voice, her hands, the lights, the urgency. She scooped us up and brought us to her room. After that night, we slept in my parents' room for nearly a month. My mom didn't want us out of her sight. Not after what she had seen. When she told my father what happened, he didn't believe her. He was convinced it had to be a nightmare, or stress, or her imagination. I think part of him didn't want to believe it because if he believed it, then he had to accept that something had entered their home and stood in the hallway while he slept. That's a hard thing for a man, especially a father, to accept. But my mom wasn't the type to make up stories like that. She didn't tell it like a joke. She told it like a warning. When she told my grandparents, the reaction was different. My grandmother's face changed the moment she heard it. She didn't laugh. She didn't dismiss it. She didn't act like it was impossible. She looked concerned in a way that told my mom she wasn't the only one who felt something was wrong with that house. My grandmother called our pastor, the one who led the church we attended. He was a kind man, and when he heard what was happening, he agreed to come and bless the house. In our family, that was the next step. When you believe in God, and you believe something evil might be in your home, you call for spiritual help. I was a child, so my memories of that part are limited. I know my sister and I were sent to stay with my aunt while the pastor came. My family didn't want us in the house during it. I don't know exactly what was done, what prayers were said, or what my grandparents and parents saw or felt during the blessing. The adults never gave me the full details, and even later, when I asked questions, they would go quiet or change the subject. But I do know what happened after. Whatever was in that house didn't leave. And the blessing didn't calm things down. If anything, it made things worse. The way my family explained it later was simple and terrifying. The blessing not only failed to remove whatever was in our home, but it seemed to anger it severely. My friend Heather and I have this weird problem that we still joke about, even though it isn't really funny when it's happening. Whenever we spend a lot of time together, something strange tends to happen. It's like the universe notices we're in the same place and decides to throw in something paranormal just to keep things uncomfortable. We both had odd experiences on our own before, but together it happens more often, and it happens in a way that feels harder to ignore. We can be sitting in a normal room, doing normal things, and then something will shift in the air and we'll look at each other like, "Here we go again." This story happened during one summer when I stayed with Heather at her new place in Colorado. She had recently moved there and was completely in love with it. She talked nonstop about the mountains, the clean air, the wildlife, the way the sky looked bigger, and how quiet the nights were outside the city. She wanted me to see all of it. She wanted me to feel that Colorado peace, she kept describing, like nature could reset your brain. For the first part of my trip, we did what most people do when they come to Colorado in the summer. We went on hiking trails. We took pictures. We packed snacks and water and tried to be those people who wake up early and feel energized by fresh air. The trails were beautiful, but they were also crowded. A lot of them felt less like a peaceful walk in nature and more like a line at an amusement park, except everyone was wearing hiking boots. We'd pass families, big groups, people playing music on speakers, people talking loud, people stopping in the middle of the path to take photos. The views were still amazing, but it was hard to really sink into the quiet part of nature when you kept hearing other voices around every bend. One day, a friend of Heather's named Mike suggested something different. He said we should do a trail outside his hometown. He described his hometown as the middle of nowhere, the kind of place people drive past without realizing it's there. According to him, it was far enough from the tourist spots that we wouldn't have to deal with crowds. He said the trail was beautiful and remote, and that the area around it felt untouched compared to the more popular parks. The idea sounded perfect. Heather loved the thought of doing something more local and less busy, and I was excited to finally hike without feeling like I was in a crowd. Mike said he knew the area well and could guide us. We also invited our friend James. James and Mike were both the type who looked comfortable outdoors. They were confident, practical, and calm in a way that made you feel safer just having them nearby. They were also both police officers, which added another layer of, "Okay, we'll be fine," to the plan. So the group for the trip ended up being 4 of us, me, Heather, Mike, and James. We decided we weren't going to do the trail as a quick day hike. We wanted to camp. We wanted a few days of slow, quiet time where we could just sit and breathe and actually listen to the forest at night. The plan was to hike in, camp somewhere along the trail for a few days, then hike back out. We expected the whole trip to last about 5 days, give or take, depending on how we felt. We packed like people who thought this was going to be a peaceful getaway. Tents, sleeping bags, food, water filters, cooking supplies, first aid, flashlights, extra batteries, and all the little things you think you might need when you're going to be away from stores and cell service. We checked the weather, we made sure we had layers, and we talked about how nice it was going to be to unplug for a bit. The drive out to Mike's area already felt different. The scenery changed the farther we got from the more populated places. Roads got quieter. Buildings got farther apart. The landscape opened up. There were stretches where it felt like the world was mostly sky and tree line, with only a few signs of people. Mike seemed relaxed, like he was happy to be heading back near home. Heather was in a great mood, talking about how this was exactly what she wanted me to experience. When we got to the trailhead, it looked like Mike promised. No big crowds. No long line of cars. Just a small parking area, a sign, and the entrance to the trail disappearing into trees. The air felt cooler there, and it smelled like pine and earth. The kind of smell that makes you breathe deeper without thinking about it. The first day of hiking was long, but good. We talked as we walked. We stopped for water and snacks. We pointed out interesting plants and footprints in the dirt. Every now and then we'd hear something move in the brush and freeze for a second, then laugh at ourselves when it turned out to be a bird or a squirrel. It was the kind of day that makes you feel tired in a satisfying way. By the time we got deeper into the trail, the forest felt more serious. That might sound dramatic, but it's the best way I can describe it. On busy trails, the forest feels like a backdrop. Here, it felt like you were inside it. The trees looked taller. The shadows seemed deeper. The silence between our voices was thicker. You could go several minutes without hearing anything besides our footsteps and our breathing. Even the light looked different as it filtered through the leaves. After about a day and a half of hiking, we found a spot that felt perfect for camping. It was a clearing that was almost level, which is rare when you're in wooded mountain areas. One side of the clearing had a slope that dropped down toward the forest below. If you stood at the edge and looked down, you could see the tops of trees stretching out like a dark green ocean. It was beautiful, and it also felt a little exposed, like the clearing was a small island in the middle of a huge wilderness. It didn't take long to notice we weren't the first people to camp there. There were little signs everywhere once you looked closely. Old cans half buried in dirt, rocks arranged like someone had once built a fire ring, logs moved into a rough seating area. It wasn't fresh trash, more like old leftovers from past campers, weathered and faded. The place had been used before, and it felt like it had a history of people stopping there to rest. We decided to make camp there for a couple nights. We set up the tents, got our food organized, and started settling into that relaxed camping rhythm. It should have been the part of the trip where everything slows down, where you finally stop checking your watch and just exist. But we didn't really get that chance. That first night, we built a fire. It was late enough that the sky had gone dark, but not so late that we were ready to sleep. The flames gave us a warm circle of light, and beyond that circle the forest was pure darkness. That's how campfires always feel, comforting and creepy at the same time. The warmth pulls you in, but the darkness around it reminds you how small your safe space really is. It was around 11 p.m. when Heather suddenly stopped laughing mid-conversation. She leaned forward slightly and stared down the slope toward the tree line. Her face changed in a way that made me instantly pay attention. "Hey," she said quietly, like she didn't want to be too loud. "Did you guys see that?" All of us turned to look. At first, I didn't even know what I was looking for. The tree line was just a wall of black shapes. The slope down from our clearing made it harder to see details. I squinted into the darkness and saw nothing. "What?" Mike asked. "See what?" Heather pointed, her arms stiff. "Down there. I saw a light." A second later, we all saw it. A light appeared between the trees. It looked like a flashlight beam, the kind you'd see if someone was walking through the woods. But it wasn't steady. It moved fast, bouncing up and down as if the person holding it was running. It flashed across trunks and branches, jumping from one place to another in quick bursts. It wasn't like someone slowly searching the ground. It looked like someone moving with urgency. James stood up so fast his chair log rolled backward. He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled down toward the trees. "Hello? Is someone there?" The moment he shouted, the light went out. Not faded. Not moved away. It simply shut off like someone clicked a switch. We all sat there in silence, staring down the slope. The fire popped loudly, and the sound made me jump. I realized my heart was beating too hard, and I hated that. I didn't want to be the scared one. But something about the way the light moved, and the way it instantly turned off when we called out, made my skin feel tight. Mike tried to be logical. "Probably another camper," he said. "Or a hiker who got off trail." James nodded, but he didn't sit back down right away. He kept scanning the tree line like he expected the light to come back. Heather leaned closer to me. I could tell she was trying to act calm, but her voice dropped into that quiet tone people use when they don't want to admit they're scared. "That didn't feel normal," she whispered. "It didn't," I whispered back. We tried to go on with the night. We told more jokes. We tried to laugh. But the mood had changed. Every time the forest made a sound, we all paused. Every time the wind shifted and moved branches, we glanced toward the slope. None of us said it out loud, but the darkness beyond the fire suddenly felt like it had attention. When it was time to sleep, Heather and I looked at each other, and without even needing a long discussion, we decided it was smarter to sleep in the boys' tent that night. We told ourselves it was just because of the possible stranger in the woods. But the truth is, we both felt safer being closer to James and Mike. The guys didn't argue. They didn't make fun of us. They just made room and acted like it was a normal choice. I didn't sleep well. Every time I started to drift, I'd picture that light bouncing through the trees and then snapping off the second we yelled. My brain kept trying to build a story around it. A lost hiker. Someone camping nearby. A person playing a prank. But none of those explanations felt fully right. The next morning, the daylight helped. Everything looks less scary when you can see it clearly. Sunlight turned the slope into a normal hillside and the tree line into a normal forest. Birds were making noise, and you could hear the small movements of animals that had been hidden by darkness the night before. The world seemed friendly again. Still, James and Mike decided to go down the slope to see if there was another campsite nearby. They told us they wanted to check for signs of someone else, mostly for safety. Heather and I stayed up in the clearing and started making breakfast. We tried to act like it was no big deal. But we kept glancing down the hill, listening for their voices. When they came back, they were carrying something. It was a backpack. Not a nice new backpack, not something that looked like it belonged to a modern hiker. It was old, weather-worn, and falling apart. The fabric looked faded and rough, like it had been out in sun and rain for a long time. The straps looked weak, and parts of it seemed close to tearing completely. It was empty, or at least it felt empty when they lifted it. It didn't have the weight of someone's supplies inside. James set it down near the fire area and said, "Found it on a rock just inside the tree line." Mike nodded. "Like someone placed it there." Heather stared at it. "How old do you think it is?" Mike shrugged. "Hard to say. But it's been out there a while." We stood around it for a few minutes, all of us thinking the same thing but not saying it. If it had been left there for years, why was it sitting so clearly on a rock, not buried, not dragged away by animals? If it was newer, where was the owner? Why did we not see anyone? Why did we not hear anyone else's camp sounds nearby? We discussed leaving right then. I wanted to, honestly. I didn't like the feeling that we had stepped into someone else's space without knowing who someone else was. But the guys argued that it was probably nothing. People lose gear all the time. A backpack could have been abandoned by someone who realized it was broken and didn't want to carry it. The flashlight could have been a hiker passing through. They reminded us that daylight made everything feel normal and that we hadn't actually seen a person, just a light. So we agreed to stay one more night. We told ourselves we'd keep an eye out, and if anything else happened, we'd leave in the morning. We even joked about it during the day, trying to make the fear feel smaller. We explored a little, took pictures, and enjoyed the view from the edge of the clearing. By late afternoon, I almost convinced myself we were overreacting. If I could go back and change one thing, it would be that decision. Because that second night is something I still dream about. Not every week, not constantly, but often enough that it stayed with me. When I have those nightmares, I wake up with the same feeling I had out there, the feeling that the forest is listening. That night, none of us were ready to sleep early. We were all tired, but we also felt uneasy, and sometimes being uneasy makes you want to stay awake, like sleep will make you vulnerable. So we stayed by the fire longer than we normally would. We talked and laughed, but it wasn't as relaxed as the first night. It was forced at times, like we were trying to prove we were fine. At some point, the conversation slowed, and the crackling of the fire became the main sound. The darkness beyond the firelight seemed thicker than before. The slope down toward the trees looked like a black drop-off. Then Heather suddenly sat up straighter. "Everyone be quiet," she said. Her voice was serious, and it cut through the moment. All of us stopped talking. "What?" James asked, but even he lowered his voice. "Do you hear that?" Heather whispered. We listened. I held my breath without meaning to. I heard the normal night sounds, the fire, a faint wind, maybe insects. But nothing else. Nothing unusual. I don't hear anything, Mike said. Heather's face looked pale in the firelight, and her eyes were wide. That alone scared me. Heather could be dramatic sometimes, but she wasn't the type to look like that unless she really felt something. What do you hear? I asked her quietly. She swallowed. A woman, she said. Crying. At first, James and Mike laughed, thinking she was messing with us. James said something like, "Nice try," and Mike shook his head like she was trying to scare us on purpose. I even wondered if she was messing with us, because I still didn't hear anything. Then it happened. We all heard it. Clear as day, the sound of a woman crying came from down the slope, somewhere in the trees. It wasn't faint. It wasn't the kind of sound you could mistake for an animal. It was human crying, the kind that rises and falls, the kind that sounds like pain and fear mixed together. The mood changed instantly. Nobody laughed anymore. James and Mike didn't hesitate. Being police officers, their brains went straight to one thing: someone needs help. A lost hiker. Someone injured. Someone in trouble. They both stood up at the same time, grabbed flashlights, and started moving toward the slope. Heather and I couldn't move. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true. My body locked up, and so did hers. It wasn't that we didn't care about the crying. It was that something about it felt wrong. The sound didn't match the place. It didn't match the timing. It didn't sound like someone calling for help. It sounded like someone crying in a way that felt empty, somehow. Like it wasn't meant to be answered. "Be careful," Heather said, her voice shaking. James nodded and called down the slope. "Hello? We can help you." "Where are you?" Mike added. "Call out. Tell us where you are." They started down the hill, their flashlight beams moving across trees and brush. The crying continued. It seemed to come from one spot and then shift, like it was deeper in the woods than it sounded. Or like it was moving away. Heather grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. We sat close to each other by the fire, not wanting to be alone, trying to listen for the guys' voices. We could hear James and Mike calling out. We could hear them stepping through leaves and branches. Their voices echoed strangely between the trees. Time stretched. 10 minutes can feel like an hour when you're sitting in the dark, waiting, and imagining everything that could go wrong. Heather whispered that she didn't like it, that she felt like something was pulling them away. I didn't argue because I felt it too, even though I couldn't explain why. We kept hearing them yell, "Hello? Please tell us where you are." The crying was still there, and it still sounded just as human and awful. Then everything flipped. We heard screaming. Not the crying. James and Mike. They were screaming like something had jumped out at them. It wasn't just a surprised yell. It was full panic, the kind of sound that comes from pure fear. My whole body went cold. Heather made a small sound like she was about to cry. We both stood up, but neither of us ran down the slope. We couldn't. We were frozen, trapped between wanting to help and knowing we would be useless in the dark woods. About 2 minutes after the screaming started, James and Mike came sprinting back up the slope. They ran so hard it looked like they were trying to outrun something. They were crashing through brush, slipping on dirt, grabbing branches to pull themselves upward. When they reached the clearing, they didn't stop neatly. They stumbled into the firelight, gasping for air, eyes wide, faces white. They couldn't speak at first. They were too out of breath. Mike bent over and started throwing up in the bushes near camp, like his body couldn't handle what had just happened. James stood there, hands on his knees, chest heaving, staring into the dark like he expected something to follow them up. Then James straightened up and said, "We're leaving. Now." Mike wiped his mouth and nodded hard. "Pack up. Right now." Heather and I didn't ask questions. Not then. We didn't argue. We didn't complain about how late it was or how hard it would be to pack in the dark. The fear on their faces told us everything we needed to know. We started tearing down camp fast, using our flashlights like spotlights as we worked. Sleeping bags got stuffed into sacks without being rolled neatly. Poles got pulled and shoved. Food got thrown into bags. We didn't care about organization anymore. We cared about moving. The forest felt different while we packed. It felt like the darkness at the edge of the firelight was watching us. The crying had stopped. That silence was worse, because it felt like the woods had gone quiet on purpose. Within minutes, we were moving down the trail, leaving the clearing behind, walking as fast as we could without tripping. The trail was difficult in the dark. Roots caught our feet. Rocks shifted under us. We kept shining our lights ahead, behind, and to the sides, jumping at normal sounds. Nobody talked much. It was mostly heavy breathing and quick steps. Sometimes one of the guys would glance behind us, and every time they did, Heather squeezed my arm tighter. We kept going until the sky started to lighten. By the time the sun finally began to come up, we had put a good distance between us and that campsite. The soft light of morning made everything look normal again, but it didn't make us feel normal. When it was fully light, we finally slowed down enough to drink water and catch our breath. We looked exhausted, dirty, and shaken. That's when I finally got the nerve to ask. "James," I said carefully, "what happened down there?" He didn't answer right away. He looked like he was still seeing it in his head. Mike was staring at the ground, silent. Heather stood close to me, listening. James took a long breath and said they followed the crying into the trees. They went deeper than they meant to, because the sound kept pulling them forward. Every time they thought they were close, it felt like it moved again, like it was just ahead of them. They searched the area where it sounded the loudest, shining their flashlights everywhere, calling out, trying to find the person. They couldn't find anyone. No footprints. No broken branches that looked fresh. No sign of a woman sitting or lying on the ground. Nothing. James said that after a while they decided they had to go back to camp and call for help. They figured maybe the person was moving and confused, or maybe the sound was traveling strangely through the trees. But they didn't want to keep pushing deeper in the dark without a clear location. So they turned back, and as they were heading toward the slope, they passed the rock where they had found the backpack earlier. And that's when they saw her. James said there was a girl sitting next to the rock with her head buried in her knees, crying. Not standing. Not waving. Sitting still, like she had been there the whole time. He said what felt wrong immediately was her clothing. She was wearing a big red winter jacket and a black stocking cap, the kind you'd wear in freezing weather. But it was the middle of summer. Even at night in the mountains, it wasn't cold enough for that kind of heavy jacket and winter hat. It didn't match the season at all. James said they were about 20 feet away. He spoke to her in a calm voice, the way officers speak when they're trying not to scare someone. He asked if she was okay, if she needed help. The girl stopped crying. James said she lifted her head slightly and pointed deeper into the forest, away from the trail and away from our campsite, like she wanted them to follow. She didn't speak. She just pointed. And then she disappeared. Not like she stood up and ran. Not like she walked away behind a tree. James said she was there, pointing, and then she was gone. Like she blinked out of existence. That's when both he and Mike screamed, and that's when they ran. Hearing James say that made my stomach twist. Heather's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't let them fall. Mike finally spoke and said it felt like the air got colder around the girl, and like the sound of the crying had been coming from her, but also from everywhere around them. He said his body reacted before his brain did, and once he started running, he couldn't stop. We all stood there in the morning light, trying to understand what that meant. None of us wanted to say it out loud, but we all knew what we were thinking. The flashlight on the first night. The old backpack. The crying. The girl in winter clothes. The pointing. It felt like a lure. It felt like something was trying to draw us in. First by making us notice a light in the trees, then by leaving an old backpack like a clue, then by using the sound of a crying woman to pull James and Mike down the slope, and finally by showing them a girl who pointed deeper into the forest as if to say, "Go there." At the time, we were too scared to sit and analyze it properly. We just wanted distance. We wanted to get back to somewhere normal, somewhere with other people and clear exits and daylight that didn't feel fake. Later, once we were safely away from that trail, we talked about it a lot. We went over every detail again and again, trying to figure out what it could have been. Could it have been a real person at first, and then something else? Could the crying have been someone who died there long ago? Was the backpack connected? Was the girl connected to a missing person case? Was it some strange trick of sound and shadow and fear? But the part that kept coming back was the pointing. Because pointing isn't just appearing. Pointing is directing. It has intention. We're all pretty sure whatever it was wanted Mike and James to follow it into the forest, away from the trail, away from the camp, away from safety. That's why it still scares me. If it was just a ghost repeating a sad moment, it might have been haunting but not dangerous. But the way it seemed to react, the way it seemed to lead them, felt like it had a goal. Since then, we've had long conversations about going back. Not because we miss the fear, but because that kind of experience leaves you with questions you can't easily live with. Part of us wonders if it was trying to show us something. Maybe someone really did get lost out there. Maybe someone really did die. Maybe there's something deeper in the woods that we were meant to find, something that needs to be discovered. But another part of us wonders if the intention wasn't good at all. We don't know if it wanted help, or if it wanted victims. We don't know if it was trying to lead us to a truth, or lead us into a trap. And after seeing how fast 2 trained police officers went from calm and confident to screaming and running for their lives, it's hard to think about going back without feeling that same cold fear crawling up my spine. All I know is that Heather and I went to Colorado hoping for nature and peace, and instead we got another reminder of what happens when we're together. Something follows, or something notices, or something decides to reach out. And wherever that trail is, somewhere outside Mike's hometown, there's still a clearing with old cans and moved rocks, and a slope that drops into dark trees, and a place where the forest can make you hear a woman crying even when there's no one there. Sometimes I still wake up and remember the sound of it, clear as can be, drifting up through the trees like it wanted us to come closer. I've been living in the same house for about 5 years now, and during those 5 years a lot of things have happened that I still can't explain in a normal way. I'm not talking about one weird noise one time, or the usual, old house, sounds that people joke about. I mean repeated things that happen often enough that you start paying attention, and you start changing how you live inside your own home. At first, when the odd stuff started, I did what most people do. I tried to ignore it. I blamed the wind, the air conditioner, the house settling, or my own tired mind. I told myself that if I didn't feed it attention, it would stop. I didn't want to be the person who is always talking about ghosts, because I know how that sounds. I also didn't want to scare my family, especially my sister, because we were both still trying to feel comfortable in the house. But over the years, the same kinds of events kept happening, and they kept happening in a way that didn't feel random. Doors have been one of the biggest things. We've had doors that were fully closed, and I mean fully shut, suddenly swing open like someone pulled them, and then slam shut like somebody was angry. More than once it happened so hard that it made the whole room jump, the way it does when someone in your family slams a door during an argument. Except there was no argument, and there was no person there. Sometimes it would happen when the house was quiet and everyone was doing their own thing. Sometimes it would happen late at night when the lights were off and the only sound should have been the TV or the hum of the fridge. It wasn't like a door slowly drifting because it wasn't latched. It was a full, loud open and slam. The kind of sound that makes your heart kick up and your brain instantly starts searching for danger. We checked the doors. We checked the frames. We checked the hinges. We checked if the floors were uneven. We checked if there were drafts. We tried to be reasonable about it. But the doors didn't behave that way every day, and they didn't behave that way in a predictable, this door sticks kind of pattern. They would be normal for weeks and then suddenly do something that felt like a message, I'm here. The other thing that has happened more than I ever wanted it to is what I can only describe as an unwelcome guest in my sister's room. Her room is across from mine. That matters because a lot of the time, I can hear things from her room even when I'm in my own bed. Sound carries in our house, especially at night when everything else is quiet. In her room, there's a bed that sits across from where I sleep. Sometimes, day or night, when nobody is on that bed, you can hear the springs shift the way they do when a person sits down. It's a specific sound. Anyone who has slept on a spring bed knows it. The metal compresses, there's a small creak, the mattress dips, then you get that slight settling sound. And then, after a moment, you hear it again, but the opposite way. The springs release like the person stood up. The first time I heard it, I assumed my sister had sat down on her bed or gotten up. But then I realized she wasn't even in there. Or she would be standing on the other side of the room, and the bed would make that sound like someone just sat down hard enough to make the springs complain. The creepiest part is that it sounds like weight. It doesn't sound like a small movement. It sounds like a person's full body weight pressing down and then lifting up. If it happened once, you could shrug it off. But it's happened enough times that it has become one of those things we don't even fully talk about anymore, because what do you say after a while? There was one moment that stands out to me because it happened so casually. My sister was fixing her hair in front of her dresser. She was literally about a foot away from her bed, close enough that if a real person sat down on that mattress she would have felt the movement, or seen it in the mirror. She was focused on her hair, brushing it, looking at herself, just doing a normal routine. Then the bed springs made that sound, compress, creak, settle, like someone sat down. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She didn't even jump much. She glanced for a second, then basically ignored it, and kept brushing her hair like it was nothing. I remember thinking, how is she acting like this is normal? But then I realized that's how she deals with it. That's her way of surviving in a place where strange things keep happening. She acts like she doesn't care. She keeps going. If she reacts, it gets too real. If she treats it like it's just another annoying sound, she keeps her control. I wish I could do that as easily as she does, but I can't. Some things in this house have scared me badly, and the worst thing that ever happened to me here wasn't a door slamming or a bed creaking. The worst thing was the day I woke up and couldn't move. It happened on May 12, 2009, early in the morning. I remember the date clearly because after it happened, I kept repeating it in my mind like I was trying to prove it was real. I also remember it because I looked at the clock when it was over, and the time was burned into my brain. That night, I went to sleep late. I've always had trouble sleeping sometimes. My mind doesn't shut off easily, and the more I want to sleep, the more awake I feel. I'll lay there thinking about everything and nothing. I'll feel tired but not able to drift off. I'll start counting hours in my head like, if I fall asleep now, I'll get this many hours. And then that stress makes it worse. Watching TV doesn't help either, but I still do it sometimes because it's a distraction. It gives my brain something simple to focus on instead of spinning. That night I had the TV on for a while and I kept shifting positions, trying to get comfortable. I kept feeling like I was on the edge of sleep and then snapping back awake again. Eventually, around 3:35 a.m., I finally fell asleep. I remember that time because I looked at the clock right before I turned over and tried to force myself to relax. Before I went to sleep I prayed, like I usually do when I'm feeling uneasy. I grew up with faith, and prayer has always been something I fall back on when my mind feels heavy. I didn't pray anything fancy. I just asked God to protect me and my family, to keep the house calm, to help me sleep. When I fell asleep, it was deep at first. It felt like my body finally gave up and dropped into sleep. But then, sometime later, I had that sudden feeling that I overslept. It's hard to explain, but a lot of people know what I mean. You wake up and you feel like you missed something, like your alarm didn't go off, like you're late. It's a nervous feeling that pulls you out of sleep fast. So I opened my eyes. The room was dark. My blanket was pulled up over half my face. I could see the shape of the window, and I could tell it wasn't light outside yet. The sky wasn't turning gray. There wasn't that early morning glow. It was still fully night. Seeing that should have calmed me down, because it meant I hadn't slept too long. But the moment I tried to shift, I realized something was wrong. My body felt extremely heavy. At first, I thought I was just tired. Like maybe I had fallen into too deep of a sleep and my muscles were slow to respond. I've had mornings where you feel like you're made of stone for a second, and then you stretch and it goes away. So I tried to move again. Nothing happened. My body stayed exactly where it was, and this heavy feeling didn't lift. It wasn't just, I'm sleepy, heavy. It was like my chest and arms were pinned down. Like the mattress had become a weight. Like gravity had doubled. I remember thinking, okay, this is weird, but maybe I'm still half dreaming. Then I tried harder. And that's when the tingling started. Every time I tried to move, my body tingled painfully. Not like your foot falling asleep and waking up. More like electricity under the skin. It ran through my arms, my legs, my chest, and it got worse the more I fought. It made me want to stop moving because it hurt, but my fear pushed me to keep trying. My eyes shut, maybe because I was panicking and squeezing them without realizing it. And when my eyes were closed, all I could see was black with these distorted shapes of white and gray. It was like my vision was trying to form an image but couldn't. Like broken patterns floating in darkness. I forced my eyes open again, trying to focus on something normal in the room. The window. The wall. Anything. But I still couldn't move. At that point, panic hit me fully. I'm not ashamed to say it. It was pure panic. The kind that makes your mind scream, get up, get up, get up, even though your body doesn't respond. My first instinct was to call for my sister. Her room is across from mine, and I thought if I could just yell, she would wake up, come into my room, shake me, and whatever this was would stop. I imagined her opening my door and turning on the light and snapping me out of it. So I tried to yell. I couldn't open my mouth. I tried again, pushing as hard as I could, and it felt like my jaw was locked. Like the muscles weren't listening to me. The fear doubled instantly because it wasn't just my arms or legs, it was my voice too. I couldn't even make a sound. The only thing I could move was my head, and even that was limited. I could turn it slightly side to side, but not much. And every time I tried to move, it felt like I was being smothered under a blanket. The blanket was already over part of my face, and I remember the sensation of it pressing, even though I knew it wasn't moving. Breathing became difficult too. Not impossible, but scarce. Shallow. Like my body was only giving me the minimum amount of air. I could breathe, but it felt like there was not enough space for my lungs to fully expand. That might have been the worst part. Because when your body is frozen and your breathing is limited, your mind starts thinking you are going to die. It starts thinking you are being held down. It starts making the situation bigger and darker, and your fear starts feeding itself. And yet, even in that fear, I could still hear my thoughts clearly. My mind was loud inside my head. I couldn't speak out loud, but my thoughts were sharp. So I started thinking words like I was shouting them. Go back to hell. Leave me alone. Over and over again. I kept repeating it in my head, like I was trying to push the words out of my mouth through pure force. I wanted whatever it was to understand that I wasn't inviting it. I wasn't accepting it. I wasn't just going to lay there and let it happen. But it didn't stop. The heaviness stayed. The tingling stayed. The tight breathing stayed. And I started getting angry, not just scared. Angry in the way you get angry when something is hurting you and you can't fight back. Angry because it felt unfair and humiliating, like my own body had turned against me. Then I started praying again, but stronger. I started saying in my mind, Dios es mi salvador, Él me salvará. I grew up hearing prayers in Spanish, and those words came to me naturally in that moment. God is my Savior, He will save me. I repeated it again and again, trying to hold on to faith because faith was the only weapon I felt like I had. I was furious now. Not calm. Furious. I wanted to sit up and swing my arms at the air, even though I couldn't move a finger. I wanted to jump out of bed and turn on every light in the house. I wanted to scream. I wanted to make noise so the entire house would wake up and this would stop. But I couldn't. I couldn't even lift my hand off the sheet. I remembered that I had been reading the Bible before I went to sleep. That memory hit me like a reminder: use what you know. So I started repeating verses that I could remember. I started repeating what I called the St. Michael verse over and over. I didn't have a Bible open in front of me. I couldn't reach one even if I wanted to. But I repeated it the best way I could from memory, like I was building a wall around my mind. The longer it went on, the more time felt strange. When you're terrified and trapped, seconds stretch. A minute feels like 10 minutes. Your mind starts asking, how long has it been? And you don't have an answer. You start thinking, what if it never stops? And that thought alone makes you panic harder. I kept trying to move my fingers, just a little. Nothing. I tried to wiggle my toes. Nothing. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing. Each attempt brought that painful tingling back stronger, like punishment for fighting. I tried to turn my head again, and my breathing got worse, like shifting my position made the pressure heavier. That made me even more scared, because I thought, if I move too much maybe I won't be able to breathe at all. So I laid there, trapped, repeating prayers and angry words in my head, trying to keep my mind from breaking. Eventually, the heaviness started to lift. It didn't vanish all at once. It eased slowly, like someone releasing pressure little by little. I remember the moment I realized I could breathe deeper again. It was a small change, but it felt huge. My lungs finally filled more fully, and I realized how shallow my breaths had been. The tingling stayed a little longer. My body still felt weak, like my muscles had been squeezed and then let go. Even when I could start moving again, it was like I had no strength. My arms felt shaky. My hands felt numb. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. But I could move. When I finally sat up, I felt dizzy, like I had been underwater and just came up for air. My heart was pounding, and my whole body felt drained. My skin felt cold with sweat, even though I had been under a blanket. I looked at the clock. It said 5:17 a.m. That number is stuck in my memory because it made me realize how long I might have been fighting it. It felt like forever, but it was probably 5 to 10 minutes. Still, 5 to 10 minutes of being awake and unable to move feels like a lifetime. The first thing I did once I could control my body again was say a prayer out loud. I didn't want to keep it in my head anymore. I wanted my voice to fill the room. I wanted the sound of my own words, because my voice was proof that I was back. I asked God to protect me. I asked for peace. I asked for whatever was in that house to leave me alone. Then, because I was exhausted and shaky, I lay back down. I didn't really want to sleep again, but my body felt like it needed to rest, and part of me wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. But I couldn't relax. Around 5:36 a.m., I started hearing footsteps on my ceiling, on the roof area above my room. It wasn't the soft settling noise of a house. It sounded like walking. Like someone taking steps overhead. Slow at first, then a little more noticeable. It made the hair on my arms rise because it felt connected, like the house was not done with me yet. That was the moment I couldn't stay alone in my room anymore. I got up and went straight to my sister's room. I didn't even try to act casual. I just needed another human presence, another person who could look at me and tell me I wasn't losing my mind. When I went in, she was already awake. That alone made me feel a little better and a little worse at the same time. Better because I wasn't walking into a sleeping room and waking her up with panic. Worse because if she was already awake, maybe she had heard something too. Maybe the house had been active with her as well. I told her everything. I told her about waking up heavy, not being able to move, the tingling pain, the way I couldn't open my mouth, the shallow breathing, the black and distorted colors when I shut my eyes, everything. I told her how I tried to call her and couldn't. I told her what I repeated in my mind, how I kept saying, "Go back to hell, leave me alone," and how I prayed in Spanish and repeated the St. Michael verse until it stopped. She listened quietly, nodding, her face serious in a way that told me she believed me. She didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was being dramatic. She didn't look confused. Then she told me something that honestly scared me even more than what I had just gone through. She said that the exact same thing, except for the tingling, had happened to her at least 3 times already. 3 times. She described waking up and not being able to move. Feeling heavy. Feeling trapped. Trying to speak and not being able to. Being awake but frozen. She said she thought it was just her, or stress, or some weird sleep thing, and she hadn't wanted to talk about it too much. She said she prayed through it, and eventually it passed. Hearing that made my stomach drop, because it meant this wasn't just a one-time accident in my brain. It meant it was something that had happened in the same house, to 2 different people, multiple times. And it connected with everything else we had experienced here. Doors slamming, the bed springs moving like someone was sitting down, that feeling of a presence that you can't see but can hear. I know people have explanations for being paralyzed like that while awake. I know there are names for it. I know it can be connected to sleep problems. And maybe that's all it was. But living in this house, with everything else that has happened, makes it hard for me to believe it was only that. It didn't feel like a normal medical episode. It felt like something was on me, something was pressing me down, something was trying to scare me and make me feel powerless. The fear felt targeted, like I wasn't just stuck in my own body, I was being held. This was my first time experiencing it, and I truly hope it's my last. Because I can deal with the door slamming. I can deal with a strange sound from a bed in the other room. Those things are disturbing, but they don't trap you. Being awake, knowing you're awake, and still not being able to move or speak while you feel smothered and barely able to breathe, that is a different kind of terror. It makes you feel like you aren't safe even inside your own body. Ever since that morning, I've been more careful about how I sleep. I pray more. I keep a light closer. I pay attention to how the house feels at night. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed and everything is quiet, I'll hear that faint shift of springs from my sister's room like someone sat down again, and I'll feel my whole body tense, because all I can think is, if something can sit on a bed when nobody's there, what else can it do when the lights are off and you're alone? I was asleep when it started. In the dream, a man was talking to me like we already knew each other, like he had stepped into my sleep with a purpose and expected me to listen. The strange part was that I recognized him immediately, even though it didn't make sense for him to be there. He looked like Detective Sergeant Yemena from the old 1970s TV show Barney Miller. He had that same steady, friendly face and that calm, welcoming way of speaking, like someone you could trust, like someone who could show up at your door and you'd feel safe letting him in. I hadn't thought about that show in years, but as soon as I saw him, it clicked. I remembered being a kid while my parents watched their weekly boob tube fix, the TV glowing in the living room, the familiar voices in the background. I must have stored that character away somewhere deep in my head, because there he was, fully formed, talking to me like he belonged in my private space. At first, the dream felt normal in that weird dream way, where nothing stands out until it suddenly does. He was speaking, and I was following along, half listening, half drifting, the way you do when you're not fully aware you're dreaming. Then something happened that always puts me on alert. I became aware. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't felt it, but sometimes, in a dream, something slips in that isn't random. Something feels placed. It's like a scene shows, like the dream doesn't flow naturally anymore. The moment that happens, my mind wakes up a little inside the dream, even if my body is still asleep. I start to notice details, and I start to question what I'm seeing. That's exactly what happened. The fact that Yemena was there, talking to me, triggered that little spark of consciousness. It was almost funny for a split second, like, why would this specific character be showing up now, of all times? Why was my brain pulling him out of storage? And then I noticed something else. Behind him, I sensed a figure. At first it wasn't clear. It was more like a presence than an image, like the air behind him had weight. In the dream, Yemena's face was steady and friendly, but I couldn't focus on him anymore because I could feel something waiting behind him, something watching the conversation, something using him. I remember trying to look past him, but it was like he was blocking my view on purpose. Not in an aggressive way. More like he was a screen, or a disguise, or a familiar shape meant to make me comfortable enough to stay asleep and listen. As I watched, his image started to dissipate. It didn't fade like a normal dream character who gets blurry or changes into something else. It was more like he was being pulled away, or like the dream was dropping the mask. His form thinned out, the edges of him dissolving, and when he was gone, what was behind him was finally visible. The actual entity. The moment I saw it clearly, fear hit me so hard it felt like a physical jolt. It wasn't the mild fear you feel in a nightmare where you know, deep down, it's only a dream. This felt different. It felt like I had caught sight of something real that wasn't supposed to be seen. I panicked and forced myself awake. I've had nightmares before, but this was not the same feeling. This was a desperate, instinctive, wake up right now reaction, like my body knew that staying asleep meant staying vulnerable. I fought my way toward consciousness the way you might fight your way up for air if you were underwater. When I came back to full awareness, I was still terrified. My heart was pounding like I'd been running. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. My brain was alert in that sharp, ugly way it gets when you're scared. But my body wasn't moving right away. I was caught in that awful in-between state where your mind is awake but your body hasn't caught up yet, and for a few seconds you feel trapped inside yourself. I hated that feeling, especially in that moment. All I wanted was to get away, to put distance between me and whatever I had just seen. But I couldn't sit up immediately. I couldn't move normally. I could feel my breath and my thoughts, and I could feel the bed under me, but my muscles weren't responding the way they should. I pushed through it as hard as I could. As soon as I was able, I shot up, almost violently, and started reaching for the nearest lamp. I needed light. I needed something normal and solid. I needed to see the room and prove to myself that I was safe, that I was awake, that I was not still trapped in some dream space. My hand found the switch and the lamp turned on. The light flooded the room. And that's when I realized I wasn't at home. I blinked hard, disoriented, trying to place where I was. The furniture didn't match my bedroom. The air smelled different, cleaner, like hotel air mixed with cold outside air that had clung to our clothes. The shape of the room was unfamiliar. The curtains were different. The carpet was different. The shadows fell differently. Then it hit me. My husband and I were staying at the Yosemite Lodge. We were on a trip. We had just spent the day hiking. It all came back in a rush. The drive, the lodge, the tired feeling in my legs, the way my muscles had felt like rubber when we finally stopped moving. That day we had taken on a hike up the falls, one of those hikes that is both beautiful and punishing at the same time. You climb, and your lungs burn, and your legs complain, but every time you stop to look back, the view makes it feel worth it. We had gone all the way up to the top, and when we reached it, we were greeted by gentle snowfall, soft and graceful, like a surprise gift from the mountain. We had also been surrounded by chipmunks that were unusually bold and social. They came close like they were used to people, like they knew hikers would drop crumbs or leave snacks unattended. It was one of those moments where nature feels friendly and playful, even while it reminds you how small you are. That was the day we had just lived through. We were exhausted in the best way, the kind of exhaustion that should knock you out cold the moment your head hits a pillow. So why was I sitting upright in a lodge room at night shaking with fear? The lamp was on, and the room was bright enough for me to see clearly. And I could still see her. Not it. Her. Even with the light on, even with my eyes fully open, even with my mind insisting that this had to be leftover dream fear, she was there. If I had seen her like that in waking life, in a hallway or outside, I still would have been terrified. It wasn't only the way she looked. It was what she felt like. The emotional state she was pushing out into the room was intense, like a loud radio station you can't turn down. What I saw was a young woman. She had long dark hair, wet and heavy, clinging in places the way hair does when it's soaked. She was wearing a yellow rain jacket. It stood out sharply, that color, bright and wrong against the dim lodge room, almost like the jacket belonged to a different scene entirely. The kind of jacket you notice even from far away. She was drenched to the bone. Not damp. Not lightly wet like someone who got caught in a drizzle. She looked soaked the way someone looks when they have been submerged. It was like water belonged to her, like it was part of her condition. I could almost feel the cold of it, the weight of it, the way it would cling to fabric and skin. And as my fears settled into something more focused, something more sickening, I knew, without anyone telling me, that she had drowned. It wasn't a thought I reasoned myself into. It was an instant understanding, the way you sometimes know something in your gut without having to debate it. Her body looked waterlogged and discolored, and in a way that made it clear she wasn't alive. Her skin had that wrong tone, that muted, damaged look. She looked like someone who had died in water and stayed there long enough for death to leave marks. It was not a pleasant sight. Not at any time. Not in any place. And especially not when you're alone in a hotel room in the middle of the night, trying to convince yourself you're safe. But the worst part wasn't the visual alone. It was what she was emanating. She was terrified too. She wasn't calm. She wasn't peaceful. She didn't feel like a gentle spirit or some soft presence drifting through. She felt desperate, frantic, and intensely focused on me. It was like she had latched on to me the moment she realized I could notice her. She wasn't trying to just float nearby. She was trying to connect, trying to communicate, trying to hold on to me before I could shut the door. It felt like she had been trying to approach me in a softer way at first. Like that's why Yemena showed up, something familiar, something safe. A friendly face from my childhood television memories, used like a bridge to keep me from panicking. And it almost worked. It did work, for a moment. Because I listened. I stayed asleep long enough to recognize him, long enough for the conversation to begin. But when the mask dropped, and I saw her as she really was, it was too much. My fear snapped everything. I ripped myself awake. Now, in the light, I could still sense her all around me. Even if my eyes couldn't lock her into one solid place the way they would lock onto a normal person, I could feel her presence like pressure in the room. It felt like she was close, too close, and circling, trying to regain what she had lost when I woke up. That earlier rapport, that almost conversation through the dream, had been her entry point. Now she was trying to get it back. She was trying to pull me back into that channel where she could speak without frightening me. But I was terrified. All I could process was her desperation and the fact that she looked dead in a way I couldn't unsee. My husband was in the bed with me. He was asleep and breathing steadily. The normal sound of another person sleeping should have comforted me. It should have grounded me. But in that moment, it was almost surreal, because I felt like I was alone in something he couldn't see, like I was dealing with a reality that was only mine. I didn't want to wake him up. Part of me was embarrassed. Part of me was afraid he would think I was dreaming, or overreacting, or having some kind of episode. And part of me felt strangely protective of him. Like if I woke him up, it might pull him into whatever this was. I didn't want to invite the situation to expand. I wanted to contain it. So I sat on the bed in that harsh lamplight, feeling her presence pressing in, and I grabbed the newspaper. We had picked up a newspaper earlier, something to glance at during breakfast, something normal and boring and ordinary. I picked it up with shaking hands and started reading. Not because I cared about the news at that moment, but because I needed something to anchor my mind. I needed words that belonged to the normal world. I needed to force my brain to do something ordinary, because the fear and the image of her were pulling me toward panic. So I read it cover to cover. I read articles I didn't care about. I read headlines. I read the weather. I read sports scores. I read ads. I moved my eyes steadily over the print like it was a lifeline. While I read, I could feel her trying. I could feel her around me, like she was searching for a way in, trying to catch my attention again without the horror of the visual. The emotional energy coming off her was overwhelming. It was like being near someone who is drowning in their own fear and trying to grab you just to stay afloat. Not malicious, exactly, just desperate in a way that makes you feel unsafe. Sometimes, when a living person is panicking, you can calm them down with words. You can tell them they're safe, that they're not alone, that you understand. But this wasn't a living person. This was a dead woman in a rain jacket, soaked and discolored, trying to connect through my sleep. I didn't know how to help her. I didn't know what she wanted. And I didn't know what could happen if I engaged. So I kept reading. Minutes passed in a strange, stretched way. Time was moving, but my body didn't feel it correctly. I felt like I was stuck in a bubble of light and fear. At some point I checked my watch, or glanced at the clock, and realized it had been close to an hour. An hour of sitting in bed reading a newspaper in the middle of the night, with my husband sleeping next to me, while a drowned-looking woman's presence pressed into the room. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. My fear had shifted into frustration. Not because I didn't feel bad for her, but because I felt invaded. I felt like she had forced herself into my space and I didn't consent to it. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know what she wanted. And I didn't know what she might do if she stayed. So finally, quietly at first and then firmer, I started telling her to go away. Go away. I said it again and again, under my breath, careful not to wake my husband. At first it felt pointless, like talking into empty air. But I kept going, because I didn't know what else to do. Go away. Please. Go away. And to my relief, it seemed to work. The pressure in the room started to fade. The intense emotional signal she was putting out weakened, like she was losing her grip. The feeling of being surrounded eased. The air felt more normal again. It wasn't like she walked out the door or vanished with a dramatic effect. It was more like the connection thinned until it snapped. Like she finally let go. And then I was left sitting there with the lamp on, the newspaper in my lap, my husband still asleep, and my heart still racing. At the time, my main feeling wasn't curiosity. It was trauma. I didn't sit there thinking, I should investigate this, or I should help her cross over, or I should go ask the front desk if someone died here. I didn't have that kind of calm. I was shaken in a deep way. I felt like I had looked into something I wasn't meant to see. I remember lying back down after a while, turning the lamp off later when my eyes started to burn from the light, and trying to breathe slowly until sleep came again. Even when I finally fell asleep, it wasn't comfortable sleep. It was tense and shallow. I kept waking and checking the room. That experience changed me. Before that night, I had already been somewhat receptive to entities, especially in my old house. But that receptiveness had developed slowly and carefully over many years. I wasn't someone who jumped into the paranormal with excitement. If anything, I was cautious. I didn't want to invite things. I didn't want to open doors I couldn't close. After Yosemite, my sensitivity basically shut down. For months, it was like whatever antenna I had built over years went dead. And it wasn't because I felt relief. It was because I felt numb. It was like my mind protected itself by turning everything off. When I was back in my old environment, where I had become used to small presences or subtle signs, I couldn't feel them anymore. The house felt blank to me. Quiet in a way that didn't feel natural. I think I was scared that if I stayed open, something like Yosemite could happen again. I didn't tell many people about it. I only told my husband. I told him in a careful way, not dramatic, because I didn't want to sound crazy. I told him I had woken up and seen a woman, that it had terrified me, and that she seemed desperate. He listened. He didn't mock me. He didn't treat me like I was making it up. But he also couldn't relate the way someone can relate when they've seen the same thing. He was asleep. He hadn't felt her. So it remained my experience, this private nightmare that was too real. About 6 months later, something happened that brought it back in a way I didn't expect. I got a phone call from my good friend Bob. Bob is one of those people who, from time to time, has very intense visitations and dreams. He's the kind of person who will call you and say, You're not going to believe what happened last night. And then tell a story that sounds like a full movie. Sometimes his dream stories are entertaining. Sometimes they're confusing. Sometimes they're emotional. And a lot of the time they don't make sense in a straight line, like dreams often don't. But Bob had a pattern. When he said a dream felt like a visitation, it usually had a different weight. It didn't feel like random dream nonsense. It felt like someone had stepped into his sleep. That day, when he called, he started out telling me about a mix of strange dream events, odd scenes, weird tasks, things that sounded like the typical dream logic of moving from one place to another without explanation. I listened, half smiling, because some of it was honestly ridiculous in the way dreams can be. Then his tone changed. He got quieter and more serious, like he was about to say the real reason he called. He told me he had a message specifically for me. That caught my attention immediately, because Bob didn't usually say that. He'd share his dream story, sure, but he didn't often claim someone had delivered a message to be passed on. When he did, it was because it felt clear to him. Then he said the sentence that made my stomach drop. Jennifer says she is sorry. I went cold. I asked him, "What did you just say?" He repeated it. Jennifer says she is sorry. Then he started describing the person connected to that message. He described a young woman who had appeared in his dream, and as he spoke, the hair on my arms rose. He described her in a way that instantly brought Yosemite back into my body like it had just happened. He said she had long dark hair. He described her clothing, and he said he saw her in a jacket. He didn't remember every detail exactly the way I did, but the overall image lined up so closely that I couldn't brush it off as coincidence. He described her as being frightened and urgent, and he said she felt regretful, like she had not meant to cause fear but had been desperate. He said he believed she had died from exposure, like she had been out in the cold too long. That was the main difference between our impressions. In my experience, I strongly intuited drowning because of the soaked, waterlogged, discolored condition she presented in. In Bob's impression, it was exposure. But even that didn't fully contradict what I had felt, because Yosemite is water and cold and weather. A person could be soaked and also die from cold conditions. A person could fall into water, get out, and then die from the cold. Both possibilities could overlap. Then Bob said something that made it even stranger. He said she seemed to know she had scared me. He said she hadn't meant to. He said she saw an opportunity to communicate and pursued it aggressively, almost like she was starving for connection. That word, voraciously, fit perfectly with what I had felt that night. It wasn't calm communication. It was like she was grabbing onto me because I was the first person who could see her, and she couldn't afford to let go. Bob didn't know my Yosemite story in detail. He didn't know that I had seen a woman in a yellow rain jacket, drenched, radiating desperation. So it wasn't like he was pulling from something I had planted in his mind. That's why it shook me so deeply. We talked for a long time after that call. I told him what had happened to me at Yosemite Lodge, and as I described her, he kept interrupting with, "Yes, that's her," or, "That's who I saw," like he was confirming details as I spoke. We both agreed on another detail too. Her appearance suggested she might have been at least part Asian or Native American. There was something about her features and her energy that gave that impression. Neither of us could say it with certainty, but it was a shared instinct. Bob also couldn't pin down her age. I couldn't either. She looked young, but not clearly a teenager, and not clearly older. We guessed she could have been anywhere from about 15 to 35. And then we were left with the same question. Who was she? Why Yosemite? Why me? And why Jennifer? I don't know if Jennifer was her name, or if Jennifer was the name of someone she wanted to reach, or if it was simply the name attached to her story for reasons we don't understand. I don't know if she died near the lodge, near the falls, somewhere upstream, somewhere off a trail, or in a place that never made the news. I don't know if she was a visitor, a local, a hiker, a runaway, someone who got separated from friends, or someone who was never reported missing the way they should have been. All I know is what I saw, A young woman, drenched in a yellow rain jacket, with a dead body look that turned my stomach and a desperate emotional energy that flooded the room. I know what I felt, that she needed to latch onto me, that she wanted to communicate, and that she was terrified. And I know what Bob told me, that she was sorry. Since then, we've wondered if anyone out there might have known her, either while she was alive, or after she died, through stories, through missing person reports, through rumors, through anything. We've wondered if she is still out there somewhere, still trying to resolve what happened to her, still trying to get someone's attention because she can't move on. We've wondered if she's tied to Yosemite itself, tied to water, tied to cold, tied to a moment that keeps repeating. I don't claim to have the answer, and I'm not pretending this is a neat story with a clear ending. It isn't. It's one of those experiences that opens a door in your mind and then refuses to close completely. Even when you stop talking about it, it's still there. Even when months go by and nothing else happens, you still remember exactly how it felt to turn on the light and realize the thing you saw in the dream was still in the room with you. And if she really is still out there, Jennifer, or whoever she is, I don't know whether she's searching for help, forgiveness, recognition, or simply someone who will finally understand what happened to her. But I do know one thing: she found me once, in the middle of the night, in a lodge room after a long hike, and she left an imprint on my life that I can't erase. We arrived around 2:30 in the afternoon, and since our room was already ready, we were able to check in and go straight to it. I remember walking down the hallway with that excited feeling you get when you're about to stay somewhere famous, somewhere you've heard stories about for years. Even before we got there, I had already been thinking about the history of the ship, the photos I'd seen online, and how many people had walked those same halls long before us. I was trying to keep my expectations realistic, but I was also quietly hoping I'd experience something unusual. When we got to our door, I started digging for the key while my husband stood close behind me. As I bent down to line up the key with the lock, I noticed something on the carpet right in front of our door. It was a small yellow flower. At first I thought it was real, like maybe a little decoration had fallen from someone's bag, but when I picked it up I realized it was fake, like a small craft flower you might see on a gift bag or a hat or a child's toy. It was light and a little dusty, like it had been stepped near or dropped and left there. I picked it up without really thinking and carried it in with me. The moment we walked into the room, I felt sick. It hit me fast, almost like a wave, the way motion sickness can suddenly rise up when you're not expecting it. It wasn't just, I feel a little off. It was strong enough that I actually stopped and grabbed my stomach. For a second I truly thought the ship was moving, like we were out at sea and the floor had started rocking. I turned to my husband and asked him if the boat was moving. He looked at me like I was kidding. He said something like, "Was I joking?" I told him no, I really wasn't. I said I suddenly felt nauseous, almost like car sickness, and it felt so real that my brain kept insisting the floor was shifting. I remember standing there, trying to steady myself, and feeling slightly embarrassed, because we had only just arrived. I didn't want to be the person who instantly got sick for no reason. My husband didn't feel anything at all. He looked totally normal, like he was just excited to see the room. So I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was probably from traveling, or from not drinking enough water, or from getting too warm and then stepping into cooler air. I didn't want to give it too much attention. We started doing what everyone does in a new hotel room. We looked around, opened drawers, checked out the bathroom, tested the lights, played with the knobs and switches, and just explored all the little details. There was something fun about it, like being in a place that had its own personality. The room felt older in a charming way, not dirty, just historic, like a space that had been used by so many people that it held onto a certain atmosphere. At some point I walked over to the vanity and set the little yellow flower down right on top of it. I remember placing it carefully, almost like it was a small souvenir from the hallway. I didn't think it meant anything. It was just an odd thing to find right in front of our door. We had time before my in-laws arrived, so my husband and I left the room and decided to walk around and explore the ship. We ended up going up to the promenade deck, where the main hall and stores are. That deck really did feel like stepping back into the 1930s. The style of the space, the way the hall was laid out, the little shop windows and signs, it had that classic old travel feeling. It didn't feel like a modern hotel mall. It felt like a place that belonged to another era, and I loved it. As soon as we walked up the steps onto that deck, I smelled cigar smoke, or maybe pipe smoke. It was very specific, that warm, stale, slightly sweet smell that clings to fabric and wood. It caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting it at all, and I thought, nobody is supposed to be smoking in here. I asked my husband if he smelled anything. He didn't. He said he only smelled food. There was a lounge to our right at the top of the stairs, so he assumed any smell was coming from there. But I know what I smelled, and it wasn't food. It was that old tobacco smell. The strange part was how quickly it disappeared. It was there for a moment, strong and clear, and then it was gone like someone shut a door in my face. We walked around anyway. We explored, peeked into shops, did a little shopping, and tried to enjoy the ship the way you're supposed to. For a while, I forgot about the sudden sickness and the smoke smell. I told myself it was just part of being in an old ship with an old history. Maybe the smell came from an old vent or a storage area. Maybe it was stuck in the walls. Maybe I was imagining it because I was already thinking about the ship's past. Then my in-laws arrived. Their room was on the same deck, and I remember walking with them down the hall as they found their door. Their room number was A113. We stood there while they unlocked it, and I happened to glance down at the carpet in front of their door. There was another little yellow flower on the floor. It looked exactly like the one I found in front of our door. Same size, same fake petals, same bright yellow color that stood out against the carpet. I pointed it out right away and said to my husband, "Look, another yellow flower." My husband immediately tried to explain it away. He said our son must have brought it with him, like maybe it had fallen out of a bag and ended up in the hall. But that didn't make sense to me. We had just arrived earlier and didn't have anything like that. Our son hadn't been running around with fake flowers. And even if he had, how would one end up outside our room and another outside my in-laws' room like that? We went into their room and looked around for a bit. Everything felt normal. We were getting ready to go eat, and I suddenly remembered I had left my cell phone back in our room on the charger. So I told everyone I'd be right back and hurried down the hallway to go grab it. When I walked back into our room, my first thought was just phone, charger, go. But as I passed the vanity, I noticed the little yellow flower sitting right where I had left it earlier. It hadn't moved. It was still there on top of the vanity, exactly where I placed it. That meant something important to me in that moment. The flower in front of my in-laws' door was not the same flower from my room. So now there were at least two of these little fake yellow flowers, and I had only noticed them in two specific places, right outside our door and right outside my in-laws' door. I didn't see any other flowers in the hallway. I actually looked on the way back, scanning the carpet and corners, expecting to see more, like maybe someone had dropped a bunch of them. But there weren't any. I grabbed my phone and went back out, and as we walked down the hall toward dinner, I kept looking for another one. I didn't find a single extra flower anywhere else. I couldn't explain why, but it made me uneasy. It didn't feel like a normal kid dropped a craft item situation anymore. It felt like a detail that was meant to be noticed. Later that night, my in-laws offered to watch our son while my husband and I took a tour. We were grateful, because it's hard to fully focus on a historical tour while also chasing a little kid around. The only tour available that night was the Twilight Historical Tour, and one of the stops was the first-class swimming pool. The second I heard that, I signed us up. I had heard stories about that area for years. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. I was fully prepared, too. I brought a digital camera and a disposable camera, because I wanted photos no matter what. I know that sounds like overkill, but I didn't want to get home and regret not having enough pictures. I was excited in a way that felt half tourist, half investigator. The tour itself was great. The guide was knowledgeable, and the way he talked about the ship made it feel alive. As we walked, he pointed out details I never would have noticed on my own. He explained what certain rooms used to be, how the ship functioned, and the ways the history still showed through even though it's now a hotel and tourist attraction. I'm not going to repeat every detail of the tour, only the parts that connect to what happened to me. Early in the tour, we went up the stairs to the promenade deck again, the same deck where the stores are. The guide talked about what the shops used to be back in the 1930s. He pointed out the layout and explained what passengers would have seen and done there. That's when he said something that immediately grabbed my attention. He explained that the shop now called Pacific Times, the first store on your left if you come up the stairs from the M deck, used to be a cigar and smoke shop. The moment he said that, I thought about the smell I had noticed earlier in the day. That sudden cigar or pipe smoke smell that appeared out of nowhere, and then disappeared instantly. At the time I smelled it, I thought I was crazy because no one else noticed it. Now the guide was telling us we were standing in the exact place where that smell would make sense historically. Still, I kept thinking, there is no way it should still smell like that after all these years. As we were leaving that area, I stepped into the shop for a second. It's a tiny store, not much space at all. I leaned in and sniffed around like a weirdo, trying to confirm what I had experienced earlier. It smelled like magazines and newspapers. That's it. No smoke. Nothing that would explain what I smelled when I first arrived on that deck. And that made it even stranger. Because if the smell was not coming from the shop itself, then where did it come from? Why did it appear only for a moment, and only to me? The guide continued leading us through different areas, including the wheelhouse. That room had a few smaller rooms connected to it, like the chart room and what looked like small quarters or workspaces. I was curious, so I poked around as much as we were allowed, looking at the details, trying to picture what it used to be like when the ship was working. While I was looking into one of those smaller rooms, something happened that I still replay in my head. A man walked past the doorway facing me. It was quick, like someone passing by while you're looking elsewhere. But it was clear enough that my brain registered it instantly. A man, dressed in gray, wearing what looked like a naval uniform. Without thinking, I stepped toward the doorway to see where he went. I assumed it was maybe a staff member or someone else on the tour moving around. There was no one there. The hall beyond was empty. No footsteps. No person turning a corner. Nothing. It was like he had walked past the doorway and then vanished. The detail that stood out to me the most was the color. It was a deep gray, a heavy gray, not the casual gray of modern clothing. It looked like a uniform that belonged to a specific time, and the color looked almost too perfect, too solid, like the gray itself was part of the image. Later on the tour, I learned something that made that moment even more interesting. During the war, the Queen Mary was nicknamed the Grey Ghost. I had heard that name before, but I didn't fully understand what it meant. The guide explained it wasn't only the outside of the ship that was painted gray. Everything was painted gray. Inside and out. They wanted no reflection anywhere, because reflection could give away the ship's position to enemies. Mirrors, shiny surfaces, anything reflective was removed or dulled. Even the uniforms were gray, and reflective metals and pins were removed. When I heard that, I immediately thought about the man I saw. The gray uniform I saw matched that story perfectly. That connection made my skin prickle because it made my sighting feel less like imagination and more like stepping into a moment that didn't belong to my time. Then we went to the first-class swimming pool. That part of the tour is the one I had been waiting for. The atmosphere down there felt different. The air felt cooler and heavier, and the lighting was dim in a way that made shadows look deeper than they should. The space itself is haunting even without any ghost stories attached to it. It's an old pool room that hasn't been used in years, and it holds that abandoned feeling, like the room is waiting for people who will never come back. We took pictures. Everyone did. People whispered and laughed nervously the way they do in places they believe are haunted. The guide was talking, but a few people kept glancing around, as if they expected something to move. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye. Just little hints of it, like a shift in the shadows. I wasn't the only one. Even the guide said at one point that he thought he had just seen something too. A few other members of the group agreed. It wasn't one person trying to be dramatic. It was multiple people having that same reaction. Did something just move over there? When the group started moving on, I lagged behind. I wanted more photos. I wanted to take my time and capture the room from different angles. We were on the second level, and I was taking pictures down toward the first level and into the pool itself. And then I saw something that made my stomach flip. I realized there was water in the pool. Not a full pool, but enough that it looked like water at the deeper end. It looked like movement and reflection, like the surface was catching light in a way that water does. It was bright compared to the dim room, and it looked real enough that my brain instantly accepted it as water. I grabbed my husband by the sleeve so hard I probably startled him, and said, "Look, there's water in the pool." I pointed to the deeper end, the area where it looked most clear. He looked where I pointed and said, "Where?" I turned back to look again. The water was gone. It wasn't like it drained away. It was just gone, like it had never been there at all. I stared, trying to force my eyes to see what I had seen a second earlier. I walked around slightly, trying to see if it was a reflection from a light source or a trick of the angle. But the room was dim, and the reflection I saw had been bright and moving. It didn't feel like a simple light reflection. As we were leaving that area, I asked the guide if they ever filled the pool anymore. Maybe for maintenance, maybe for events, anything. He told me it hadn't been a working pool for many years. He said the pipes to fill it or drain it don't work anymore. Hearing that made my heart beat faster. Because if the pool cannot be filled, then what did I see? The tour continued, and the guide showed us a staircase that they called the Deadly Staircase. He explained that 2 people had fallen on those stairs and broken their necks. One of them was a little girl the crew had nicknamed Jackie. They believed she is one of the spirits connected to the swimming pool area. The guide told us the girl died because she slid down the banister. The other person may have fallen because the ship rocked badly. The guide explained that the Queen Mary was built with a flaw. It was top-heavy, which meant it could rock a lot. Passengers did not necessarily get a smooth ride, and many people got sick. That part hit me hard because it immediately made me think of the motion sickness I felt when we first walked into our room earlier that afternoon. That sudden nausea that made me ask if the boat was moving. At the time, I had no context. Now I was learning that people getting sick on this ship was a real part of its history, and that it was known for rocking more than it should have. Of course, the ship wasn't sailing anymore, and we weren't out in the ocean, so it wasn't the same. But still, the idea of feeling motion sickness on the Queen Mary suddenly felt less random. It felt connected, at least emotionally, to the ship's history. It also made me wonder if my body was picking up on something, either the environment, the stress, or something I couldn't explain. The tour ended on the A deck, which is also called the Endless Hallway, and it happened to be the floor we were staying on. After the tour, we went back to our room to get ready for bed. Back in the room, I noticed something else. You can hear a lot on that ship. The walls are thin enough that you don't feel completely isolated. You hear footsteps, distant voices, doors closing somewhere down the hall, the general sounds of people living around you. It's not loud like a cheap hotel. It's just that the ship carries sound in a particular way. It's like the building itself is hollow in places, and noises travel. As we were getting ready, I asked my husband if he wanted the windows open. He said no. He told me the windows were hard to open and they made a loud noise, and he didn't want to wake our son. We wanted the room to stay quiet so our kid could sleep. Those windows were no joke. Earlier, I had tested them out of curiosity. I had to brace my foot against the wall to get enough leverage to open one. That's how heavy they were. They didn't slide easily like modern windows. They took effort, and when they moved, they made a loud, dragging sound, like metal and old seals pulling against each other. Closing them was the same. It wasn't something you could do quietly by accident. We also kept the bathroom door closed because the bathroom fan was on, and we couldn't turn it off. It was one of those fans that just runs constantly, maybe for ventilation, and it created a steady background noise that we didn't want drifting into the room all night. So the bathroom door stayed shut. It was only about 10 p.m., but I was extremely tired for some reason. I'm usually a night person. I don't normally feel ready for bed that early. But that night, I felt heavy with sleep, like my body wanted to shut down whether I agreed or not. I'm also a light sleeper, so normally I take a long time to fall asleep and I wake up at little sounds. That night, though, sleep came faster. The lights were out. The only light inside our room came from the glow of the alarm clock on the vanity, which faced the bed, and from some outside lighting that leaked through the windows. I slept on the side of the bed closest to the windows. My husband slept on the side closest to the bathroom, and the main door to the room. The bathroom door and the bedroom door were right next to each other, close enough that if you stood near one you were near both. At 12:14 a.m., my eyes snapped open. I woke to the sound of heavy, raspy breathing. It wasn't soft breathing. It was loud enough to wake me instantly, like someone breathing hard after effort or someone with a rough, congested chest. At first I thought maybe it was a couple in the room next to us. Sound travels, and I assumed I was hearing someone through the wall. Then I realized the breathing was in our room. I lay completely still and listened, trying to locate it without moving. My first thought was my husband, but he was facing me, and his breathing was normal. It didn't sound like him. Then I thought maybe it was my son, but there was no way a little kid's breathing would sound like that. It sounded like a grown man. I sat up to check on my son, and the moment I moved I froze. There was a man standing in my room, to the right of the vanity. I saw him for only a second, but it was clear enough to lock into my memory. He looked dark, like a shadow made into the shape of a person. I couldn't see detailed facial features. What stood out was the outline, like he had a hat on. The figure had a presence, like it wasn't just a patch of darkness. It felt like someone standing there, watching. And as soon as I truly registered him, he melted into the small shadow on the wall. There was a tall, thin shadow on that wall, cast by the light hitting the vanity area. If a normal-sized person stepped into it, part of their body would still be lit by the dim light from the windows. But this figure didn't step away or walk out. It seemed to dissolve, blending into that shadow like it belonged there, like it could slip into darkness the way a living person cannot. And right then, I smelled cigar smoke. That same tobacco smell I had noticed earlier on the promenade deck. It was faint in the room, but unmistakable. A quick, clear scent, like someone had just been smoking nearby. Here's the strangest part. I didn't feel panic the way you would expect. I was scared, yes, but I wasn't screaming or shaking. I felt oddly calm, almost like my body was too tired to react fully. It was like the fear was muted by exhaustion. I got out of bed, checked on my son, and he was fine. Sleeping normally. Peaceful. Then I got back into bed and went back to sleep. I didn't even have trouble falling asleep again, which is not like me. I felt drowsy, heavy, like sleep was pulling me down fast. Sometime around 2 a.m., I woke again. This time it was to the sound of footsteps. At first I thought it was people in the hallway outside our room. The ship had guests walking around late, and I knew there were some people who had been drinking. So my first instinct was to ignore it. I started to close my eyes again. Then I realized the footsteps were not outside the room. They were inside. They came around the bed, moving from the foot area toward my side, the side closest to the windows. The steps were clear enough that I could track them by sound alone. They stopped right in front of me, as if someone was standing there, close to the bed, looking down at me. I didn't see anyone. I stared into the dimness and saw nothing solid. But I smelled cigar smoke again, faint and quick, and then it was gone like it had been pulled away. Again, I didn't feel that explosive panic. I felt drowsy, almost drugged, like my body was sinking into sleep whether I wanted it or not. Even though my mind registered that something was wrong, my body acted like it didn't have the energy to fight. I fell asleep again. The last thing that happened in our room that night came at 3:16 a.m. I woke up to the sound of the door handle being jiggled loudly, and faint voices. It sounded like someone trying to get in, like they were at the wrong room or couldn't get the key to work. With the drinking and late-night wandering, that was a believable explanation. At first I thought, okay, some drunk people are confused. I'll turn on the light and tell them they have the wrong room. But it didn't stop right away, and that's what pushed me to act. I reached up to flick on the small light over my head so I could sit up and see what was happening. The light clicked on, and I turned my head toward the bedroom door. And at that exact moment, I saw the bathroom door handle moving. It was moving left and right, rattling like someone was trying to open it. That made no sense because the bathroom door was inside our room. If the handle was moving, it wasn't someone in the hallway. It was something happening right there, behind the bathroom door. As I started getting out of bed, the handle movement stopped suddenly, like whatever was doing it decided to quit the second I reacted. I walked over and cautiously opened the bathroom door, peeking in. There was nothing. No person. No movement. Just the sound of the fan running steadily, the same constant background noise. The bathroom looked normal. I checked on my son again, because at that point I couldn't help it. He was still asleep, still fine. I went back to bed, turned off the light, and lay down. And once again, that wave of drowsiness hit me. It was immediate and heavy, like someone dropped a blanket of sleep on my body. Almost instantly, I was out again. We woke up around 8 a.m. When I sat up and started getting out of bed, I noticed something that made my stomach drop even more than the night before. The left window was wide open. Not cracked open. Not slightly ajar. Wide open. I stared at it, trying to understand how that could happen. Those windows were heavy. Loud. Hard to move. You didn't accidentally open them in your sleep without waking up. And I'm such a light sleeper that I should have heard it. The sound of that window opening would have woken me instantly. I asked my husband if he opened it in the middle of the night. He said no. He told me he didn't wake up during the night, and assumed I must have opened it. I told him I didn't. We went back and forth for a moment, both of us trying to figure out if one of us could have done it without remembering. But it didn't make sense. It wasn't quiet. It wasn't easy. It wasn't something you could do half asleep like pulling up a blanket. And I knew for a fact it was not open when the door handle situation happened at 3:16 a.m. I remembered the room lighting and the outside glow, and the way the curtains sat. The window being wide open would have changed the feel of the room completely. Soon after, we had to pack up and leave. I was honestly disappointed to go, because despite everything, I loved the experience. Being on the Queen Mary felt special. It felt like stepping into another time. I would have stayed another couple nights if we could have. I would still recommend it to anyone. I don't say that sarcastically. I mean it. It's a great place to stay if you like history, if you like exploring, and if you don't mind the idea that the ship might have more going on than a normal hotel. My husband didn't experience anything the way I did. He slept through the night. He didn't smell the smoke. He didn't see the figure. Nothing happened to him that he could point to and say, yes, that was real. He listened to me, but it wasn't his experience. As for my son, he did a few things that made me wonder. He would point at empty areas and laugh, or clap, like someone was playing with him. Kids do that sometimes, so I tried not to overthink it. But combined with everything else, it stood out. He seemed extra engaged with places where no one was standing, like he could see something we couldn't. That morning, as we were leaving, we stopped at the Starboard Bakery on the promenade deck to grab breakfast. The room was bright and cheerful in a normal way, and it was easy to forget the heavy, creepy feeling from the pool area and the hallway at night. But I learned that room had its own history too. Back in the day, it had been the children's playroom. While we were in there, my son kept laughing and clapping again. He would walk to a specific spot, stop, and start babbling like he was talking to someone at his eye level. It didn't look like random baby noise. It looked like interaction, like he was responding to something or showing something. He had a little wind-up monkey in his hand, one of his favorite toys. He held it up like he was demonstrating it to someone, the way kids do when they want to share. He turned it slightly and babbled, like he was waiting for a reaction. But no one was there. I watched him carefully, trying to see if he was copying an adult nearby or reacting to a sound. He wasn't. He was focused on that empty space like it wasn't empty at all. When we finally left the ship, I felt a mix of things. I felt relieved because the night had been intense and strange, and part of me was glad to step back into normal daylight life. But I also felt oddly grateful, like I had witnessed something rare. I don't know how to explain that without sounding strange. I don't want scary things happening to me, but I also can't deny that being in a place like the Queen Mary and experiencing something that felt connected to its history made it unforgettable. And I still think about those small details, because they're the parts that bother me the most. The sudden motion sickness the instant I entered the room. The cigar smoke smell that came and went. The two identical yellow flowers, placed outside two specific doors. The gray uniformed figure I saw in the wheelhouse area. The momentary water in the pool that vanished when I looked again. The heavy breathing, the shadowy man with a hat, and that smoke smell inside my room. The footsteps that came around the bed and stopped right in front of me. The bathroom door handle moving like someone was trying to open it from the other side. The window wide open in the morning when neither of us opened it. None of those things alone would be enough to convince someone who doesn't believe in anything paranormal. But all of it together, in one stay, on one night, in one place with such a long reputation, felt like more than random. Even now, if I picture that room in the dark, I can still remember the exact moment I sat up at 12:14 a.m. and saw that figure melt into the shadow near the vanity, and the way cigar smoke hung in the air for just a second, as if someone from another time had stepped into our space and then slipped back out again. Back when I was living in a house that me and my roommates truly believed was haunted, it pushed my interest in the paranormal into overdrive. I had already been curious before that, but living with constant strange moments made it feel personal. It wasn't just stories anymore. It felt close, like it could step into your normal life whenever it wanted. Around that time, I also started actively trying to make myself more sensitive. I know that can sound strange, but I was doing it in a serious way, not as a joke. I was meditating a lot, reading, practicing quiet focus, and paying attention to small changes in a room, temperature shifts, pressure in the air, that someone is here, feeling you can't always explain. Over time, I felt like I was getting better at it. Sometimes I could sense a presence in a place before anything happened. Sometimes I would catch movement in the corner of my eye that didn't match what the room should be doing. A few times I thought I heard things too, little words, quick sounds, like something trying to push into my awareness. I wasn't walking around claiming I was some kind of expert, but I did feel like I had opened myself up more than the average person. And looking back, I honestly think that mattered because what happened next felt like something noticed me noticing it. One day I was out, just doing normal life stuff, and I ran into an old high school friend I hadn't seen in a long time. It was one of those random meetings that feels like luck. We said hello, did that quick "How have you been?" exchange, and then realized we actually had time to talk. We decided to sit down at a coffee shop and catch up properly, because it had been a couple years and a lot can change in that time. We grabbed drinks, sat down, and started talking about everything: work, relationships, people from school, the usual. The conversation felt easy, like no time had passed. Then, in the middle of talking, he spilled coffee down the front of his shirt. It wasn't a tiny drip either. It splashed right across the front, and he got that immediate annoyed look like, "Great, of course this happens now." He laughed it off, but he didn't want to walk around with a stained shirt all day. He asked if I could drive him back to his place so he could change. He also told me he wanted to show me some party clubs he knew later that evening, like he wanted to turn the whole day into a catch-up adventure. On the drive, he mentioned something I didn't expect. He said a few of our other high school friends lived with him too. They were all roommates in the same place. That made it sound even more fun, like we might end up hanging out with a bigger group later. Then we pulled up to the house. It was an older home, and the second I saw it, I noticed the difference. It had character, the kind of place that looks like it has lived through decades. It was huge, much bigger than the typical rental house most young people live in. If I had to guess, it looked like it could have been built around the 1930s. The outside had that older style with heavier lines, and it felt like a house that had stories built into the walls. My friend parked, hopped out quickly, and told me he was going to run upstairs to change. He seemed totally relaxed about the place, like this was just home. Before he disappeared up the stairs, he told me I could do a self-tour while he changed, like, "Look around if you want." He said nobody else was home at the moment, but the others would be back later. So there I was, alone in this big old house. At first, I was more impressed than nervous. The living room was massive. It had high ceilings, around 10 feet, and a fireplace that looked like it had been there forever. The space had that quiet echo old houses have, where your footsteps feel louder because the room is built bigger than modern spaces. The furniture was normal roommate furniture, but the room itself felt like it had once belonged to a very different time. The kitchen looked original too, or at least close to it, but it was kept up well. It didn't look destroyed or abandoned. It looked preserved, like the house had been cared for even if it was old. Cabinets had that older style, and the overall layout felt like it was built for a family, not for a group of young adults. I was walking around, taking it in, and then I realized I had to use the bathroom. I noticed a bathroom at the end of a long hallway. The hallway itself felt different from the open living room. It was narrower, more closed in, and darker even during the day. The light didn't reach the end of it as well, and the rooms along the hall looked like they had doors partly open, like someone had been in and out of them. I started walking down that hall. I didn't feel fear at first, but I was paying attention, because the longer I had been working on sensitivity, the more I had learned to trust small shifts in my body. I could feel when a space was comfortable, and when it wasn't. This hallway had a slight heaviness to it, like the air was thicker. As I moved closer to the bathroom, something caught my eye from one of the rooms along the hall. It was movement, subtle, but real enough that my head turned on instinct. And that's when I saw it. In one of the rooms off the hallway, there was something standing there. My first reaction wasn't even to scream. It was shock so deep my brain stalled for a second. My mind tried to label it as something normal, a coat hanging, a tall piece of furniture, a shadow created by the doorway. But it didn't fit any of those. It had shape. It had presence. It filled the room like a living thing. It stood about 8 feet tall. It wasn't a clear, clean outline like a person. It was vivid, but distorted at the same time, like the air around it was warped. The legs were short and thick compared to the body, kind of stocky, like it was built wrong but powerful. And the arms, its hands dragged along the floor. That detail hit me hard because it made it look less like a tall man and more like something that didn't move the way a human should. I couldn't see a normal face. The head area looked wrong, blurred, as if the features wouldn't settle into a shape my brain could recognize. It was like looking at a person through heat waves, except darker and heavier. But even without a clear face, I knew one thing immediately. It was not happy I was there. There was emotion coming off it, almost like a wave, anger, territorial energy, like I had stepped into a place where I was not allowed. I wasn't just being watched. I was being challenged. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but if I'm honest, it was probably only 5 to 10 seconds. Still, in a moment like that, time stretches. Those seconds felt long enough for my entire body to go cold and for my mind to start racing through options. Run, call my friend, back away slowly, don't make it worse. Then I heard it. Not in my head. Not imagined. I heard it clearly, like a voice pushing through the air. Get out. It was low and rough, a gruff sound that didn't feel like a normal human voice. It sounded like authority mixed with threat, like it wasn't asking. It was ordering. The moment the words hit me, my body finally moved. I backed away from the room without taking my eyes off that space. I didn't run yet. I didn't want to turn my back, but I retreated quickly, stepping backward until I was out of the hallway. As I backed out, I called out toward the stairs, trying to sound casual even though my voice wasn't steady. "I'll wait outside in the car." I didn't explain. I didn't say why. I just wanted to get out of the house as fast as possible without creating a scene. I didn't want to stand there shouting about what I saw. I didn't want to provoke anything further. I just needed distance. I stepped outside and breathed like I had been holding my breath the whole time. The daylight and open air felt like a relief, like I had escaped pressure. I walked quickly to the car and stood there for a moment, hands on the door, trying to calm down. While I waited, I said a prayer. It wasn't a long, fancy prayer. It was the kind of prayer you say when you feel out of your depth. I prayed for my friend and for everyone who lived in that house. I prayed that whatever was there wouldn't hurt them. I prayed that God would protect them, because I didn't know what else to do. When my friend came back down, he acted normal. He didn't look shaken. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just got in the car, dressed in a clean shirt, ready to go out and have a good time. And here's something important. I did not tell him what happened. I didn't tell anyone in that house. Not that day. Not even later, at least not for a long time. Part of it was because I didn't want to sound insane. Part of it was because I didn't know what I was dealing with. And a big part of it was that I had a strong feeling I shouldn't mess with it. Whatever it was felt powerful and angry, and it clearly didn't want to be noticed. If I started talking about it, asking questions, or trying to investigate, I worried I would pull attention onto myself or onto others. So I stayed quiet. I kept it to myself, and I tried to mentally file it under. You saw something you were not supposed to see, and you survived it by leaving. Months passed. Eventually, that house came back into my life indirectly through my close friend Robin, Bird. Bird was the same friend who had strong psychic ability, and was usually right when she said a place felt wrong. She was invited to a party several months later, and it turned out the party was at that exact house. When I found out, I felt my stomach drop. I didn't tell Bird the full story right away, which I regret now, but at the time I still didn't want to stir things up. I didn't want to plant fear in her mind. I also wasn't sure if what I experienced would happen to anyone else. Maybe it was connected to me because I had been opening myself up through meditation. Maybe it wouldn't react the same way to others. All I said to her was, "Be careful." That was it. A small warning without details. She went to the party anyway. A few days later, I called her to ask how it went. I expected to hear normal party stories. Who was there, what happened, the usual. At first, that's what we talked about. But then her tone changed. She got quieter and more serious. She told me she had an incident in the bathroom. At first she didn't want to explain. She was hesitant, like even talking about it made her uncomfortable. I pushed gently, because I could feel something was wrong. Finally, she told me she was choked while in the bathroom. Not metaphorically. Not. I felt tight in my throat. She said it like it was physical, like something grabbed her or pressed on her throat. She didn't go into every detail, but the fear in her voice was enough. She said she didn't want to talk about it much more, and that she didn't want to revisit it in her head. The moment she said that, guilt hit me hard. Because I knew what I had seen in that house, and I had not properly warned her. I had said, "Be careful," like it was nothing, like it was a normal safety warning. But her experience sounded far worse than mine, and it sounded personal and violent. That's when I told her my story. I told her about being in the house alone for a few minutes. I told her about the long hallway. I told her about the thing in the room, 8 feet tall, distorted, angry. I told her about the voice ordering me to get out. Bird got upset, and I don't blame her. She told me I should have warned her properly. She said if she had known it was that kind of situation, she would have prepared herself differently or avoided certain spaces, especially the bathroom. I tried to explain why I stayed quiet, but honestly there wasn't a perfect excuse. I was afraid. I didn't want to stir it up. I didn't want to sound crazy. But the truth is, keeping quiet didn't protect Bird. It only left her unprepared. After that, I heard another story that made everything feel even more real. One of my own roommates, someone I lived with at the time, had gone to that same party too. Later he told me that something pushed him in the bathroom. He didn't see anything, but he felt it clearly, a shove from something invisible. He said he felt threatened, like whatever was in there didn't want him there, the same feeling I had picked up when I saw it. Hearing that made me feel sick again, because now it wasn't just my sighting and birds choking experience. Now it was a third person feeling physical force in the same area of the house. At that point, I started thinking the bathroom area and that hallway were a key part of it. Either the presence was concentrated there, or the layout created a kind of hot spot, or that was simply where it could corner people when they were alone. Bathrooms are private spaces. People go in alone. Doors close. You're vulnerable. If something wanted to scare or control someone, that would be a perfect place to do it. A couple years later, long after the party and long after my initial encounter, I talked to another old friend from high school. She had dated one of the guys who lived in that house, the guy who occupied the very room where I saw the entity. When I spoke to her, I finally decided to tell her everything. I told her about what I saw that day. I told her about Bird being choked in the bathroom. I told her about my roommate being pushed and feeling threatened. Her reaction surprised me, but it also made the whole thing feel darker. She told me she used to hear knocking on the walls at night when she stayed there. Not occasional, house-settling knocks. She described it as steady and annoying enough to keep her awake. Like someone tapping, repeatedly, in a way that felt intentional. Then she told me about her boyfriend, the one who lived in that room. She said he used to be an ex-football player, built like a tank, strong and confident. But his personality wasn't aggressive. According to her, he was the kind of big guy who looked intimidating until you spoke to him, and then you realized he had a teddy bear attitude. Calm, friendly, harmless. But after he moved into that house, things started changing. She said he wasn't the same person anymore. His mood shifted. His behavior shifted. He became more angry, more unstable. She described it like a slow downhill slide, where at first it was just irritability, then it turned into arguments, and eventually it turned into violence. Not only him, but the overall energy around him and the people in the house. It sounded like the house didn't just scare people. It influenced people. It pushed on something inside them and made it worse. According to her, it got so bad that everyone in that house started having serious conflict. And eventually, he was told to leave. Not asked? Told. Like the others couldn't take it anymore and felt he was becoming dangerous. When she said that, I remember feeling this heavy, uncomfortable confirmation in my chest. Because the entity I saw didn't just feel like a random ghost. It felt like something that wanted control. Something that claimed space. Something that reacted with anger the second I simply walked down the hall. My friend said that when he was forced to leave, there was an incident serious enough that police had to get involved. She didn't give me every detail, and I didn't push for them. The way she said it made it clear it wasn't some small roommate argument. It crossed the line. After that conversation, I couldn't stop thinking about how the timeline lined up. I saw the entity in that room when nobody else was home. Later, Bird got attacked in the bathroom. My roommate was pushed in the bathroom. Then the guy living in that room changed dramatically after moving in and eventually spiraled into violence. I'm not saying the house possessed him like a movie. I'm not claiming I have proof of anything. But the pattern is hard to ignore. A place can affect people, even in normal ways: stress, bad sleep, negative atmosphere. But this felt like something more targeted. Like something in that house wanted to push people into fear and conflict, and it didn't care who it hurt. Looking back, I regret not speaking sooner, at least to Bird. At the same time, I understand why I stayed quiet. When you encounter something that feels that strong and that hostile, your instincts don't tell you to investigate. Your instincts tell you to leave, protect yourself, and don't invite it to follow you. That day in the hallway, when it told me to get out, I listened. And I still believe that was the only reason it didn't get worse for me. Even now, years later, I can still picture that moment clearly: the long hallway, the half-open room, the sudden movement catching my eye, and that huge, distorted figure standing there like it owned the space. The most frightening part wasn't even what it looked like. It was the certainty that it was aware of me, and it wanted me gone. And after hearing what happened to others in that same house, especially in that bathroom, I'm glad I listened. It feels strange to even write this down, because where I live, nothing like this ever really happened. I'm not someone who grew up in a haunted house, and I'm not the type of person who goes looking for ghosts. Most of my life has been normal in that way. The only thing I can remember from when I was very young was one moment that scared me so badly that I still remember it clearly. I was a little boy, and I was in our apartment. I don't remember what I was doing right before it happened, but I remember the sound. I heard someone come into the apartment. I heard the door open and close. It was the exact sound you hear when someone comes home, like a parent returning, or a neighbor dropping something off, or anyone entering through the front door. Back then, I automatically assumed it was one of my parents or someone we knew. I expected to hear footsteps. I expected to hear a voice. I expected to see somebody walk down the hallway. But nothing happened after the door closed. No footsteps. No voices. No one came around the corner. It was like the apartment swallowed the sound and then went quiet again. I remember waiting, listening, trying to convince myself I just didn't hear them move yet. But the silence stayed too long. And because I was little and didn't know how to explain it, I did the only thing little kids do when something doesn't make sense and feels scary. I cried. I cried hard, the kind of crying where you don't even care if it's embarrassing because your body is just reacting. That's the only thing I can remember from childhood that felt remotely paranormal. For years after that, nothing strange happened at all. That's why these more recent things caught me completely off guard. It was a while back when the weird stuff started again, and the strange part is that it didn't start with something huge like a full-body apparition. It started with small things that were odd enough to make me stop and stare, but not so extreme that I immediately thought, "This is definitely a ghost." If anything, my first reaction was to try to find a normal explanation, because that's how I am. I'm the kind of person who would rather blame physics, coincidence, or my own senses before I blame something paranormal. The first big moment happened on a Sunday morning. It was early. The apartment had that quiet morning feeling where the light coming through the windows looks soft and pale, and everything feels still because most people are still sleeping. I had just woken up. I didn't have a clock in my room at the time, so one of the first things I do when I woke up was go check the time in my parents' room. I didn't want to wake them up by asking out loud, and I didn't want to guess and end up being late for something. So it became a habit: wake up, get out of bed, quickly peek at the time. That morning, I got up and started to walk out of my room toward my parents' room. You have to understand the layout a little to picture it. Our kitchen area is close enough that you can see part of it when you step into the hallway. There's a table in the kitchen, and that table is one of those normal family tables where random things sit: salt, pepper, a napkin holder, maybe a bottle of water, maybe mail or keys depending on the day. As I stepped out, I wasn't thinking about anything unusual. I was half asleep and just focused on checking the time. Then, suddenly, the salt shaker moved. Not a tiny slide. Not a slow drift. It basically flew off the kitchen table. It went in the opposite direction of where I was standing. That's an important detail to me, because if it had slid toward the edge closest to me, I might have assumed I accidentally bumped the table, or I caused some vibration with my steps. But it didn't move toward me. It moved away from me, like something pushed or threw it. It happened so fast that for half a second, my brain didn't fully understand what I was seeing. I just heard the sound of the salt shaker hitting the floor and instinctively looked toward the kitchen. When I saw where it landed, I felt my face go hot with shock. It wasn't just on the floor near the table. It had landed several feet away. I'm not exaggerating, it looked like it traveled about 3 or 4 feet from the table, like it had been tossed. The distance was what made it feel impossible. If something falls off a table, it usually drops straight down and maybe rolls a little. It doesn't launch outward like a ball. I stood there staring at it, my mind trying to catch up. At first I wondered if I had imagined it. But the salt shaker was on the floor, far from where it should have been, and the table was still. The room was still. Nothing else had moved. There wasn't a pet racing through the kitchen. There wasn't someone standing there who could have knocked it off. And I knew I hadn't touched the table. I walked into the kitchen slowly, almost careful, like I expected something else to happen the second I got closer. I looked at the table. I looked at the floor. I looked at the salt shaker. I picked it up and placed it back on the table. Then I tried to debunk it. I know that sounds funny, but it's true. I didn't want to believe something weird had happened, so I tried to recreate it. I tapped the table lightly, then harder. I bumped the chair. I walked heavier. I even pressed down on the table to see if it would wobble. I tried to see if the table was uneven or if the salt shaker was sitting on some slick spot that could make it slide. Nothing came close. No matter what I did, I could not make the salt shaker fly off the table like that, especially not in a way that would send it that far. The only way I could make it move that kind of distance was if I physically picked it up and threw it. And I didn't throw it. I hadn't even been close enough to touch it. That's when the thought hit me, simple and heavy, something else had been in the kitchen with me. I didn't mean a person in the normal sense, because I would have seen a person. I meant something unseen that could still interact with the physical world. I hated even letting my mind go there, but I couldn't find another explanation that fit the way it happened. Even with that thought, I didn't run screaming or anything. I didn't feel that kind of terror. I felt amazed and confused more than anything. It was like my brain kept repeating, "How is that possible?" over and over again. After a while, I forced myself to move on. I checked the time like I planned, got on with my morning, and tried to treat it like one weird incident. Then the next week, another Sunday morning came. Again, it was early. Again, that quiet weekend feeling was in the air. And I woke up at just the right moment to hear a sound from the kitchen. It sounded like something tipping over on the kitchen table. That sound is very specific too. It's not a sharp crash like something breaking. It's more like a hollow plastic knock, followed by that soft rolling movement. I heard it clearly enough that I sat up immediately and listened. The apartment was still quiet. I didn't hear anyone walking around. I didn't hear my parents talking. I didn't hear the front door. It was just that one sound coming from the kitchen area. I got up and went to look. On the kitchen table, a water bottle was tipped over. Now, that might sound like nothing. Water bottles tip over all the time. But this wasn't random. After the salt shaker incident the week before, I had put that water bottle there in a very specific way. I had placed it aside from everything else, almost like a test. I wanted to see if I would hear something again. I wanted to see if something would move again. And I wanted to be able to say, "Okay, the bottle was placed like this, and now it's like that." I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. It was just something I did quietly for myself, because I didn't want to sound crazy. So when I saw the bottle tipped over, my stomach tightened. I stood there staring at it the same way I had stared at the salt shaker. Then I tried the same thing I did before. I tried to debunk it. I set the bottle upright and tried to make it tip over without touching it. I tapped the table. I tried to see if there was some unevenness. I checked if the bottle was balanced strangely. I tried to recreate what I had heard. And again, nothing made sense. The only reasonable explanation was that someone or something tipped it over. There wasn't a breeze in the kitchen strong enough to do that. The table wasn't shaking. There wasn't any animal around. And I had been asleep until I heard it. The strange part was how calm I was. I'm not saying I wasn't unsettled, because I was. But I wasn't screaming or frozen with fear. I think part of me was treating it like a strange science experiment, like, okay, something is happening, and I want to understand it. I also think maybe my brain didn't want to panic because panic would make it real in a different way. If I stayed calm, I could keep telling myself there had to be an explanation. For a while after that, nothing physical happened. At least nothing I noticed. Then one late Saturday night, something happened that wasn't an object moving. It was a sound. I was trying to sleep. It was one of those nights where your body is tired but your mind keeps spinning. The apartment was quiet. The usual nighttime sounds were there. Maybe a refrigerator hum, maybe a distant car outside, but nothing unusual. Then I heard a little girl scream. Not a horror scream. Not a scream of pain. A joyful scream. The kind of scream kids make when they're playing, like sudden excitement or laughter turned into sound. It was quick, bright, and so out of place in the middle of the night that my eyes opened immediately. I lay there listening, trying to figure out where it came from. My first thought was that it had to be outside. Maybe a neighbor's kid, maybe someone in the building, maybe a TV. But it didn't sound muffled the way outside sounds do through walls. It sounded closer. Seconds later, the clock in the kitchen started ticking loudly. We had one of those kitchen clocks with a steady tick-tick-tick sound. Normally you don't notice it unless you're paying attention. But that night, the ticking got loud enough that it felt like it filled the apartment. It was so loud I couldn't believe it wasn't waking everyone up. It sounded like it was right next to my head, like the clock was suddenly amplified. It kept ticking louder and louder, and I remember thinking, this is insane, how is it that loud? Then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The ticking didn't fade. It didn't slowly get quieter. It stopped in an instant, like someone flipped a switch. The sudden silence afterward felt heavy, like the apartment had been holding its breath. I lay there in the dark, wide awake now, trying to decide whether to get up and check the clock or just stay in bed. I didn't want to move. Sometimes moving in the dark makes you feel more vulnerable, like you're inviting whatever is happening to come closer. Eventually, I forced myself to relax. I don't remember exactly how long it took, but I fell asleep again. The next morning, everything looked normal. The clock was ticking normally. Nothing seemed broken. That experience bothered me more than the salt shaker and bottle, because it felt more personal. A joyful child scream in the middle of the night, followed by the clock acting like it wanted attention. It didn't feel like random house behavior. It felt like a presence playing with sound, like something trying to make itself noticed. Then something happened about a week ago that took things to another level. I was on the computer, just sitting there reading through stories online, paranormal stories, actually. I wasn't doing anything intense. I wasn't trying to call anything in. I was just reading, the way you read any website when you're bored or curious. The apartment was quiet. My mom was nearby in another room. If anyone made a sound, I would have heard it. And then I heard a little girl giggle. It was soft. Not loud. But clear enough that it made me stop scrolling instantly. It was that unmistakable sound of a child giggling, like a short burst of amusement. It didn't sound like a TV laugh track. It didn't sound like a random noise. It sounded like a real giggle. My first reaction was to look toward the kitchen. I don't know why the kitchen became the focus, but that's where my eyes went. Maybe because the other object incidents happened there. Maybe because the sound felt like it came from that direction. Maybe because I was already associating the kitchen with weirdness. I looked and expected to see nothing. But for a few seconds, I saw something that made my skin prickle all over. It wasn't a fully solid person standing there. It was more like an outline. A shape. It looked like the outline of a little girl sitting down cross-legged, with her head angled downward, like she was looking at the floor or looking at her hands in her lap. It wasn't bright. It wasn't glowing. It was subtle, like a shape made of slightly darker air. But it was distinct enough that I could recognize the posture. I stared so hard my eyes hurt, because I couldn't believe it. My brain was trying to decide if it was a trick of light or shadow, but the shape didn't match anything in the kitchen. It didn't match a chair, a bag, a pile of clothes. It looked like a child sitting in a very specific way. It lasted only a few seconds. Then it was gone. Not like it walked away. Not like it moved behind something. It was there, and then it wasn't, like someone erased a drawing. I sat there frozen at the computer, my hands still on the keyboard and mouse, not moving. I remember being amazed that my mom didn't react. I wanted to ask her if she heard the giggle, but I also didn't want to. There's a weird moment when you experience something like that where you hesitate to share it because saying it out loud makes it feel more real, and it also opens the door to someone telling you that you imagined it. So I stayed quiet and just stared at the kitchen for a while, waiting to see if it would happen again. Nothing happened. The apartment went back to normal. After that, I started thinking back over the whole timeline. First, the salt shaker flying off the table on a Sunday morning, moving a distance that made no sense. Then the water bottle tipping over the next week, after I had deliberately placed it away from everything else. Then the late-night joyful scream, and the kitchen clock ticking so loudly it felt impossible, and then stopping suddenly. And now the giggle while I was on the computer, followed by the outline of a little girl sitting cross-legged. I'm still not sure what to make of it. Part of me wants to stay skeptical, because that's my nature. I want to blame vibrations, balance, sound traveling through walls, a neighbor's kid, something logical. I don't want to jump to ghosts, because that word carries so much. Once you call it a ghost, you start seeing your entire home differently. But another part of me can't ignore how specific some of these moments were. It wasn't just something fell. It was something moving with force, or sound happening in a way that felt intentional. And the childlike sounds, the scream, the giggle, make it feel like the same type of presence is involved each time. The most confusing part is my own reaction. I didn't feel the kind of panic you'd expect. I felt startled, yes. I felt confused. I felt uneasy. But I also felt strangely calm, like my mind was trying to observe rather than explode with fear. Maybe that calm is why I noticed more. Maybe if I had panicked, I would have blocked it out, and convinced myself it was nothing. I don't know. All I know is that I saw what I saw, and I heard what I heard. And even if I try to explain it away, I keep coming back to that moment on the computer, hearing a little girl giggle, looking toward the kitchen, and seeing that outline sitting there cross-legged, head down, like she was just quietly existing in my home for a few seconds before disappearing again. During the day, I was home alone. It was one of those normal, quiet days where the house feels bigger than usual because no one else is walking around, no voices, no TV noise, no doors opening and closing. Just that steady background silence you only notice when you're by yourself. I wasn't doing anything dramatic. I was just moving through the house like I always do, going from one room to another, thinking about random stuff. At some point I walked into the kitchen. The second I stepped in, I got that strange feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. It wasn't like I heard a sound or saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was more like the atmosphere changed. Like the air got heavier for a second, or like the room had another presence in it besides mine. If you've never felt that kind of thing, it's hard to explain. It's not the same as normal fear, and it isn't the same as being startled. It's more like your body notices something before your mind can explain it. I stopped walking. I stood there, just inside the kitchen, and looked around. Everything looked normal. The counters were the same. The table and chairs were exactly where they always were. The light coming in through the windows looked normal. No shadows doing anything strange. No movement. No noise. For a moment, that part of my brain that likes logic tried to take over. It told me it was nothing. It told me I was imagining it because the house was quiet. It told me I was just in my own head. But I'm the kind of person who has always been spiritually aware. I don't say that to sound special. It's just how I've been for a long time. I notice energy. I notice when a place feels off. I notice when something feels like it's watching. I don't always know what it means, but I've learned not to ignore the feeling completely. So I stayed still and tried to focus on where the feeling was coming from. Sometimes, when you sense something, it doesn't feel like it's everywhere in the room. It feels located, like it's coming from a specific corner, or a certain spot above you, or a certain doorway. That's what happened here. The feeling wasn't on the floor or behind me. It felt higher, Like something was above my line of sight, watching from a place people don't usually look. I slowly lifted my head and looked up toward where I sensed it. I still didn't see anything. No shape, no face, no clear shadow. Just normal ceiling, normal light. But the feeling was strong enough that I didn't doubt it. I spoke out loud, calm but firm. "If you have come to harm me, then leave now," I said. "If you have not come to harm me, then why are you here?" I didn't yell. I didn't challenge it the way people do in movies. I didn't try to provoke anything. My goal wasn't to start a fight with something I couldn't see. My goal was to set a boundary. I wanted to make it clear that I wasn't going to accept anything threatening in my space. But I also wanted to leave room for another possibility, that maybe this presence wasn't there to hurt me, maybe it was just there. The moment I finished speaking, I felt chills move across my body. It wasn't a normal, "I'm cold," chill. It felt like something passed through me, almost like a wave moving over my skin. The hair on my arms rose. I felt it across my shoulders and down my back, like that quick shiver you get when someone walks behind you and you didn't expect them. It was intense, but it also faded quickly. And then the feeling was gone. Not slowly. Not gradually. It was just gone, like the room snapped back to normal. The kitchen felt empty again. The air felt light again. The pressure I had been sensing disappeared. I remember raising my eyebrow and standing there for a second like, okay, that happened. Then I went on with my day. I didn't run out of the kitchen. I didn't panic. I didn't call anyone. I didn't even tell my family right away, because I wasn't sure what to say. It's hard to tell someone. I felt a ghost watching me in the kitchen, without sounding like you're trying to scare them or start drama. The rest of the day was uneventful. That's part of what made it so strange. Nothing else happened. No objects moving. No weird sounds. No footsteps. No doors. I didn't feel that presence again during the afternoon or evening. It was almost like it had shown itself for a moment, listened to what I said, and backed off. If the story ended there, I probably would have forgotten about it faster. I would have told myself it was a random energy shift, or a moment of intuition, or even my imagination. I might have filed it away as one of those weird feelings, and moved on. But it didn't end there. It wasn't until late at night that the presence came back. I'm a night owl. I've always been that way. Even when I'm tired, my mind doesn't always want to shut off at a normal hour. I'll stay up later than I should, scrolling on my phone, thinking about the next day, or just enjoying the quiet of the night when everyone else is asleep. That night, it was around 1 a.m. when I finally decided I should go to bed. The house was dark. The rest of my family was asleep. Their doors were closed, and the hallway had that low, dim look you get when the only light comes from outside or a small nightlight somewhere. There's something about a house at night that's different from the same house during the day. Even when you're not scared, the darkness changes everything. It turns corners into unknown spaces. It makes you listen more carefully. It makes small noises sound bigger. But I wasn't afraid. Not really. I had already gone through the daytime moment, and after that, everything had been normal. Also, my family hasn't had any experiences like the ones I notice. They sleep through things. They don't pick up on energy the same way I do. So the house at night feels like my world alone, like I'm the only one awake enough to notice what's happening. I walked through the house with the lights off, just like I usually do. I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. The bathroom light was bright and harsh for a moment after being in darkness. I stared into the mirror, did my normal routine, and tried not to think too hard about ghosts or anything spiritual. The more you think about it, the more your mind starts turning shadows into shapes. I finished brushing my teeth and walked back to my room, still without turning on any lights. When I entered my room, I felt chills again. That same wave-like shiver moved over me. It was familiar now, like the signature of the thing I had felt earlier. For a second, I paused at the doorway. The room looked exactly the same as always. My bed, my clothes, the shape of the furniture in the dark. No movement. No sound. But the chills told me something was nearby. I told myself it was an old house. Old houses make you feel weird sometimes. They creak. They shift. They hold cold air in certain spots. They make your nerves react because you don't fully trust what you can't see in the dark. I've lived in places where the temperature changes from one corner of the room to another for no obvious reason. So I tried to stay calm and not feed the feeling. I walked over to my window and pulled the blinds down. The blinds made that soft clacking sound they always make. That sound felt loud in the quiet house, but it was normal. It was something I controlled. It helped me feel grounded. Then I hopped into bed. I got comfortable, turned onto my side, and tried to fall asleep. But I couldn't. My body was tired, but my mind was awake. Also, that feeling of not being alone wouldn't go away. It wasn't as strong as it was in the kitchen earlier, but it was there like a faint pressure, like someone standing in a room behind you even though you can't see them. I lay on my side with my eyes open, staring into the dark. I wasn't exactly looking at anything. I was just staring, waiting for sleep to pull me under, trying to keep my breathing slow and calm. Then I noticed a glimmer of light on my ceiling. At first I thought it might be headlights from a car outside, because sometimes a car passing by can throw a moving light across the walls. But this didn't move like that. It stayed, like a steady glow. I turned my head, confused, and looked around to find the source of the light. That's when I saw my cell phone screen was bright. My phone wasn't plugged into the wall. It was on battery power. It was supposed to be asleep and dark like always. But the screen was lit up strongly enough that it cast a faint glow onto the ceiling. My first thought was simple. Okay, someone called me. Or someone texted me. But my ringtone didn't go off. My notification sound didn't go off. If I got a call or a text I should have heard it, because the house was quiet and I was wide awake. Still, I reached over and picked up the phone. I opened it and checked the screen. No missed call. No new message. No notification that would explain why it was lit up. It was just on. I glanced at the time. It was 1:08 a.m. I remember that clearly because I locked onto it the way you lock onto details when you're uncomfortable. Like your mind is collecting evidence so later you can say, "This happened at this exact time. I'm not making it up." I sat there holding my phone, staring at it, and I felt that uneasy feeling get stronger. Not panic, but alertness. Like my body was saying, pay attention. I told myself maybe the phone just woke up. Maybe the screen sensitivity triggered. Maybe I accidentally touched it. Phones can do small weird things sometimes. Even if nothing is wrong, technology can glitch, and if you're already uneasy, you notice every glitch. But the timing bothered me. The chills when I entered my room, the feeling of not being alone, and now the phone lighting up for no reason. So I decided I wanted more light. I didn't want to sit there in the dark guessing. I grabbed a flashlight from nearby. I don't remember if it was on my nightstand or on the floor, but it was close enough that I didn't have to leave the bed. I turned it on, and the beam cut through the darkness, making the room feel normal again. I set the flashlight down on the bed, and it started to flicker. Not a tiny blink. It flickered repeatedly, like the power was unstable. On and off. On and off. Fast enough to be obvious, slow enough that my brain could register each flicker. It went on like that for a solid 5 to 10 seconds. Those seconds felt longer because I was staring at it, waiting for it to stop, trying to figure out if I had a weak battery or a loose switch. But I also couldn't ignore the way it matched the moment. It was like the presence in the room had found something it could interact with easily. My eyes got wide. I felt chills running through my body again, stronger this time, like cold water sliding down my spine. The flickering light made the room look strange, like the shadows were jumping and moving. Every time the flashlight blinked off, the darkness snapped back. Every time it blinked on, it revealed the room again. That rapid shift made it feel less safe, because your eyes can't settle. I grabbed the flashlight quickly and scanned the room. I swung it toward the corners. I swung it toward the closet area. I swept it over the walls, the floor, the window, the doorway. I wasn't expecting to see a person, but my instincts wanted to check anyway. When your body senses something, you want proof. You want to see something you can point to. There was nothing. No one standing there. No face. No shape. Nothing. Just my room, my furniture, the quiet house, and the flashlight in my hand. At that point I was annoyed. Not just scared. Annoyed. I was trying to sleep, and I felt like something was messing around with me. I don't like that feeling, because it takes away your sense of control. If it was truly just a random glitch, fine. But the way it happened right after the phone lit up, right after that heavy feeling returned, made it feel intentional, like something was saying, "Yes, I'm here." So I spoke out loud again. "Don't mess around with me when I'm trying to sleep," I said. My voice was quiet because my family was asleep, but there was a firmness in it. I wasn't begging. I wasn't crying. I wasn't playing a game. I was laying down a boundary again. After I said that, I still felt the presence for a moment. It didn't vanish instantly the way it did in the kitchen earlier. It lingered, like it was standing there deciding whether to stay. That's the best way I can describe it. It felt like attention, like a focus on me, like someone waiting for my reaction. I turned the flashlight off and set it down again. I didn't want to keep shining it around like I was hunting something, because I didn't want to make the situation bigger. I didn't want to feed it fear. I also didn't want to wake my family, because explaining to a sleepy person at 1 a.m. that a flashlight is flickering and a ghost is in your room is not the kind of conversation that goes well. So I turned back over and closed my eyes. But before I tried to sleep again, I said something I didn't expect myself to say. I said goodnight. Not in a joking tone. Not in a scared tone. Just quietly, like I was ending the interaction. "Good night," I said. It might sound strange to say goodnight to something you can't see, but it felt like the right move in that moment. Like it was a polite way of closing the door without challenging it. Like I was telling it, the conversation is over, now I'm resting. After that, the room finally felt calmer. It wasn't like the air got warm or the lights changed. It was just that the pressure faded. The sense of someone else in the space loosened. My breathing slowed down again. The rest of the night stayed quiet. No more phone lighting up. No more flashlight flickering. No footsteps. No whispers. No sudden sounds in the hallway. Nothing. When I woke up in the morning, I actually felt refreshed. That surprised me. Usually, if I have a weird night, I wake up drained and tense. But that morning I felt like I slept deeply after the moment passed. Like my body finally relaxed once it realized nothing else was going to happen. And since that night, I haven't felt that presence again. No chills in the kitchen. No weird feeling in my room. No sudden attention. It really did feel like it came around for a day, made itself known, tested the space, and then left. I keep thinking about what it wanted, because it didn't feel like it was trying to harm me. If anything, it felt like it wanted to be noticed. The phone screen lighting up and the flashlight flickering felt like the kind of thing that's meant to get your attention without physically touching you. It felt like a presence using the easiest tools it could reach to say, "I'm here." But it didn't give me a message. It didn't show me a clear image. It didn't speak. It didn't do anything that felt like a warning or a demand. It just appeared, hung around, and then left. That's why, even though it was unsettling, I can't honestly say I felt threatened. I'm also not easily scared by this kind of thing anymore. I work in a haunted restaurant, and it has its own history. People have died there from heart attacks. It's one of those places where staff members quietly share stories, where certain rooms feel heavier than others, where someone will say, "Did you hear that?" and everyone pretends they didn't. When you work in a place like that, you get used to unusual experiences. You learn how to stay calm. You learn how to set boundaries. You learn when to ignore things and when to speak up. So compared to some of the things I've dealt with at work, what happened at home felt mild. It was still real to me, and it still made my heart race, but it didn't feel violent. It didn't feel cruel. It didn't feel like something trying to take control of me. It felt like something passing through. Something that noticed I could sense it, decided to come close for a while, and then moved on. And honestly, I'm fine with that. I don't want to invite it back. I don't want to chase it. I don't want to turn my home into a place where I'm constantly listening for signs. I like my home feeling peaceful. I like sleeping without wondering what's standing in the corner. But I also won't pretend it didn't happen. Because I remember the daytime moment in the kitchen, the way the chills moved over me after I spoke out loud. I remember the late night feeling of not being alone. I remember waking and seeing the light on my ceiling from my phone screen. I remember the time, 1:08 a.m., and the fact that there was no missed call, no text, no reason for the screen to be on. I remember turning on the flashlight and watching it flicker on my bed for several seconds, and the way my body reacted before my mind could fully explain it. And I remember how, after I finally said, "Don't mess around with me when I'm trying to sleep," and then quietly said goodnight, the room went calm again, like whatever was there decided to respect the boundary. Since then, it's been quiet. No presents. No chills. Nothing. Just my normal house again. I was married to my ex-husband for about 2 years when we rented a small house just one street over from my parents' place, the same neighborhood where I grew up. From the outside, it didn't look scary or special. It was just one of those little rental homes people pass every day without thinking about it. It sat on a street I knew well, a street full of memories. My sister and I used to run around outside with the neighborhood kids, ride bikes, play tag, all of that normal childhood stuff. That house, though, always felt like a blank space in my memory. It had been a rental for as long as I could remember. People moved in and out, and we never really knew the families who lived there. Not because we were unfriendly, but because it seemed like whoever moved in didn't stay long enough to become part of the neighborhood. You might see a moving truck one week, a few unfamiliar cars for a little while, and then, not that long later, you'd see another moving truck. When I was a kid, I didn't think anything of it. Rentals turn over quickly sometimes. Maybe the house had issues. Maybe the rent was low and it attracted short-term tenants. Maybe people just used it as a temporary place. I didn't start thinking about it until I lived there. We moved in on a day that felt like every moving day, exhausting, chaotic, and non-stop. We packed boxes, carried furniture, argued gently about where things should go, and made dozens of trips in and out of the house until our arms felt like rubber. By the time we finally got everything inside, the house didn't feel cozy yet. It felt like a maze of boxes, random piles, and half-made decisions. We were tired in that deep way you only get when you've been lifting and walking and thinking all day long. The kind of tired where you don't even want to shower, you just want to collapse. So that night, we didn't try to fully set up the house. We didn't decorate. We didn't make it cute. We just did the bare minimum to make it possible to walk around without tripping. We found the bed parts, put the bed together, threw sheets on it, and dragged a few important things into the bedroom. Then we turned off the lights and got into bed. It should have been a normal first night in a new place, a little uncomfortable because it's unfamiliar, but mostly quiet, mostly just the feeling of, finally, we can rest. We talked for a minute or two, the way couples do before sleep. We said goodnight. We started settling in. That's when the stereo came on by itself. It startled me because I wasn't expecting any sound in that quiet house. The stereo wasn't even in some perfect spot. It was just one of the things we had moved in, sitting wherever it landed. It was an old stereo someone had given us. Nothing fancy. It wasn't a new, smart device. It wasn't connected to anything. It wasn't even something we valued that much. It was simply a stereo we owned because someone offered it, and it worked well enough. The music suddenly started playing, loud enough to break the silence and make both of us sit up. My first thought wasn't, ghost. Not even close. My first thought was, great, it's old and the wiring is messed up, or there's a short, or the power button is stuck, something like that. I got out of bed, irritated more than scared, and turned it off. I remember how normal that moment felt. Like, okay, weird, but old electronics do weird things. I climbed back into bed and we laughed about it, because it was easy to make it into a joke. My husband, half joking and half not, said something like, "Oh no, we have a ghost or something." I laughed, because I didn't believe in ghosts. I honestly didn't. I had grown up around that neighborhood and that house and never once heard a ghost story about it. Nobody had warned me. Nobody said, "Don't rent that place." So in my head, the ghost idea was silly. The stereo turning on was just a glitch. Then the stereo came back on. Not a slow click. Not a quiet hum. Music on again, like someone had turned it on with purpose. I sat up, annoyed again, and looked toward where the stereo was. My husband's laugh faded. He wasn't smiling the same way anymore. This time he said, "Just unplug it. I'll fix it tomorrow." So I got up again, walked over, and unplugged the stereo from the wall. I remember making a point of it, pulling the plug out and holding it in my hand for a second, like, okay, there's no electricity going to it now. Problem solved. I got back into bed. The stereo came on again as soon as I settled under the covers. I froze for a second. My husband said, in that irritated tone people use when they think you didn't do what you said you did, "I told you to unplug it." I said, "I did." He didn't believe me. I could tell by the way he moved. He got out of bed and walked over to it like he was going to prove I was wrong. He reached down and looked behind it. It was unplugged. We stood there staring at it, both of us suddenly wide awake. The house felt different in that moment, not because the walls changed or the temperature changed, but because our minds changed. Because an unplugged stereo shouldn't be able to power on. That's not a wiring problem. That's not a button stuck. That's not a maybe you bumped it. It doesn't make sense. That was the first moment my husband truly got freaked out. He wasn't joking anymore. His face looked tense, and I could see fear rising in him the way it rises in someone who has old experiences they don't like to talk about. He started saying we had a ghost. I still didn't want to accept that, but I also didn't have a clean explanation anymore. I remember feeling this stubborn resistance inside me, like my brain was fighting the idea because it didn't want to live in a haunted house. My husband had some strange experiences as a child, things he had told me about before, not constantly, but enough that I knew he took this kind of thing seriously. So while I was trying to stay logical, he was already thinking, this is real, and it's here. He told me to talk to it. He said, "Tell it to stop." I didn't want to. Part of me felt ridiculous. Another part of me didn't want to invite anything. But he looked genuinely scared, and I didn't want him to feel powerless. So I played along, even though I still told myself I was just calming him down. I spoke out loud into the room, feeling silly and exhausted and confused all at once. I said something like, "We're really tired. We just moved in today and we need to sleep. Can you please turn the stereo off so we can go to bed?" And the stereo turned off. Not just one cabinet. Multiple. Like someone went through the kitchen during the night and opened them all. You'd walk in half asleep to make coffee, and every cabinet door would be hanging open, making the kitchen look like a place someone had searched. Water faucets would turn on by themselves. Again, not a slow drip. They would just turn on as if someone had twisted the handle. You'd be sitting in the living room and suddenly hear water running in the bathroom or kitchen. You'd get up, go check, and find the faucet on. You'd turn it off, and the house would be quiet again, until it happened another time. Lights would go off and on while we were watching TV. This wasn't always the whole house. Sometimes it was one room. Sometimes it was a lamp. But it happened often enough that we noticed and stopped treating it like a bad bulb issue. We changed bulbs. We checked switches. We tried to make sense of it. But it didn't behave like a normal electrical problem. It behaved like something playing with the environment. The house felt like it wanted attention. Not the kind of attention that comes from one dramatic act, but attention through repetition. Like, "Here. Notice me. over and over. The night I finally believed it, truly, fully believed it, was the night I saw it. It was late. Around 2 or 3 in the morning. We were in the living room playing music. Not loud party music, just music the way couples do sometimes when they can't sleep, sitting up late talking, trying to distract themselves. The house at that hour had that deep night quiet behind every sound, like the world outside is asleep and the house is the whole universe. I was sitting on the couch. To my left was the hallway, stretching away toward the bedrooms. The hallway always felt like the line between normal and not normal in that house. A lot of the odd sounds came from there. A lot of the fear collected there at night, like something used the hallway as a path. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. At first, I didn't know what it was. It was like my brain caught movement and turned it into a shape. But the shape didn't fade when I focused. It was there, just for a moment, clear enough that I could register it as a figure. I tried to tell my husband right away. My voice came out tense, like I was about to say something I didn't want to say. But he stopped me immediately. He didn't want to hear it. That's how scared he had become. He was terrified that if we talked about it, it would get worse. He was terrified that admitting it out loud would invite it. He shoved me down, not in a mean way, but in a desperate way. "Don't," he said, or something like that. "I don't want to know." So I didn't force it. I didn't argue. I just sat there, shaken, trying to hold the image in my mind and also trying to pretend I hadn't seen it. About an hour later, we finally decided to go to bed. Like always, we left the hallway light on. We left our bedroom door cracked open a little. That was our routine by then, like we were trying to avoid being trapped in complete darkness with a fully closed door. The crack of light and the open door felt like safety, even though looking back, it also felt like leaving a door open for something else. We lay down. Maybe a minute passed. Maybe less. My husband bolted upright out of bed. He moved so fast it startled me. He ran to the bedroom door and flung it open wider. He stood there, gripping the door, staring into the hallway light. His face was white. Not pale from being tired, white like all the color drained out. He was shaking. His breathing was fast. He looked like someone who had just seen something that broke him for a second. He turned back to me and said he had seen it too. And the way he described it matched exactly what I had seen earlier. That was the moment I couldn't deny it anymore. Because until then, a part of me could still play games with my own mind. I could still say, maybe I imagined it, maybe it was a shadow, maybe it was my own fear. But hearing him describe the same figure, with the same details, without me feeding him that description, there was no easy escape from that. We both believed it was a little girl. Around 4 or 5 years old. Reddish blonde hair. A white nightgown. That's what we both saw. And the strangest part is what happened after. After that night, after we both saw her, nothing happened again. Not less. Not once in a while. Nothing. The stereo never turned on by itself again. The cabinets stopped opening. The faucets stopped turning on. The perfume smell stopped appearing. The running footsteps stopped. The bathroom cabinets stopped opening and closing at night. The lights stopped flickering or switching off and on randomly. The house became normal. We lived there about 4 more months after that, and it stayed quiet the entire time. No more fear. No more hallway light required, though my husband still needed it out of habit for a while. No more waking up with the kitchen looking like someone had ransacked it. No more getting pushed down in the night. Nothing. It was like once we saw her, whatever game was happening ended. I've thought about that a lot over the years, because it doesn't make sense in a simple way. You would think that if something wanted attention, being seen would encourage it. You would think it would escalate. You would think it would get bolder once it realized we could see it. But it did the opposite. It stopped. The only explanation that has ever felt close to right, even if I can't prove it, is this: maybe she wanted to be acknowledged. Maybe she wanted us to know she was there. Maybe all the stereo and cabinet and smell and footstep stuff was her way of getting noticed without showing herself. And when she finally revealed herself, and we both saw her clearly enough to agree on what she looked like, maybe that was the end of whatever she needed to do. Or maybe it wasn't about need at all. Maybe it was about amusement. Maybe it was like a child playing pranks, pushing buttons, enjoying reactions. And once we saw her, once the mystery was gone and the fear wasn't the same, maybe it wasn't fun anymore. I don't know. All I know is that I went into that house not believing in ghosts, and I left it believing that something was there. Something that could turn an unplugged stereo on and off like it was nothing. Something that could open cabinets and turn on water and move through hallways and make itself known. And something that, in the end, looked like a little girl in a white nightgown, with reddish blonde hair, standing in our home like she belonged there. After we moved out, I never felt anything like that again in the same way. But I also never went back to being the person who completely dismissed the supernatural. Because once you live through 6 months of that, and then you see it, really see it, you can't fully go back to pretending the world is only what you can easily explain. And sometimes I still think about that street, one street over from my parents' house. I think about how often people moved in and out of that rental. And I wonder how many of them heard the stereo, or the cabinets, or smelled the perfume, or saw a small figure in the hallway and decided to leave as soon as their lease ended. I used to think people moved in and out because the house was just an old rental. Now I'm not so sure. My husband and I lived on Fort Benning from September 1999 until September 2002. Those were busy years for us, the kind of years where life moves fast and you don't always realize how much is changing until you look back. We were young, we had 2 small children, and most days were built around military routines, family routines, and whatever little surprises came with living on post. During that time, we lived in 2 different houses, and I had strange experiences in both of them. The odd part was that most of the time it was only me who noticed anything, mostly because I was the one home the most. My husband was gone a lot, either training, doing PT, or working long hours, and when you're alone with little kids, you become very aware of your surroundings. You notice sounds. You notice when something is out of place. You notice when the house feels too quiet, or when something changes in a way you can't explain. We moved across post in October of 2000. We went into a 1-level home in the Custer Terrace neighborhood. Our new house was on Arrowhead Road, and I remember being genuinely happy about that move. The house felt comfortable right away. It wasn't huge, but it had a good layout, and being 1 level made everything easier with 2 little children. No stairs to worry about, no hauling laundry up and down, no constantly watching a toddler near a staircase. It felt like the kind of place where family life could settle in. We really loved living there. The street felt calm, the neighborhood felt friendly, and the house had a warm, normal feeling when we first moved in. I remember the first weeks in that house being typical moving chaos. Boxes stacked in corners, toys ending up everywhere, that feeling of trying to make a new space feel like home. We put pictures up, arranged furniture, found where everything belonged. My children adjusted quickly, the way small kids do, and soon it felt like we had always lived there. Not long after we moved in, though, I began noticing small strange things. They weren't dramatic at first. They weren't the kind of things you call people about. They were more like tiny disruptions that made you pause and then shrug and continue your day. The first thing I really noticed was that items started going missing, or at least it seemed that way. I'd put something down in a place I always put it, and then when I reached for it later, it wouldn't be there. At first I blamed the kids, because when you have small children, they grab everything. A toddler can walk off with your keys if you're not paying attention. A kid can move a remote, or a toy, or even something important like your wallet if it looks interesting. So any time something was misplaced, I automatically assumed one of the kids had moved it. But then it started happening with things that didn't make sense for a child to move, or things that were placed high enough that little hands couldn't reach. I'd put something on top of a dresser or on a shelf and later it would be missing, only to show up in a place that didn't match my memory. Sometimes I'd search for something until I was frustrated, and then later I'd find it sitting in an obvious spot, like it had been placed there after I searched. That's one of the weirdest feelings. When you know you looked in a certain spot, you know it wasn't there, and then suddenly it is there. I kept telling myself it was stress. I was raising 2 small children, running a home mostly by myself during the day, and doing the normal work of being a military spouse, appointments, errands, cooking, cleaning, trying to keep the kids' schedules steady. It's easy to forget where you put things when your mind is juggling 10 different tasks. So I try not to let it get to me. Then the little incidents with electronics started. My son had this toy airplane. It took batteries, and it had lights and sounds, the kind of toy that's cute for about 5 minutes and then starts to drive you crazy because it's loud. He loved it, so we kept it, but we also tried to keep it turned off when he wasn't playing with it. One day, it came on by itself. Not while he was holding it. Not while anyone was touching it. It just started making noise like it had been switched on. The first time it happened, I didn't even think. Paranormal. My first thought was, the batteries must be loose, or the switch is broken, or it's one of those toys that glitches when the battery is low. So I turned it off, checked the switch, and moved on. But it happened again later. And again, it wasn't like a child had bumped it or pushed the button. It would be sitting there, and suddenly it would start up. That was annoying more than scary, especially when it happened during nap time, or late in the evening when I was trying to calm the kids down. Still, I kept telling myself it was the toy. Cheap toys do weird things sometimes, especially if they've been dropped or the battery connection is loose. Then the TV turned off on its own a couple of times. Again, not in a dramatic way where sparks flew or anything. Just a normal TV, playing something, and then suddenly it shut off as if someone hit the power button. The first time it happened, I assumed the remote had gotten pressed by accident. Remotes end up stuck between couch cushions, kids sit on them, toys fall onto them, all kinds of things. So I looked around, picked up the remote, and turned the TV back on. When it happened again on a different day, I felt more annoyed than anything. I remember thinking, okay, is this TV just old? Is there a power issue? Is the outlet loose? I tried to blame everything normal before I blamed anything strange. One day, the clothes dryer door popped open by itself. That one stood out, because it was such a physical motion. If you've ever used a dryer, you know the door doesn't usually pop open unless someone pulls it. It clicks shut, and it stays shut. This wasn't the dryer finishing and buzzing. This was the door popping open like it had been released. I remember standing there looking at it, thinking maybe I didn't shut it properly. Maybe I was rushing and it didn't latch. I closed it again and made sure it clicked. Even then, none of this scared me. It was weird, yes. It was irritating at times. It made me feel like I was constantly dealing with small disruptions. But I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel like something was trying to hurt us. It was more like the house was being slightly unpredictable, like it had its own little quirks and moods. When I mentioned any of these things to my husband, he always tried to rationalize it. That was his nature. He didn't like leaving things unexplained. He didn't believe in ghosts, and even if he did, he would have been reluctant to say it out loud. He'd tell me it was probably the wiring, or the batteries, or the way the house was built. He'd say I was tired. He'd say it was probably the kids. He wasn't trying to dismiss me in a mean way. He just truly believed there was a logical explanation, and he didn't want me to worry. Over time, I stopped bringing every little thing up. Part of that was because I didn't want to argue about it, and part of it was because I didn't want to sound dramatic. Also, when you live with small children, you already feel like you're constantly explaining things, constantly managing small problems. I didn't want to add, "My house is doing weird things," to the list of daily stress. So I kept more of it to myself. I noticed it, I filed it away, and I tried to ignore it unless it became too obvious to pretend it didn't happen. Still, deep down, I wondered if something would happen that my husband would experience too, something he couldn't explain away easily, something that would make him pause the way I had paused. Not because I wanted him to be scared, but because I wanted confirmation that I wasn't imagining things. I didn't get that confirmation for a long time. Most of the strange activity happened when I was alone during the day. The house would be calm when he was home, as if it preferred quiet time when I was the only adult. Or maybe it was simply that I noticed more because I was alone and the house was quieter. Then, one morning in early May of 2002, it finally happened when he was home with me. That morning is one of those moments that stays clear in your mind because it doesn't fit into the normal flow of memory. Most days blur together: breakfast, kids, chores, errands, dinner, bedtime. But that morning stands out like someone highlighted it. My husband had the day off. That mattered because normally he would have been up and out early for PT. The routine on post was predictable. Many mornings I would hear him getting ready before dawn, the sound of him moving around, the soft noise of him pulling on uniform pieces, the quiet click of the door when he left. I got used to that schedule. It became so normal that even if I was half asleep, my brain recognized the pattern. That morning, because he had the day off, he was still in bed. But I had forgotten that. I was in that half-awake state where your eyes open but your brain is still catching up. I remember feeling like I wanted to go back to sleep. The house was quiet. The kids were asleep. It was the kind of moment you want to hold on to as a parent, those rare quiet minutes when nothing is demanding your attention. Then I heard our front screen door creak open. That sound alone made me more alert, because the screen door had a particular creak to it. It was a familiar sound, one that usually meant someone was coming in or going out. Immediately after that, I heard the front door itself open. In my sleepy mind, the explanation was instant: my husband is coming in from PT. It made sense. I assumed he had gotten up, gone out, and come back in the way he normally would on a work day. I rolled over expecting to see him walking in or moving around. Instead, he was lying in bed next to me. That moment was like a cold drop in my stomach. I remember the exact confusion, the way my brain stopped and reset. Because the sound was real. I had clearly heard the doors. But the person who would normally be responsible for those sounds was right there, beside me. I turned my head and looked at him, and I could tell he had heard it too. He was wide-eyed, lying stiff as a board. His whole body looked tense, like he didn't want to move because moving would make it worse. The only thing he could manage to do was whisper, "What's happening?" His voice sounded small, and that scared me more than the door opening. It's one thing when you feel uneasy alone. It's another thing when the person who always insists there's a logical explanation is suddenly lying rigid beside you, terrified, and asking what's happening. I whispered back, almost without thinking, "I told you strange things happen in the house." And then we both lay there, listening. The front door closed. Then the chain latch went. That detail is important because chain latches have a specific sound. It's not like a normal lock turning. It's that metallic rattle and slide, that unmistakable "someone is securing the door" sound. You don't hear a chain latch move by accident. It sounded exactly like a person had come in, closed the door behind them, and latched the chain from the inside. My husband's eyes got even wider at that sound. I could see it in his face that he was doing the same mental math I was doing. If nobody is supposed to be here, who just came in and latched our door? Then the footsteps started. They came down the hallway. And they weren't soft footsteps. They weren't the little patter of a child. They weren't the subtle creak of an old house settling. They were heavy steps, steady and deliberate. What really made them stand out was the sound of the boots. Combat boots on hardwood floors make a very distinct sound. It's heavier than a sneaker. It has that hard, solid heel strike. Even if a person tries to walk quietly, boots make presence. They announce weight and purpose. My husband wore boots often enough that we both knew the sound. Hearing that sound coming down our hallway, while he was still in bed next to me, felt unreal. The footsteps came all the way down the hall toward our bedroom. Every step felt closer. Every step made my body tighter. I remember thinking, if this is an intruder, what do we do? Do we call out? Do we stay still? Do we grab something? I remember my mind trying to choose between fear and logic, between This can't be happening. And this is happening right now. The footsteps reached our bedroom door. And then they stopped. Right there, at our door. Nothing else happened. No doorknob turned. No push against the door. No voice. No further movement. Just silence. My husband and I lay there frozen, listening for any sign that whoever, or whatever, had walked down the hall would continue. We waited for the next sound the way you wait for thunder after lightning, tense and braced. But the house stayed silent. It wasn't the normal comfortable silence of a sleeping home. It was the kind of silence that feels loaded, like the air is holding something back. It felt like the house itself was listening too, like everything had paused. We stayed in bed for about 15 minutes. It might not sound like a long time, but in that moment it felt like forever. We didn't talk much, because we were both trying to hear. We didn't want to miss anything. We didn't want to move and make noise and alert someone if there really was a person in the house. We also didn't want to acknowledge it too loudly, as if speaking would make it more real. Finally, my husband got up. I could see how much effort it took for him to do it. He moved carefully, slowly, like he expected something to jump out. He didn't charge into the hallway like a tough guy. He was scared. And I don't say that to insult him. I say it because it was the truth, and it was the first time I had ever seen him truly scared in our home. He went to check the house. He looked around to make sure nobody had gotten in. He checked the front door. He checked the windows. He checked the other rooms. He looked for anything out of place, anything missing, any sign of a break-in. He found nothing. No open door. No evidence. No person hiding. No sign that anyone had even been there. The chain latch was in its normal position. The house looked exactly the way it should look on a quiet morning. But both of us had heard it. That was the part that mattered. We both heard the screen door creak. We both heard the front door open. We both heard the front door close. We both heard the chain latch. We both heard the boots on hardwood floors. And we both heard the footsteps stop at our bedroom door. There was no way to dismiss it as my imagination. My husband couldn't rationalize it away like he had done with the toy plane and the TV and the dryer door. This wasn't a minor annoyance. This was the sound of a person entering our home and walking straight down our hallway while we were in bed. My husband has never looked at those kinds of experiences the same way again. I don't think I've ever seen him as scared as he was that morning, and he doesn't like to talk about it even now. If the subject comes up, he gets quiet. He changes the topic. He doesn't want to revisit the feeling of lying in bed hearing boots approach the bedroom door with no explanation. But it did change him. It made a believer out of him, not necessarily in a dramatic, "ghosts are everywhere" way, but in a simple way that he no longer automatically doubts me when something out of the ordinary happens. He no longer jumps straight to, "You're imagining it," or, "It's nothing." He listens. He takes it seriously. He considers the fact that sometimes things happen that don't fit neatly into logic. For me, that morning wasn't about proving anything. I didn't feel satisfied that he finally experienced something. I just felt unsettled, because I wanted a peaceful home, and that experience made it clear that whatever was happening wasn't only little glitches with objects. It could create something that sounded real enough to make two adults lie still, afraid to move. And that's what stayed with me about living in that house on Arrowhead Road. It wasn't constant terror. It wasn't every night. Most days were normal, full of kids and chores and regular life. But every once in a while, something would happen, something small or something big, and it would remind me that the house had moments where it felt like we weren't alone. That morning in May 2002 was the moment my husband finally understood why I had been uneasy, why I had stopped telling him every little event, and why I had quietly wondered if I was the only one noticing. After that, he didn't need convincing. He had heard it himself, and there was no easy way to explain it away. We were living in a low-income apartment complex in Aztec, New Mexico when all of this happened. The complex was built sometime in the late 1960s or early 1970s. At least that's what people have told me. I tried more than once to get real information about the place. Who built it, what used to be on the land before the apartments, whether anything serious ever happened there. But every time I asked, I got a different answer. One person would tell me one story, another person would tell me something completely different, and none of it was solid enough to feel like a real explanation. People who have lived there a while all seem to agree on one thing, though: those apartments have issues. That's the word everyone uses. Some say it's because the building is old, some say it's because of the land, some say it's because of the people who have passed through, and some people just shrug and say, "It's always been like that." We moved out recently, and it wasn't only because of this. There were other reasons too. But these events were definitely part of why I never felt fully comfortable there. To understand why I believe the place might be haunted, it helps to know a little about our situation and the timeline. My kids and I lived in that apartment for about 6 years. My fiancé, Clinton, moved in during the last 3 years we lived there. And my daughter, Paige, was born during our 2nd year in that apartment. So the apartment wasn't just a temporary place for us. It was our home for a long time. It held birthdays, holidays, sick days, school mornings, and all the normal life stuff you go through when you're raising kids. A lot of strange things happened there over the years. Too many little things, honestly. Some of it was easy to ignore. Some of it was easy to blame on stress, lack of sleep, or the building being old. And some of it was hard to talk about because I didn't want people thinking I was dramatic or crazy. I've learned over time that once you tell people you think you're dealing with something spiritual, you either get judged or you get laughed at, and neither one is helpful when you're just trying to live your life and keep your family safe. So I'm not going to list every single thing that ever happened in that apartment, because it would take forever. This is more about the stretch of time and the pattern that really made me feel like we weren't alone there, and especially about what was happening in one specific part of the apartment, our hallway. Our apartment itself wasn't big. It was a typical 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit. We had a decent-sized living room, a combined kitchen and dining area, and a short hallway that led to the bedrooms and the bathroom. The front door was also off that hallway. When I say the hallway was short, I mean it was really short. Maybe around 20 feet long, probably less. You could stand near the living room and see most of the way down it. It wasn't one of those long, creepy hallways where the end is hidden in darkness. It was short enough that you would think nothing unusual could happen in it without you noticing. But that hallway was where the worst feelings happened, and it was where the most unsettling things seemed to focus. During the time when the main events happened, Paige was about 2 years old. She was little, but she wasn't completely a baby anymore. She had a decent vocabulary for her age. Not perfect, of course. She spoke like a toddler, so a lot of her words were shortened or pronounced wrong, but the people in our household could usually understand her. Clinton could understand her. I could understand her. Her 3 older brothers could understand her. Other people, like strangers or distant family, sometimes struggled, because toddler speech can sound like its own language if you aren't around it every day. But inside our home, we had learned her patterns, so we could usually get the gist of what she meant. Our bedtime routine was strict, and it had to be, because we had multiple children and we needed structure. On school nights, bedtime was always 8:30 p.m. On weekends, bedtime was 9:30 p.m. And yes, even when my oldest boy got into his teenage years, we still kept that structure as much as we could. People sometimes laugh when they hear that, but when you have a busy home, bedtime isn't only for the kids. It's the only time the adults get a quiet moment to breathe. That adult time, after the kids go down, is sometimes the only chance you have to talk, clean up, plan the next day, or just sit in silence and let your brain rest. Most nights, the routine was normal. Pajamas, teeth brushed, a drink of water, a story or a quick cuddle, then lights out. The boys were usually asleep quickly. Paige took longer sometimes, because toddlers have that last burst of energy right when you want them to be calm. But generally, things went the way they should. Then we started hearing Paige talking at night. At first, it was easy to explain away. Toddlers talk in their sleep sometimes. Kids talk to themselves. Kids play with their stuffed animals and pretend they're having conversations. It's normal. But Paige's words had a certain tone to them that didn't sound like pretend play. She sounded upset, like she was arguing with someone, or trying to make someone leave her alone. Night after night, we would hear her say things like, "Go away," which was her toddler way of saying, "Go away," or "Leave me alone," which was her way of saying, "Leave me alone." Sometimes she would say it once, then go quiet. Sometimes she would say it repeatedly, like she was frustrated. Occasionally, she would sound like she was close to crying. Clinton and I both assumed, at first, that her brothers were messing with her. That seemed like the most normal explanation. Kids tease each other, especially in a small apartment where everyone shares space and sometimes tempers get short. We thought maybe one of the boys was whispering to her, scaring her, or keeping her awake, then pretending to sleep when they heard us coming. So when we heard Paige saying, "Go away," we would start down the hallway to check. But even then, we were trying to be smart about it. We knew kids can hear adults coming and instantly pretend to be asleep. So we tried to sneak. We would turn the living room lights down low so we weren't casting big shadows down the hallway. We would walk quietly, almost stealth mode, trying not to give the kids warning. We would get to the bedroom door and look in. The boys would be out cold. Not pretending. Not blinking at us. Not shifting around. Fully asleep. The kind of sleep where they didn't even react when the door opened. That meant Paige was the only one awake. At first that made me feel relieved, because it meant the boys weren't picking on her like we suspected. But it also made me feel confused, because then why was she telling someone to go away? Clinton would step into the room and quietly tell her it was bedtime, that she needed to lay down and go to sleep. Paige would answer him in her little toddler voice, and the things she said didn't sound like normal bedtime excuses. They weren't, "I need water," or "I'm not tired." They were things like, "The boy is talking too loud," or "The bad thing won't go away." She didn't say it dramatically. She said it like she was describing something real in the room with her, something that was bothering her. Clinton never really knew what to do with that. He didn't want to scare her by acting like he believed her too strongly, and he also didn't want to jump to paranormal conclusions. He would look at her, then look around the room, then look back at me, and he'd have that expression like, "What is she talking about?" Most nights, if he went in first, he'd end up stepping aside and letting me handle it. If I was already there, he would just kiss Paige goodnight again, tell her gently to close her eyes, and then leave the room so I could deal with whatever was going on. I had my own way of dealing with it, and I'm not claiming it was perfect. It was just what I knew how to do. I would speak out loud, calmly, and I would aim my words at the unseen space rather than at Paige. I didn't want Paige to feel like she was the problem. She was a baby. She didn't deserve to be scared in her own bed. So I would say something like, "Please leave my little one alone. She doesn't understand why you're here because she's too young to understand, and you're scaring her." I always tried to keep my voice polite and steady, like I was speaking to a person, not challenging, not angry. I believed, still believe, that sometimes fear and anger can make these situations worse. If something is feeding off attention, fear is like a meal. If something is just lingering or curious, anger might provoke it. So I tried to set a boundary without escalating. Most of the time, Paige would relax after that. She would look at me and say something like, "They left, Mommy," meaning, they left. She'd sound calmer, like the pressure in the room had shifted away from her. But every now and then, she would look at me and say they said, "No." That's when I would have to change my tone. I didn't scream, but I got firmer. I would say something like, "If you refuse to leave and you keep scaring her, I will be forced to make you leave. I don't want to make you mad either, so please just go." I hated saying things like that, because I didn't enjoy feeling like I was arguing with something invisible in my child's bedroom. But I also didn't want to sit there night after night letting Paige be frightened. A toddler can't defend herself. A toddler can't explain clearly what she's seeing. So it felt like my job to protect her, even if protecting her meant talking to something I couldn't see. Usually after that, Paige would tell me they left. Then I would sit with her a minute, rub her back, tell her she was safe, remind her that Mommy was right there, and that she was okay. Eventually she would fall asleep. We would leave, close the door, and try to get back to our evening. Clinton and I talked about it sometimes, but usually only on his terms. He didn't like going too deep into it. He preferred to call it imagination, and at first, I agreed that it could be. I still think it's possible. Toddlers have powerful imaginations. They dream while awake sometimes. They can get scared of a shadow on the wall and turn it into a bad thing. So yes, at first I could accept that Paige might be imagining it. But then other things started to line up in ways that were harder to explain. There were times when Clinton and I would both get that feeling in the hallway. That someone is there feeling. And it wasn't a gentle feeling. It wasn't like the presence of a family member. It didn't feel comforting. It felt wrong. It felt like being watched by something that didn't want you there, even though it was your own home. Sometimes one of us would be walking down the hallway, going to the bathroom, going to check on the kids, going to our room, and suddenly the air would feel heavy. The skin on your arms would prickle. Your stomach would tighten. Your mind would go quiet in that alert way it goes quiet when danger is nearby. And more than once, one or both of us would take off running. Not like a little quick walk. A full run, straight to our bedroom, diving into bed like the bed was a safe zone, and shutting the door behind us fast. I'm not proud of that, but I'm being honest. I wasn't always brave enough to face whatever I felt, especially when the feeling was sharp and ugly. Sometimes you can stand your ground and speak calmly. Other times your instincts scream at you to get away, and you listen. Clinton still says, even now, that he doesn't know why he got those feelings. He isn't the type who wanted to believe in this. He didn't grow up with experiences like I did. He hadn't had things happen to him before he met me. He used to say that he didn't know if it was really something spiritual, or if he was just reacting to my anxiety, or if the apartment made normal sounds that freaked him out because we were talking about ghosts. It wasn't that he didn't believe me. It was more like he didn't know what to believe, because it didn't fit his life experience. Still, that hallway kept being the center of it. Paige's complaints, our uneasy feelings, that sense that something was there and it wasn't good. It became a pattern, and patterns are harder to dismiss than one random night. If I'm remembering correctly, the moment that really pushed things into a different category happened in January, maybe February, of 2007. I remember it being cold outside, and I remember the time clearly because of how quiet the house had been right before it happened. It was around 10 p.m. Clinton and I were sitting in the living room watching TV. The kids had been in bed for at least an hour. We hadn't heard a single sound from their room. No talking. No whining, no footsteps. Nothing. It felt like one of those rare evenings where everything was calm and we could actually relax. Then suddenly Paige came marching down the hallway. She wasn't quietly patting down like a sleepy toddler. She came out with purpose, like she was on a mission. In her hand she had one of those plastic tube whistles, cheap little toys that make a loud, sharp noise when you blow through them. She walked straight into the hallway and stopped under the smoke detector. And she started yelling. "Do way you tup it ting!" She was waving the whistle in the air above her head like it was a weapon. Like she was trying to hit something. Like she was trying to chase something off. The way she moved her arm wasn't playful. It was angry. It was defensive. It was the way a small child acts when they feel cornered and they're trying to be brave. The sound of her voice and the words she used snapped Clinton and me into full attention. We both stood up immediately. I went to her and picked her up, trying to calm her down and get her out of the hallway. I asked her what was happening. She was upset and worked up, but she was clear enough in her toddler way that I could understand the main point. She told me there was a scary thing. She said it had been yelling at her. And she told me it made her mad. It wasn't just, "I had a nightmare." It wasn't, "I saw something." It was yelling at me. That detail stuck with me, because it matched the feeling Clinton and I sometimes got in the hallway, that sense of something not nice, something hostile. I handled it the way I always did. I spoke out loud. I asked it to leave Paige alone. I told it she was too young, that it was scaring her, and that it wasn't welcome to frighten a child in her own home. But this time, after I said my normal words, I added something extra. I added a protection step. It was a chant, a protective phrase, that a very good friend of mine had taught me. It was something passed down in her family, and she taught it to me as a just-in-case protection. I didn't use it casually. I didn't treat it like a magic spell from a movie. I used it the way you use anything serious, carefully, respectfully, and only when you feel like you need it. That night, I felt like we needed it. Clinton watched me, and I could tell by his face that he was done pretending this was only Paige's imagination. Seeing a 2-year-old come out into the hallway, angry and yelling at something invisible, swinging a whistle like she was trying to defend herself, that was too much to dismiss. After it was over and Paige calmed down, Clinton looked at me and said something I'll never forget. He said, "I think you're right, baby. I think we do have a ghost or something in here with us." He wasn't laughing. He wasn't trying to be dramatic. He sounded serious and uneasy, like someone admitting something they didn't want to admit. Then he asked me to call Jess. Jess is a close friend of mine, and she's more practiced than I am when it comes to spiritual work. She has better grounding ability, and she has more experience handling heavy energy. I've known her a long time, and I trust her. I don't call her for every little thing. I only call her when I feel like something needs to be done properly and safely. The truth is, I don't claim to be anything more than a student or an apprentice in these matters. I've made mistakes in the past, opening myself up too much, not setting strong boundaries soon enough, getting involved with situations that were bigger than what I understood at the time. Those mistakes taught me humility. They taught me that curiosity can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. They taught me that sensitivity doesn't automatically mean you have control. So when something serious comes up, I call someone who is stronger and steadier than I am. Jess agreed to come over. She was actually more than happy to help, because she's the kind of person who doesn't run from these things. She listens, she asks questions, and she stays calm. When she arrived, she heard the full story, Paige's nightly, go away, comments, the hallway feelings, the moments Clinton and I both felt something not good, and the whistle incident under the smoke detector. Jess didn't treat it like a joke. She also didn't try to scare us more. She didn't come in talking about demons or horror movie stuff. She kept it practical in the spiritual sense, boundaries, protection, and clearing out anything that wasn't welcome. She offered to smudge the apartment for us. For anyone who doesn't know what that means, smudging is basically a spiritual cleansing. You use smoke, usually from certain herbs, and you move through the space with intention, focusing on clearing out negativity and setting protection. It's not something Jess did like a performance. She did it with calm focus, like a ritual that has purpose. She told us she was going to do it so that nothing bad could get in, but anything good could stay. That mattered to me because I wasn't trying to attack everything spiritual. I wasn't trying to force out harmless energy or peaceful presence. I only wanted anything hostile, anything frightening to my child, anything that made our hallway feel unsafe, to leave. Jess went through the apartment methodically. She moved from room to room. She paid attention to corners and doorways and that short hallway where everything seemed to happen. She spoke calmly, setting the tone, claiming the space as ours, and stating clearly that anything negative had to go. Clinton watched the whole thing closely. He didn't interrupt. He didn't joke. He looked like a man who had finally accepted that he couldn't explain what was happening with logic alone. After Jess finished, the apartment felt different. It's hard to describe that in a way that sounds believable to someone who hasn't felt it, but the air felt lighter. The hallway didn't feel as heavy. Paige seemed calmer at bedtime, like she could relax instead of bracing herself. I'm not going to pretend that everything became perfect forever after that, because life isn't that neat. But I can say that having Jess do the smudging helped. It gave us a sense of control we didn't have before. It felt like we had drawn a line and reinforced it, not only with words but with action. And for me personally, it was another reminder of why I don't play around with these things. When you live in a place long enough where something unseen seems to focus on your child, and when your own instincts tell you the energy isn't good, you stop thinking of it as spooky. You start thinking of it as a safety issue, the same way you think about a bad lock on a door or a broken window that won't shut. People can argue that Paige was imagining things. People can argue that Clinton and I were feeding off each other's anxiety. I understand those explanations. I'm not offended by them. I'm the first person to say it's possible that a toddler's mind can create stories and turn shadows into bad things. But the pattern, the hallway feelings we both shared, and especially that moment when Paige came storming out under the smoke detector yelling, "Go away, you stupid thing!" Like she was defending herself, that was the moment the whole situation became harder to ignore. Because whatever it wasn't just living in a story in Paige's head. It was affecting the entire atmosphere of our home. And at that time, the only thing that mattered to me was protecting my child and getting my apartment back to a place where bedtime didn't involve a 2-year-old arguing with something we couldn't see. My grandmother has had a lot of things happen that she can't explain with normal, everyday logic, and most of it started after my pop passed away. Before he died, she was still just my nanny, someone who would talk about regular life, bills, weather, family, the same kind of things older people focus on. She wasn't the type to sit around telling ghost stories or trying to convince anyone that spirits were real. But after my pop died, strange events started happening in her house, and the timing was so close to his death that it made all of us pay attention. A few months after he passed, one of the first big things happened late at night. It was around 11:25 p.m. My nanny was in her bedroom getting ready for bed. She had been changing into her nightgown, doing the normal bedtime routine, nothing unusual. She was tired and ready to sleep. Her bedroom is simple and familiar, bed, dresser, the usual things, and the light switch is right by the door like it is in most houses. When she was finished, she walked over to the door and flipped the light switch off. The light went off, just like it should. She didn't stand there doing anything else. She turned and started walking back to her bed. It's important to understand that she doesn't move quickly. She's had knee surgery, and she's never fully gotten back to moving the way she used to. She takes her time. She walks carefully. So when she went from the light switch to the bed, it wasn't a quick 2 steps. It was slow, steady movement, like she was making sure she didn't twist her knee wrong. She got to the edge of the bed and started to sit down. And the light came back on by itself. It wasn't like it flickered or dimmed. It came on the way a light comes on when someone flips the switch. The room suddenly lit up again, bright and normal, like the house had decided she wasn't done being awake yet. My nanny froze for a second because it startled her. Then she got upset, not in a screaming way, but in that irritated, tired way older people get when something interrupts them. She said out loud to herself, "Now, why did that happen?" She stood there for a moment, looking at the light like it was being rude. Then she walked back over to the door, reached for the switch, and turned it off again. This time it stayed off, and after a while she was able to go to sleep. Later, when she told me about it, she estimated that it had only been about 10 seconds between when she turned the light off and when it turned itself back on. That timing mattered to me because it meant she didn't have time to do anything complicated. She turned it off, she walked to the bed, she started to sit down, and then it came back on. There wasn't a long gap where you could imagine some weird electrical cycle happening slowly. It was quick and direct, like a response. The next time I visited her house, I checked the light switch myself. I'm not an electrician, but I know what a loose switch feels like. I know what it looks like when a switch doesn't click properly into place. I know how some switches can stick halfway and then slip back. So I tested it. Her switch wasn't that kind of switch. It was the kind that clicks solidly. It doesn't feel loose. It doesn't hang in the middle. You can't turn it off and have it slowly slide back up. I stood there for several minutes trying to see if I could make it happen naturally, turning it off gently, turning it off hard, pushing it, tapping it, trying different angles, anything to prove to myself that maybe it was just a mechanical problem. I couldn't make it happen. It wouldn't stick. It wouldn't slide. It wouldn't move unless you physically moved it. To me, that made the experience even stranger, because it removed the easiest explanation. After that night, other things happened off and on, enough that my nanny started paying closer attention to her house. She didn't become paranoid, but she started noticing patterns. She would mention things like sounds, objects not being where she left them, or feeling like someone was nearby when she was alone. It wasn't constant. It wasn't every day. But it was enough that, when you added it all together, it didn't feel like nothing. Then there was another incident more recently, about 3 weeks before May 14, 2009. That one happened in the living room, in the middle of a normal day when she was awake and doing something ordinary. That's part of why it bothered her so much, because it wasn't late at night, and it wasn't connected to sleep, and it wasn't happening in darkness. She was sitting on the couch watching TV. Her cat was lying on the floor a few feet away from her. The living room is set up in a way where you can see the door that leads to the basement from the couch. It's a wooden door, and it's not hidden. It's part of the living room space, the way basements are in some houses. Next to that basement door, there's a big, tall plant. It's the kind of plant that sits in a pot on the floor and stands taller than most people when it's healthy. It has a lot of leaves, and it's noticeable, like a piece of the room's decor. The front door is also nearby. It's close enough that the area around the basement door and the plant is kind of like an entry corner of the house, a place where air and sound can change if a door opens. My nanny was watching TV, and during a commercial she looked over at her cat. Animals can be very normal one moment, and then suddenly stare at something like they're seeing a different world, and this was one of those moments. The cat wasn't sleeping anymore. He was staring hard at something, completely focused, eyes locked like he was watching movement. He was staring at the big plant near the basement door. My nanny followed his gaze and looked at the plant too. At first, she didn't see anything. The plant was just sitting there. No one was near it. No one was walking by it. Nothing was touching it. She watched for a few seconds, and then the whole plant shook. Not a little rustle like one leaf moving. Not a gentle sway you'd get from a draft. The entire plant shook strongly, as if someone had grabbed the pot or the trunk and moved it. The leaves moved all at once. The plant looked like it had been disturbed from the base up, not from air moving at the top. Her cat reacted immediately. He ran toward the plant and stopped near it, staring at it with intense attention. Not playing, not batting at a leaf like cats do when they're bored. He stared the way cats stare when they don't understand something but know it matters. My nanny looked around the room, trying to find a reason. Her first thought was wind. That's a normal thought. Maybe a door opened slightly, maybe a draft came through, maybe a window was cracked. But the front door was closed, and the screen door was closed too. So it couldn't have been a gust of air from someone coming in. It also didn't make sense that a draft would shake the entire plant that strongly and suddenly, especially when nothing else in the room moved. No curtains moved. No papers on a table moved. Just the plant. That's what made it hard to ignore. When she told me this story, she wasn't smiling. She wasn't telling it like a fun ghost story. She sounded unsettled and confused. She kept repeating, "It shook hard," like she wanted me to understand that this wasn't a small movement. It was big enough that she and the cat both reacted at the same time. After hearing about all these events, I honestly believe my deceased grandfather may be behind it. I don't say that because I want to believe it. I say it because the timing makes sense, and the feeling behind the events doesn't seem cruel. It doesn't feel like something trying to harm her. It feels more like something trying to get her attention in small ways that don't physically hurt her. I don't think my pop is trying to scare anyone. If it is him, I think he's trying to communicate. And I say that because of the pattern my nanny has noticed and because of how the events came in waves. A lot of strange things started happening about a month after he died. That timing feels important. It wasn't years later. It wasn't random. It was close enough that you'd naturally wonder if it was connected. Then those events lasted for around 4 months, and after that, things stopped. It went quiet again. My nanny didn't report anything strange for a long stretch of time. She said nothing happened for about 15 months. And then recently, things started again. That's what makes me think he may have been trying to tell her something. Like he tried, then stopped, and now he's trying again. Maybe the first wave was him trying to get noticed, and then he gave up when he didn't get through. Or maybe something changed in her life or in the house that made him able to reach her again. I don't know. I just know that it doesn't feel like random old house noises anymore. It feels like a pattern with breaks in between, like it comes and goes. I wish I could see him or talk to him clearly. I wish I could give my grandmother something solid, like, yes, it's him, and this is what he wants, so she wouldn't have to sit there wondering. But I can't. I've only personally experienced 1 or 2 of the strange events she has experienced, and even then, I was with her when those 1 or 2 happened, not alone the way she often is when these things occur. My nanny has experienced maybe 9 or 10 events total, enough that she knows she isn't imagining every single one, because they've happened in different situations and at different times. And every time something happens, she's left in that same position, trying to make sense of it, trying to decide whether to ignore it or talk about it, and wondering if it means something more than just a weird moment. If it really is my pop, I hope he isn't frustrated. I hope he knows she loves him and hasn't forgotten him. I also hope that whatever message he might be trying to give her, if there is a message, can come through in a way that doesn't confuse her or scare her. Because the last thing she needs is more stress. She's already dealing with grief, time, and life without him. All I can do is listen when she tells me what happened, take it seriously, and be honest about what I think. And even though I still try to be logical where I can, there are some things, like a solid switch flipping itself back on 10 seconds after being turned off, or a large plant shaking hard for no reason while a cat stares like it sees something, that don't fit neatly into common sense explanations. My grandmother died in February of 2008, but what's strange is that the unexplained things didn't start right away. For a while after she passed, the house felt normal, sad of course, because grief changes the air in a home, but normal in the sense that nothing paranormal seemed to be happening. Then, a few months later, my aunt and my cousin, her daughter, were diagnosed with the same type of tumor my grandmother had died from. Thankfully, theirs was benign, but it was still a terrifying thing for the family. Hearing that kind of diagnosis after you've just watched someone you love die from it, it shakes you. It's not just medical fear. It's emotional fear, the fear that history is repeating itself. That's when the unexplained happenings began. The first story I heard happened one night, while my aunt and uncle were sitting in the living room. Everything was calm. Just normal evening time. Then, on one of the end tables, a stack of coasters moved. Not a small shift, not a little slide that could be blamed on someone bumping the table. They moved in front of a picture frame on the table, like someone deliberately pushed them into place. My aunt and uncle are not the type to invent stories like that. They're not superstitious people. They don't sit around trying to prove the paranormal exists. So when something like that happens and they actually talk about it, it means it bothered them enough that they couldn't ignore it. After that, the events became more obvious. At some point later, again, I don't remember the exact time of day because a lot of these stories were told to me after the fact. My aunt was cleaning the house when she suddenly heard music playing. It wasn't coming from a TV or a radio. It was coming from my grandmother's room. She followed the sound and discovered it was coming from a phone. A very old phone, around 25 years old. And this wasn't a smartphone or anything modern that could accidentally play music. This was a basic old phone with no feature that would allow it to play music at all. The fact that it was making music was what made her stop and stare, because there wasn't a normal explanation built into the device. She tried to stop it and couldn't. The music just kept going. Eventually she had to unplug the phone completely because it wouldn't stop. Then there was another incident while she was cleaning. She heard a huge slam, like a door slamming hard. Loud enough that it made her jump and instantly look around, thinking someone was in the house or something had fallen. She checked around for the source. Nothing obvious. Then she went into my grandmother's room and noticed the closet door was shut. That closet door is important because in that house, they never kept it fully shut. It was stiff and hard to open, the kind of door that sticks so badly you avoid closing it completely because you know you'll struggle to open it again. My aunt said she almost couldn't get it open that time. It was shut tight, like someone had intentionally closed it all the way. That same closet door thing happened another time when my mom was there, too, which made it feel less like one odd moment and more like a pattern. Another object connected to my grandmother was a little handheld poker game she used to play. It was one of those electronic handheld games that makes sounds and plays little tunes. My aunt kept it inside a glass case with other collectibles, so it wasn't sitting out where someone could press buttons by accident. One day, my aunt heard it go off inside the case, and it was playing as if it had hit a royal flush. She tried to turn it off, but she couldn't. Finally, she took the batteries out, because that's the obvious solution. But even with the batteries removed, it kept playing the music. That part is one of the creepiest details to me because even if a device is glitching, once the batteries are out it should be dead. There shouldn't be power. There shouldn't be sound. And yet it continued. Then there were sightings. My uncle has said that one night he woke up, rolled over in bed, and he could swear he saw my grandmother standing in the doorway. Not a vague shadow, not a half-dream image. He described it like he truly thought she was there, watching from the door. My aunt has also said that sometimes she sees her. She doesn't talk about it as dramatically as my uncle does, but she's admitted it. And the way she says it isn't like someone making up a ghost story. It's more like, I don't know what to do with this, but it happens. My sister spent the night over there one night, probably because family was in town and the house was full, the way it gets during visits. She slept in the same room as my aunt. My aunt always keeps the bedroom door open, so the hallway is visible and sounds can carry. My sister said she hardly got any sleep that night because she kept hearing footsteps moving through the house. Not a single creak, but the sound of someone walking, going room to room. She listened for voices, listened for someone turning on lights, listened for any normal explanation, but it was just footsteps. Then there are the smells. My uncle has said that sometimes, when you walk from the dining room into the kitchen, you can smell coffee like it's freshly brewed. Not old coffee sitting in a pot. Fresh coffee smell, like someone just made it. That detail matters because my grandmother was the type of person who would have made coffee. Smells like that are tied to routines, and routines are tied to the people who lived them. It's the kind of thing that makes you pause because scent is so specific and so immediate. You can't easily argue with it when it hits you. There was also one incident that sounds more violent, and it's the one story I'm not fully sure what to think about because it's the only one that involves someone getting hurt. My uncle said he was taking a shower when a shampoo bottle was thrown at him. Not dropped, not knocked off the edge. Thrown. It hit his foot and cut it open. I'm careful with this one because I don't want to accuse my grandmother's spirit of something I truly don't believe she would do. She would never want to hurt anyone. She was not that kind of person. So either something else was going on, or the bottle fell in a weird way and he interpreted it as being thrown because it was so sudden and painful. His foot could have been positioned in a way that made the impact worse. But still, the fact that he got cut is real, and it stood out because it doesn't match the tone of the other events. Another incident that felt very personal happened while my aunt was on the phone with my cousin, who lives in Indiana. They were talking like normal, and they were about to hang up when they both heard someone say something on the line, someone who wasn't either of them. I can't remember the exact phrase, but it was something my grandmother always used to say, something protective and motherly. Something along the lines of, "Now be careful," or, "Be safe." One of those phrases older women say automatically, like a blessing when you're leaving the house. The timing and the wording are what made it stick, because it sounded like my grandmother's voice, or at least like her habit of speaking. It sounded like her way. Then there was something close to Thanksgiving that gave me chills just hearing it. My little cousin, who was around 5 or 6 years old at the time, said something about wishing me Ma could have been there for Thanksgiving. Just a child's honest sadness. Kids say things like that in a simple way that hits adults harder than they expect. My aunt and uncle were sitting in the dining room later, and my aunt was repeating what the child had said to my uncle. Right after she finished telling him, right after she spoke that little wish out loud, the lights went out. Not slowly dimming. Not flickering. Out. It's hard not to see meaning in that. The timing was too exact. It felt like a response, like someone listening and reacting. The most recent thing, the one that happened only a few weeks ago, involved an alarm clock. My aunt and uncle have a satellite-linked clock that normally stays perfectly set and goes off at the same time every day when my aunt wakes up in the morning. It has never gone off at a random time. It's one of those clocks you trust because it's always consistent. Then one night, around 12:30 a.m., it started playing music. It woke them up. My aunt tried everything to shut it off. She pressed buttons, tried different settings, tried to silence it, and it wouldn't cooperate. While she was trying to stop it, my uncle rolled over, shook her shoulder, and said, "Your mom wants to talk to you." That part is almost funny in a dark way because of how straightforward he said it, like it was obvious. Like, well, here we go again. The clock finally turned off by itself. My aunt and uncle are not people who would make up these events. They don't benefit from telling stories like that. If anything, it stresses them out. They've lived in that house for almost 30 years, basically as long as they've been married, and they are used to the normal sounds and behaviors of their home. They know what's typical and what isn't. And I'll be honest, I feel fortunate that nothing has ever happened while I was there, because I don't know what I would do if I actually saw her or heard something directly. I wouldn't mind seeing my grandmother in the sense that I miss her. I love her. But I don't want the fear that comes with experiencing something paranormal up close. I've never seen a ghost myself, not clearly. So the idea of suddenly seeing one in a quiet house at night makes my stomach tighten. I didn't even really believe in ghosts until these things started happening. There's also another layer to that house that makes everything feel heavier: the shadow people. I don't know the technical term, but that's what we've always called them. They've been there for as long as I can remember, long before my grandmother died. That's important, because it means the house already had a presence, feeling even when she was alive. Whatever that is, it doesn't seem connected to her death. It seems like something that was already part of the house. Those shadows are the only thing I've personally seen, though not recently. I was away at school in Texas for 3 years, and after coming back I haven't seen them the way I did when I was younger. But I remember them clearly from childhood, those corner shapes that look too thick, too still, too wrong to be normal shadows. I hated sleeping in my grandmother's room when we spent the night there, because that room always felt darker than it should have been. Even when there was light in the house, that room seemed to swallow it. The darkness felt heavy in a way that made you want to keep your eyes shut. And I absolutely hated walking down the hall to the bathroom. It's not a long hall, but you have to pass my aunt's room, and when her room is dark it feels like a black doorway you're forced to walk past. I remember doing everything I could not to run, but it was always in my body. That instinct to hurry past, to get to the bathroom and back as fast as possible. Even as I got older, that hallway still made me tense. The den also felt darker than it should have. There's an enclosed back porch connected to it, so logically, that area should catch more light and feel more open. But sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it felt dim and heavy, and the shadows in the corners felt like they didn't belong to the furniture or the lighting. They felt like something else, like shapes that were watching without moving. My uncle has seen more prominent shadows than I have. He talks about it more too. My aunt might have seen things as well, but my uncle is the one who speaks about it more openly. I think talking about it helps him deal with it. If he says it out loud, it becomes a thing he can face instead of a fear he has to swallow. Because of all that, I'm careful about what I blame on my grandmother's spirit. I truly believe she would never want to hurt anyone. She loved that house and she loved her family. She wasn't a violent person. She wasn't cruel. So when something happens that seems protective, like a phrase on the phone telling someone to be safe, or lights going out right after a child says they miss her, I can believe that might be her trying to reassure them. I can believe she might be hanging around to comfort my aunt, especially because the activity started after the tumor diagnosis. It makes sense emotionally that she would show up around a time like that, like she wanted her daughter to know she isn't alone. But the shampoo bottle incident doesn't fit that picture. That's why I keep telling myself the cut on his foot could have been bad body placement, bad timing, a bottle falling in a weird way and hitting just right. Bathrooms are slippery places. Things fall. People move. You can get injured fast in a shower. Still, even if I separate that one incident, the rest of the events feel like a pattern. They feel like someone trying to be known. Someone trying to communicate gently, not to frighten, but to be acknowledged. And if that someone really is my grandmother, then I hope my aunt feels it the way I want her to feel it, not as fear, but as comfort. Because if there's any reason a spirit would stay close, I believe it would be love, especially when a family is scared and needs reassurance. The first dog I ever really remember having was a little poodle named Mitzi. She was technically my mom's dog more than anyone else's, but when you're a little kid, pets feel like they belong to the whole house. Mitzi was just always there, part of the background of my earliest memories. We had her until I was about 4 or 5 years old, so I was still very small when she died, but the way it happened and the way my mom reacted stuck with me even though I didn't fully understand all of it at the time. Mitzi got older and developed arthritis. Back then, my mom didn't know what she knows now about different options for pain management, or how some vets handle euthanasia and aftercare. She made the decision to have Mitzi put to sleep because she didn't want her suffering, which is what most people do when they think they're doing the kindest thing they can for a pet they love. But the vet experience was traumatic. My mom requested to stay in the room while it happened. She didn't want Mitzi to be alone. She wanted her to hear a familiar voice and feel safe at the end. What my mom didn't realize, what she only learned afterward, was that the process included them putting Mitzi to sleep and then, once she was gone, using a needle through her stomach. I don't even like writing that sentence because it's such a harsh image, and it absolutely destroyed my mom emotionally. It wasn't just losing the dog. It was the shock and horror of the procedure, and the feeling that something awful happened right in front of her when she was trying to be loving and present. I was too young to fully understand the details, but I understood that it broke my mom. I remember her grief feeling huge. It changed the energy in the house for a while, like everything was heavier. When a parent is grieving, kids feel it even if they don't have the words for it. After Mitzi died, strange things started happening, things that, even now, I don't know how to explain. For a long time, multiple people in the house would see Mitzi around. Not like a clear, full-on apparition standing in the middle of the living room. It was never like that. It was always quick. Always subtle. Always that familiar movement you catch out of the corner of your eye, the kind of movement that your brain instantly recognizes as small dog. You'd be walking down the hallway and you'd catch a blur near the baseboard, then look and nothing would be there. Or you'd be standing in the kitchen and see something dart behind a chair leg, then you'd turn your head and the floor would be empty. The weird part is that it wasn't just one person. It was everyone. At different times, different members of the family would mention it, and eventually it became one of those things where we all knew without making a big deal about it. Mitzi still shows up sometimes. Over time, we started noticing a pattern. We only seemed to see Mitzi when we didn't have any animals in the house. That was such a specific detail that it stuck with me. Because if it was just random imagination, you'd think it would happen regardless of whether we owned pets. But it felt like whenever the house was animal empty, that's when Mitzi would appear again, or at least when we would notice her presence. I remember seeing her a lot until we got Magoo, our Boston Terrier. Once we had Magoo in the house, it was like Mitzi faded into the background. No one really talked about seeing her as much, and if we did see something, it was rare enough that it didn't stand out. That might make sense logically too. If you already have a living dog running around, you're not as likely to notice a shadowy movement and think, ghost. You'd assume it was the real dog. But what felt different to me is that the corner of the eye Mitzi moments seemed to stop almost completely while we had Magoo. At the same time, my dad was still living with us back then, and I've wondered whether that mattered too. I can't fully remember the timeline clearly enough to say for sure if my dad being in the house affected anything. I also can't tell if Mitzi's presence was linked to my mom's grief more than anything else, like some emotional attachment that kept showing itself when the house felt emptier, either emptier of animals, or emptier of stability, or emptier of whatever comfort my mom needed at the time. I honestly can't say, because I can't remember that far back well enough. What I do remember clearly are a few specific moments that have stayed in my mind. One day, I remember seeing Mitzi walk under my bed. Not a full view, not in a bright clear way. It was from the corner of my eye, just that quick movement, low to the floor, like a little dog going into a space where dogs like to hide. But my bed was low enough that if a real dog went under it, you'd hear it, and maybe see the tail, or the movement of blankets. When I looked directly, there was nothing there. Another day, I remember going into the kitchen and seeing her go around the table. Again, corner of the eye movement. The kitchen table was one of those normal family spots that was always there, always used, and dogs would circle it sometimes if people were eating or if something smelled good. Seeing that movement felt so normal that for a split second my brain accepted it as real. Then, when I looked, it was gone. Later, after Magoo passed away, I started hearing things too. I would hear the sound of dog toenails hitting the floor, click, 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 like a dog walking across hardwood. Not the sound of a cat, not the sound of something settling. The specific sound of a dog's nails. And the problem was, we didn't have a dog at those times. Those sounds happened after Magoo died, during a period when the house didn't have a dog again. That matched the pattern we had noticed. Mitzi seems to show up when we don't have animals. But then Magoo died, and after that, it wasn't only Mitzi that felt present. Magoo began showing up too, at least according to my sister. Before I get into that, there's another layer to all of this. Our house has always had small weird things happen, not only pet-related things. We've had random items disappear, then reappear in places that make no sense. Sometimes it's little things you can imagine someone moving by accident, except the locations don't match. For example, there was a time someone swore a Game Boy game was on the coffee table in the living room, and later it showed up in my room on my TV stand. That's not a small shift. That's a completely different part of the house. It's also not the kind of thing you normally carry around without remembering, because it's not like a piece of paper that sticks to your sleeve. It's a little cartridge, something you'd remember picking up. My mom has lost jewelry, and then found it again in the strangest way. There were items that stayed missing for a long time, long enough that she stopped expecting to find them, and then one day they would just appear back in her jewelry box. Not on the floor nearby. Not caught in a drawer. Back in the jewelry box, as if someone placed them there. There are also missing things that never came back. I lost a Destiny's Child CD that has never been found. I lost a prism that I never came across again. And my mom had this little butterfly beanie baby that she loved. I think it was a Mother's Day gift, either from my sister or from us when we were younger. It always sat on top of my mom's jewelry box, like a little sentimental decoration, something she liked seeing every day. One day it disappeared. We never found it. We looked. We checked the usual places. We asked everyone. Nothing. It didn't turn up in a box or behind furniture. It was just gone. Eventually, my sister bought my mom another one because she knew my mom missed it, and it felt easier to replace it than to keep searching and getting frustrated. But even with the replacement, the original never reappeared. That's what makes those vanishings so strange. Some things come back like they were borrowed, and some things disappear like they were taken. Back to the pet pattern. Like I said, we noticed that we didn't really see Mitzi when we had new pets. After Magoo died, it was a while before we got our current beagle, Dory. It wasn't a quick replacement. It was at least a year. And during that year there were moments where the house felt like it had that empty animal feeling again. That's when I heard the nail click sounds sometimes, and that's when Mitzi seemed to show up in those corner of the eye moments again. But ever since we got Dory, I haven't seen Mitzi at all. Not once. The house feels different with Dory here. Not just because a living dog changes the energy of a home, but because it feels like whatever was lingering has quieted down again. Or maybe I've simply stopped noticing because there's always animal movement now, and my brain explains away every small sound and shadow as one of our pets. However, my sister has said she has seen Magoo. She said just the other day she saw him in the kitchen, again in that quick corner of the highway. That caught my attention because Magoo didn't die peacefully, and that matters emotionally for my mom and for all of us. He didn't get put to sleep. He died suddenly, and not in a good way. Our neighbors used to throw things out by their porch. Bones and scraps and random stuff like that. Magoo, when he got older, had problems swallowing. He also never liked chewing the way some dogs do. He would swallow things too quickly, like he didn't want to take the time to break them down properly. One night we let him out, and he didn't come back. At first that's just fear, calling his name, shaking a treat bag, checking the yard. Then it becomes panic when you realize he isn't responding. We started searching for him, and I remember the moment I found him on the neighbor's porch. He had choked to death on something. That image and that reality broke my mom. I think it hurt her even more because Magoo had been with us through the divorce and everything else. He wasn't just a pet. He was a constant during a time when a lot in our lives wasn't constant. When she lost him, it wasn't only losing a dog. It was losing a piece of stability and comfort that had been there when she needed it most. So when my sister says she sees Magoo sometimes, it gives me mixed feelings. Part of me thinks, okay, maybe he's still around because he didn't leave cleanly. Maybe he stayed because his ending was sudden. Maybe he's still attached to my mom's grief. Or maybe my sister is simply seeing what her heart expects to see because she misses him. But again, the timing with pets is hard to ignore. We saw Mitzi more when we had no animals. We saw less when we had Magoo. After Magoo died, things started up again. Now that we have Dory, and not just Dory but several animals, 4 dogs in the house plus a cat, everything has gone quiet. Even the disappearing items, as far as I can tell, have slowed down. I can't even remember the last time something vanished in that dramatic way and reappeared somewhere impossible. If it has happened, it hasn't been noticeable enough to stick in my mind. So sometimes I wonder if Mitzi, and maybe Magoo too, only make their presence known when the house feels empty of animals. Maybe it's like they fill the gap. Maybe they show up when there isn't another pet presence there. Or maybe the living animals somehow block whatever energy makes those sightings possible, the way noise can block a faint sound. Either way, I've learned something from it. The strangest things in our house have never come with a clear announcement. They come as quick glimpses, small sounds, and little moments that feel normal for half a second and then turn strange when you realize there's nothing there. And as weird as it sounds, I'm not really afraid of it. Mitzi doesn't feel threatening. If anything, she feels like an old comfort, like a familiar little presence that still checks the house sometimes. Even the nail click sounds, when they happened, didn't feel like something trying to scare me. They felt like a dog walking through a space it still knew. But with the house full of animals now, 4 dogs and a cat, it's been quiet. If Mitzi does show up again, it probably won't be until the house is empty of pets again. For now, there's too much living energy moving around, too much real fur and real paws and real toenails on the floor for a ghost poodle to stand out. And honestly, I hope that if she is still around, she's at peace. My mom has carried enough grief for one lifetime, and if Mitzi's presence is connected to any of that pain, I'd rather it finally rest.